Max? New link coming through. I made it new. We are starting the day here, everyone. And welcome to Meaningful XR Virtual Edition. You are looking at my screen as I finish setting up this crazy plan that I think just might work. Are we? All right. The only audio is coming. We're getting both. Is this mic is this mic? If I kill, well, okay. Yeah. Databases. My background is graphics and animation, so one more test.
Hi everybody, if you can hear me, we'll get started here shortly. Check.
This.
Oh yeah, it's feeding just the webcam mic.
Yeah, wait, why'd you turn off both audios?
I just muted it down just for
now.
and I'll bring it back up.
up.
Yeah, because I made it so now it's a display window capture. So anytime you can still adjust audio while the window capture is up, and then if you wanted to do just a display, you can just turn the eye off and it'll be full display. Just so if we need to go back and forth,
Okay.
OBS won't keep coming up on the stream, so it'll just stay here and it will record Zoom.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. But can we get audio back?
Yes. Yeah.
Because we need audio of the
Zoom.
That's our most important.
Wait. Oh no. Doesn't that just mean turning that one on the right?
Or yeah. Are you just saying so they can hear on here?
Yeah.
It's just so the Zoom's coming through.
Hear ye, hear ye. Hi, everyone. How are my levels? That's been the question we've been asking ourselves over and over again for the last 40 minutes. Sorry if you have to listen to us testing mics and speakers, but welcome to the first day of Meaningful XR 2026. Woo! My name is Robbie Rattan. I helped start this event a couple of years ago with Max Foxman, David B.A., and a few other people. Alex Leith, who's organizing in VR right now. And we want to extend a huge emotional sentiment of gratitude and appreciation to Max and the entire team here at UO in Portland for hosting us and for the hard work that you've been doing, to Danny Pimentel right there for blazing the way in a lot of cool hardware VR work, and unfortunately Jackie Bailey is not with us today. A note of gratitude also to Jorge Pena, our host from last year at UC Davis. And of course, the biggest note of gratitude to you all for coming. We started at Stanford. There's Oogie Han. She's going to be one of the keynotes. She was there at Stanford in the first iteration of this conference, and hopefully we will keep it going. So I don't want to take too much time. Let's get to these great intros and talks. But Max, our main organizer on the ground, who's done so much work, and we'll sing your praises all throughout this event. But yeah, kick us off, Max.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everybody. So yeah, thank you so much for being here. A couple of quick words, but mostly logistics. In case you can't tell from the 8 million emails that I've sent, I am trying to do logistics as best I can. First, though, I just want to sort of echo. I don't know if Robbie also thanked one of our other co-organizers, Donna Davis, who, of course, is without her, I feel like this space wouldn't exist. Like literally the church wouldn't be here, but obviously founded both the OR Lab and our Immersive Media Communication Masters Program, which is acted as like the benchmark for everything that we do with immersive media here at UO. I'm really excited about this conference beyond the fact that we have grown in size every year. This year is particularly special to me, both to have you in my home state of Oregon, but also because this is sort of the thing that I dreamed of when Robbie and I first started thinking about Meaningful XR, a real moment where we're bringing together educators, researchers, students, and practitioners. It's very hard to get everyone like that in a room together often, and so this is a rare occasion to sort of talk in cross-disciplinary ways and to shine a light on all the different ways that not only XR is meaningful, but meaningful in terms of its research potential, in terms of the creative work that comes out of it, etc. I'm going to stop there on the conceptual side and very quickly give a couple of logistical things. Number one, a very brief thing to our speakers. I know that I sent out my panicked Zoom message, but thanks to our crack team of AV people, you just need to plug in your laptop. So don't worry about the Zoom thing. We can do that. So yay, that's number one. Obviously, for the people that are presenting virtually, you do need to share your screen, and we're going to switch over to you when you're presenting virtually in Zoom. For those that are in VR chat, we're still working out an AV kink or two, but hopefully you're able to hear me on a big sort of a boomy, as if you're in the room type of audio experience. In terms of things where to go throughout the day, all of our speaking and events are going to be happening in this room. So this is where every one of our panels are. This is where our keynote speakers are. This is where our demo sessions are. This is where our posters are. If you have a poster, take advantage during a break. Feel free to put your poster up. We have some thumbtacks. Some people have already started doing it, but these wonderful big gray things, those are poster boards. Just choose one, put it up there. If you have a demo and you need to start plugging things in, we have our little demo bistro in the back. That's where I'm going to be hanging out. And in the back, you can claim a table, plug your stuff in, and start getting your demos ready. If you are signed up for some of our virtual experiences, or if you want to just check out MeetSpace, we do have a table over there, especially during the demo sessions. Come and find me, and I can get you set up to try that in person. I know there are a couple of virtual field trips. You've been emailed if you are going on one of the virtual field trips. And again, come find me. We will organize that. Tomorrow is the OR Lab Tour. Again, that was invite only. If you've gotten an email, there are sessions that we've set up for that. Our sponsors are going to be located in the classrooms that are on the right as you leave here, and they have some experiences as well. So we have sponsors from Snap and from Tokyo Dome that are actually going to have experiences. And with that, I will stop talking after thanking all of our wonderful sponsors. Now, you may have noticed that we have a sheet. Look at this sheet closely in your bag, because this really wouldn't happen without all of you and without all of them. So to officially thank our sponsoring host, which is the University of Oregon and the School of Journalism and Communication. We have our two visionary sponsors, Spectacles from Snap and Oregon Reality Lab. We have our advocates at the University of Miami's Department of Interactive Media. We have the Tokyo Dome Corporation. We have our believers from the University of Florida, the Annenberg School of Communications Extended Reality Lab, and then last but not least, we have our organizing sponsors, the Michigan State University, obviously, where Robbie is located. So I think we are nicely almost on time, so I am going to stop talking and hand it off to our first keynotes of the day. And I think, yeah, with that, I'm going to introduce who's going to be introducing them, which is Nathan Bowser. So Nathan, please take it away.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Let's take a picture of this beautiful audience. Amazing. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Meaningful XR. I'm Nathan C. I host a podcast called The Tech Glow Up, and I am thrilled to be here. I have a distinct challenge in that every minute I'm telling you about the amazing keynotes that we have here today, I'm taking away from their time to talk with you. So I'm going to give you some very brief notes about who you're about to meet, on the chance that you don't happen to already know these two keynotes. And there's a couple things that I want to just call out. If you look at their names, if you look at them side by side, you may not know that there are a few similarities that I think you should know about. And honestly, I'm going to take a step back because I have been a huge fan. This is an incredible honor to be here today. I've been a huge fan of the work that the Oregon Reality Lab and the Immersive Journalism program here at the School of Journalism in the University of Oregon. I was there on the very first opening for the OR Lab. And so to be here nearly 8 or 9 years later, on the stage with this kind of crew is just amazing. I consider both of our keynote guests friends and heroes and mentors. And I think many of the people that you know and see working in extended reality hold Kent Bai and Caitlin Krause in similar regard. I think you'll find that they are both tech optimists as well as skeptical about all of the hype that you will hear. I feel incredibly bold making strong, baseless claims because these two are going to bring the data, the research, the analysis that will make you forget anything that I schlub up today. Oh goodness, I have to look at my notes. There were too many good things to say, and we will get to it quickly. I so thank you for your patience. All right, so we got to that. So one of the things that I think is really important is that both of our keynotes this morning really care how extended reality tools impact our humanity, and they've both chosen to do something about it. They've run to the gaps, the problems, and the needs that they've seen in this space, and they're here to tell you about that, honestly. They value art and story and connection as much as you and I do. And they bring those qualities into the work that they do. So I want to tell you a little bit about Kent Bai. He's our first speaker. I will tell you that most people who have started working in XR in the last 10, 15 years will claim Kent Bai's podcast, Voices of VR, as one of the things that got them interested and educated them along their way. Just a raise of hands if you've listened to the Voices of VR podcast. All right, we're about 70%, just like I thought. People who have started will tell you if you want to get started in XR, you should listen to the podcast. That was true in 2015 when I did my first programming on XR, and Kent was a guest on my panel. I think at the time, Kent, you had 250 episodes, and all in, I know that Kent has had over 17,000 or 1,700 on just XR. There are AI series with a similar amount. There are astrology series with a similar amount. So while I have talked to 300 experts in innovation in the last 7 years on the podcast that I have, I think I'm only 3,000 to 5,000 interviews behind Kent. So Kent believes in the power of XR and sees the challenges at a level that very few people have. It's almost mystical the way that he sees this work. And honestly, if I'm telling you the truth, I wouldn't doubt it if at some point he's made gold out of base materials. Again, unproven, but like Ken will show us. So, you know what, everybody, like I said, I don't need to take another minute away from our keynote, Kent Bai, Voices of VR. You know what, I'm gonna do it. Since May 14, Kent Bai has published over 1,700 Voices of VR podcast interviews featuring pioneering artists, storytellers, technologists, driving the resurgence of virtual and augmented reality. He's an oral historian, experiential journalist, and philosopher who is helping define the patterns of immersive storytelling, experiential design, ethical frameworks, and the potential of XR. Everybody here, Kent Bai.
Test. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Nathan. That was beautiful. So my name is Kent Bai, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the patterns of meaning, transformation, and impact in XR. So since May of 2014, I've been doing the Voices of VR podcast, and I think about 1/3 of my coverage that I've been going to has been around immersive storytelling. And so today I'm going to be talking about a number of different things, including experiential and phenomenological framework that I use to understand XR, the Impulse Impact Study that just came out yesterday, a little bit about that, the transformation economy, mission-oriented change and co-creation, some other models, and then I'll be digging in some other models for paradigm shifts, and then kind of end with some closing thoughts on AI and friction. So a lot of my work has been going to festivals like Sundance New Frontier, South by Southwest Immersive, Tribeca Immersive, Venice Immersive, and at the Doc Lab, where I see a lot of these artists and storytellers who are using XR to tell stories in new ways. And a lot of those haven't necessarily made it out into the wide world in terms of wide distribution, but there is this kind of whole movement of location-based entertainment where a lot of those immersive storytelling experiences are starting to be shown. And so I just got done writing a report that came out in April. It's called If the Doc Lab Immersive Think Tank Report. It's a 121-page report where I'm sort of documenting both like this emerging indie XR revolution that's happening with location-based entertainment, but also just some wide reflections on some of the challenges for getting the work out there. And in that, there was a moment where someone was asking, are we changing things with these pieces? And so, you know, for artists and creators, you're making these experiences and trying to create the most intense emotional experience that you can, but there's going to be potentially like a whole other like impact campaign or other activists or other folks who are using your piece of media that you're creating as a part of catalyzing more change. And so, so there's artists that are making stuff, and then maybe what's this thing that happens after you make it that gets it out into the wide world and people engaging with it to actually catalyze that change. And so there's a number of different studies that have come out. There was one, deepening engagement and learning and impact through virtual reality, that was through On the Morning You Wake to the End of the World. There's also a study that just came out yesterday from Anagram and sponsored by Agog, called The Results of Impact Carried Out by a Mixed Reality Experience of Impulse. And then there's kind of more of the behind the scenes that happened with that I got a hold of. I'm not sure if they're going to release that publicly, but I had a chance to look at it. It gives a little bit more context for how they actually did the study and everything. For anybody that's in this room would be likely to want to see the details of what were the questions they asked and sort of the nuances of that study. But the high level results of that study just came out, and I'm going to be digging into that a little bit more. But before I do that, one of the things that I've noticed in like a report like that is that there's a lot of numbers, and it's like, okay, what does this mean? So sometimes you can look at that and be like, what is this really happening? So for me, I take very much a phenomenological and experiential approach of what is my own experience, and that's sort of coming from a process philosophy perspective where, you know, for a while for North Whitehead, he sees your direct experience as an exemplification of the nature of reality rather than an exception. A lot of times with reductive materialism, they'll say your consciousness is an illusion. Well, that's actually the only thing that I know is real is my own direct experience. And so there's a bit of reductive materialism that is sort of denying my own experience. So I'm going to be starting with how I start to break down experience through quality, context, character, and story. And then we'll start to dive into some of the other kind of studies through that lens of phenomenology, and then digging into some other models for change and transformation. Okay, so I'm going to share a few kind of anecdotal experiences of experiences I've had on the festival circuit that really changed me. This first piece is called Collider by Anagram, and in it you are going into an experience. They ask you to prompt, think of a memory where either someone has power over you or you have power over someone else, and that depended on this asymmetrical experience where one person's in VR and the other person's not in VR, and the other person's kind of puppeteering you and controlling you. So it's really exploring these dynamics of power and control, and by asking you to think of a memory of that, it sort of contextualized it by my own memory that I'm projecting onto the experience as I'm going through it. And it was super powerful, especially having gone through it 2 times to see the kind of relationship that I have on both sides of that equation. Then there was a piece that was called Operation Aspen that was from Condition 1, and it was a 360-degree video where they're basically these direct activists who were infiltrating a farm and showing the conditions of chickens. And it's a 360 video, so you get to visually see the conditions of these chickens. And so after I watched that, I was like, wow, there's like a whole, you know, when I'm making a choice in the grocery store, I'm not going to buy anything other than cage-free eggs now after I've watched this experience. This is one example that I saw an experience where the kind of out of sight, out of mind type of relational dynamics of my consumer choices, it was made clear to me the impact of that by watching this piece and having empathy for those chickens. There's a piece called Lesbian Similar that was at If a Doc Lab, and that it's a kind of interactive game that goes through different aspects of the coming out experience. But you have to say, I am gay while you're wearing a VR headset in public. And so just to feel that sort of tension of saying that out loud while other people are around, it sort of starts to give you a little bit of a flavor of that. But there's also parts in the experience where you're holding hands with your same-sex partner, and you start to get grief from the outside. And if you don't hold your hand of your partner, they start to get mad at you. So there's this kind of experience of like those different dynamics that after I saw this, I was walking around Amsterdam and seeing same-sex couples holding their hands. And I was like, wow, that's actually an act of rebellion that I didn't fully appreciate before I saw that experience. And then there's this piece called Horizon, where this was just an experience at IFA Doc Lab where I had a conversation with a 15-year-old who was an actor who was asking me to tell them about the future that they were going to live in 30 years later. And I was 45 at the time, so I was the age at which they were going to be in 30 years. And I had to describe to them what their future looked like. It was a speculative imagination experience, but it forced me to, they're asking, like, they live in Amsterdam, are they going to be able to live there? Because if the sea levels are rising, what's their life going to look like? And I had to be confronted with that and be like, wow, do I say the truth as to what I think their future is going to be? Or do I sort of say, oh, well, it's going to be a fine, it'll work out for you, but everyone else will be screwed. So it's sort of like this kind of experience where you're confronted by what does the future look like? And I'm actually, an elder in that sense, and I have more power politically. And so there's like a metaphoric reflection of like, here's the youth of the future of the next generation, and I'm being asked to tell them what their future is. So there's no technology in this experience. It's just me having a conversation, but in that context of immersive theater is starting to give this kind of like speculative design. And so each of these have like a center of gravity of a different elemental kind of flavor. So you have the agency of the game, you have the speaking and the interaction of the Horizon, you have the cinematic tradition of the Operation Aspen, and then the Collider is much more of an embodied experience that is kind of like this ritual I'm going through. So I look at it through active presence, mental, social presence, emotional presence, and embodied and environmental presence. And each of these qualities of presence are happening all at once, all at the same time, but there's going to be ways that gaming is going to be focused more on the active presence. And so we can actually look at the different communication media and see like video games are going to be much more about agency. And so the game design is coming about how are you expressing your will into the experience. And then you have the mental and social presence are all the ways that you use language as abstractions to communicate, but also to connect to other people. And so you have literature, you have what's the speaking, how are you getting knowledge, the semiotic transmission of meaning. So maybe you're creating symbolic representations of things that you have to decode it and encode it like dream logic. But that's also like the internet and the World Wide Web. And then you have the emotional presence, which is a lot of the kind of consonants and dissonance cycles that come from the editing and kind of the building and releasing of tension, but also in music and lighting. As you watch a film, it's all about like the way that it modulates and impacts your emotions. And so there's a whole cinematic tradition that's coming in through pulling in different aspects into experiential design. And then finally, we're starting to bring in our body into the experience. So you're pulling in like architecture, theater, and dance, but also your sensory experience. And so this is where XR is kind of bringing all these things together. So all these different design disciplines are all going to be fused together in this kind of interdisciplinary fusion within XR. And so, but you can start to look at it through the lens of presence in order to kind of understand how you're starting to combine all these different things. So essentially it's taking action, making choices, emotional immersion, and sensory experience. And there's another way to look at that, which is, well, I'll sort of take a step back into the broader experiential design framework that I use. So there's this quote from Robert McKee, who is a screenwriter, and he says, "True character is revealed in the choices a human being makes under pressure. The greater the pressure, the deeper the revelation, the truer the choice of the character's essential nature." So in essence, when you're watching a story, you're watching somebody else make choices and take action. But when you're put into an immersive experience, you are the one who's making choices and taking action. And so you're placed within a context, you're making choices and you're taking actions within that context. And then in some ways, some part of your essential character is being revealed in that. And there's a story that's unfolding over time. So I sort of boil it down into context, quality, character, and story. So quality, we've already talked about a little bit, but it's worth digging in a little bit more just in terms of this crowd may be familiar with different theories of presence from like Mel Slater. So we'll dig into the kind of presence theories. And so Slater has the place illusion, plausibility illusion, which he first started to kind of define back in 2009. And so the place illusion is a strong illusion of being in a place in spite of sure knowledge that you're actually not there. And the plausibility illusion is the illusion that what is apparently happening is not really happening, even though you know for sure that it is not. So you can think about the plausibility illusion as all the different ways that your kind of mental constructs of you being fooled, of your expectations that you are actually there when you're not. And the place illusion is the feel that you're being transported into another place. And then Slater in 2022 started to add other dimensions of illusions. And so he added the co-presence illusion as well as the body ownership illusion. But you can see that there's not anything within the fire or water element. That's because for Slater, he's only looking at the things that are very unique to VR. You can have emotions and agency and other things, but he's looking at very unique illusionary kind of framing. But I think that when you look at experiential design, I don't think we should be bounded by just this kind of VR technology, but looking at more broadly of all these different equivalence classes of presence. And so you can think about it as behaviors, thoughts and relations, feelings, and sensations. And so Dustin Chertoff was actually somebody who saw the same thing I saw, but was like predated me back in 2008, 2010. He was doing his master's work, and he saw that actually there's this whole branch of experiential advertising that actually had a much more robust models of presence. And so he took his vibe as being active, cognitive, relational, sensory, and affective, which functionally is equivalent to what I kind of independently came up from the elements later. There's also experiential and marketing and strategic experiential modules, which is act, think and relate, sense and feel. And then there's measuring brand experiences, which you think about as behavioral, intellectual, sensory, and affective. And then you have the OODA loop from Boyd, which is observe, orient, decide, and act. You can think about it as this process that's unfolding, where you're sort of taking the sensory input, you're synthesizing everything through your emotions and kind of making a decision and then acting. And then you can think about it as behaviors and agency, thoughts and relations, feelings and experiential elements, and then the sensations and the immersion. So as I look at these different kind of studies, when I think about change, they're often addressing one of these things. They're going to change your thoughts, change your behaviors, give you some sort of immersive experiences. But ultimately, it's like the degree to which that is able to move your emotions. If it has a really powerful emotional impact, then these other things will follow. So in some sense, the feelings and emotions are the most base thing that, as people who are creating experiences, want to make sure that they tell the best story or to engage people's emotions in every way that they can. So again, active presence, mental and social presence, embodied environmental presence, and emotional presence. Okay, let's move on to context. So context are all the different domains of human experience that we have in our life. And so this is sort of like archetypal representation of self and other, your career. And so when I ask people what is the ultimate potential of VR, they'll answer like, well, it's going to change the way that we learn, or change medicine, or change the way that we work, or the way that we express ourselves through virtual representations, or change our relationships, or change the way that we connect to friends and family. So there's all these different contextual domains, and you can also think about these contextual domains as domains of identity. Who you are at work is different than who you are with your friends. It's different than who you are with your family. And so for each of these contextual domains is an expression of your identity. And so this is something that Helen Niesenbaum, with the contextual theory of privacy, says that for each of these contextual domains, there's appropriate flows of information that are appropriate to that context. If you're at your bank, you give bank information, but when you're at your doctors, you don't necessarily tell them how much money you have in your bank, aside from needing to have health insurance and to know that you can actually pay for it. But you're also not telling your banker your health information. So there's different information that, depending on the context, there's an appropriate flow of that information. But context is really important both in XR because you're being transported into a context, but more and more increasingly with AI is seeing like what's the context window, is explicitly priming the large language models with what they call in linguistics pragmatics, which is that different words have different meanings based upon the context. So context ends up being a really important thing, but in XR, you're actually being sort of put into that physical context. And when you're in that physical context virtually, then it starts to evoke different aspects of your consciousness. So there's a relationship between context, privacy, and identity. This is actually from a paper that I did called Privacy Pitfalls of Contextually Aware AI, since making frameworks for context. And so if there's a contextually aware AI that's always listening to our context, it violates principles of contextual integrity. So I was trying to make this argument that, okay, here's all the personally identifiable information that's available across all these different contexts, where you can start to see, just a model for context. But understanding context is going to be increasingly important for people in XR, as you move forward with AI. There's also Alex McDowell's did a whole world building mandala where he's starting to look at different scales of the kind of individual, family, community, and world. As you go outward, it's increasing those scales, but also you can start to see these different contextual domains that he has in there in terms of government and culture and self and body. Okay, so that's the context. The character is, there's a connection between value theory and the archetypal character. So from Whitehead's perspective, then every single moment is not neutral or valueless, but it's every single possibility of the moment is filled with value. And so that's kind of a piece from process philosophy. What that means is that there's a kind of archetypal character to every single moment, but also within yourself, you have your own sense of your character that you're expressing. And so this is something from storytelling you think about, plot and character, but you can start to think about it in terms of like virtue ethics of like truth, beauty, and goodness, but also like dimensions of integrity, discernment, love, respect, humility, diligence. Some of these experiences, you may be focusing on one of these different dimensions. And so virtue ethics has this kind of like continuum of from one polarity of the malefic and more of the sort of benefic aspect. And so starting to think about these character dimensions can be thought about when I think about meaningful XR and trying to really address these, then you may be focusing on one character trait. Like Collider was thinking about the difference between power and sort of your autonomy over that power, who has power over you. And there's also needs and feelings, which I think is like a core kind of motivation as we start to think about, character, plot, and what are the feelings and needs that they need. And you can also think about this in terms of like when you make these XR experiences, are you addressing some core need or addressing some core feeling? Okay, so that's the character. And finally, the story. There's a spectrum of story authorship. And so there's going to be, on the one end, authored narratives are going to have no agency or impact on the story. That's essentially like watching a film where you watch it. So there's nothing that you do when you watch a film. It's going to be the same film every time you watch it. And then you go to the generative narrative where your agency is actually changing how that story unfolds. And so you have the spectrum of authorship where on the Volbos and Klug had this whole storytelling spectrum where you go through this whole spectrum of different types of stories. And so as I go through, there's the 3-act structure, which is basically like, Aristotelian, you're just watching the kind of normal building and releasing of that tension of the narrative over time. Then you have interactive traditional stories where you start to have a little bit of agency, but that doesn't necessarily change anything significantly. It's kind of flavoring your experience, but you're not necessarily changing the plot or the story. But everyone sort of gets the same story beats, but you may have a specific kind of flavor that's unique to you. So you kind of have these light kind of branching that still converges at the end. And then you have the branching path stories where basically this is where you have to start to like spell out every sort of narrative path that's possible. That takes a lot of work to do that. And sometimes when people go through it, they didn't even know that they made any choices at all. And it's sort of like, it doesn't always necessarily mean it has a good narrative experience, but you could also have the potential where you're able to really finely tune and give people the experience exactly what they need, given this type of structure. And there's more open-ended stories where it's more of like a possibility space and open world that you're sort of interacting with. And then it's kind of to add a little bit more of that narrative, you have Facade where they have a drama manager. So based upon the actions that you've taken, they look at all the possible story beats that they could give you to give you the best story based upon the decisions that you made up to that point. So it's kind of trying to blend giving you agency, but also trying to dynamically give you the best story. And then finally, you have these kind of fully player-driven stories that as you are interacting with a possibility space, it's more of an open world at that point rather than, and it's more of a sandbox that the narrative tension becomes a little bit more difficult because at that point, it's more about your agency as you're exploring a world. And it's more about how are you able to kind of express your actions and your will the most rather than to telling a compelling story. So at this point, at this other end of the spectrum, it becomes difficult to really kind of shape a story that's as compelling. Okay, so that's the context, quality, character, and story. So these are the kind of equivalence classes that I look at and start to think about when I look at meaningful XR. What's it mean to have change or transformation? It's addressing each of these different things, each of these different dimensions. So let's look at the Impulse Impact Study briefly to kind of like unpack a little bit of how I start to look at what they did and start to see it through this experiential design lens. So Impulse it's a piece about ADHD. It's available. You should definitely check it out if you haven't seen it. And they use a lot of mixed reality. And it's basically an oral history storytelling because ADHD's got so many different expressions, and so they give you a little bit of a flavor of different people who have that, but they are putting you into these spatial contexts and also trying to recreate different aspects of overwhelm and trying to give you experientially an experience of ADHD through this experience. And so it's a really powerful piece. And so they had a whole kind of deep dive of the well, first, I have an unpublished interview with May Abdallah, and she told me that she wanted to be hands off and let them do the study, but they were asking her, well, what was your intention? And so you start to see some of the different intentions that she had with creating this. And, it's sort of an undifferentiated list. And so I'm going to show this list again with there's going to be a societal impact on outcomes, a proactive adaptations, empowerment and support. So how are they sort of taking action after they see this piece? And then there's the importance. So then there's all the different dimensions of their learning and the knowledge that come from it, the importance of diagnosis, the appreciation of condition, this condition severity, the societal and economic awareness. And also there's a relational component that sort of pulls in here as well in the next section. There's an experiential understanding of ADHD. You're having over time, you have a direct embodied experience of that, and also hopefully cultivating different aspects of compassion and self-compassion. And then there's the embodied experience of overwhelm and reflective space. So you can start to see, okay, this was their intention. And now when they actually did this study, one sort of data point is that a month after doing Impulse, over half the people who suspected they had ADHD symptoms had either seen a doctor or spoken to a counselor. So one thing I want to point out here is that this was a part of the study. So they were doing it before, right after, and they were asked, okay, we're going to follow up with you in a month, right? So they know they're on the hook to do something. So there's a bit of an accountability, even by the act of doing the study, that sort of observation may have also impacted that. So I just want to point that out because, people just do the experience. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to follow up with it. And so here are some of the different things that they found in terms of like, how can you start to support people who have ADHD? So encourage healthy habits and alternatives, respect boundaries and advice, create accountability systems and support systems, promote understanding at work, learn about ADHD, share helpful resources, talk openly about ADHD, avoid assuming or labeling. So just for context, these are things that were open-ended for how were the ways that they were supporting their friends. And so these are things that they were just qualitative reporting. And so I'm just sort of also putting it into this framework, but also support through awareness and empathy and provide a safe space to talk. Okay, and then finally, these were just sort of the some of the actual kind of conclusions that they had from the study. And you can take a picture and kind of read through everything here. But you can basically start to break down the different ways of like, did they have habit changes, behavior changes? And you can see there's so much about this piece was about learning and acquiring information and relating to other people, but also, cultivating a sense of empathy was a catalyst they saw. And then also trying to create a safe space for people. Okay, so I'm going to go through some other models of transformation or the transformation economy, mission-oriented change and co-creation. There's also some other models. Okay, so Pine and Gilmore have this kind of transformation economy where they have commodities, goods, services, and experiences and transformations. And so as you go up, it gets more customized, and as it goes down, it gets more commodification. But we all are familiar with goods and services, but they defined the experience economy in 1999 and said we're moving into the transformation economy, which people want to have meaningful, life-changing experiences that allow them to achieve their aspirations, which I think is a lot of what Meaningful XR is. So this lens of transformation economy has this preparation. So we think about onboarding, offboarding. So for Pine, he says you prepare, you have the experience, and then you reflect. And then there's a follow-up because transformation happens over time. It's lasting, it's changes that happen that are lasting. So you have to kind of follow up. So it's that follow-up part that is the part that doesn't necessarily already exist within the context of experiential design. So what Pine says is that all transformation is identity change, that aspirants desire to go from one thing to the next. So I aspire to be, whatever it is, healthy. And then Susie Ross says that identity is all the ways that you complete the statement, I am. So I am an aspiring philosopher, and I just recently gave my first professional philosophy talk. So that's sort of an example of like having an aspiration, but then kind of living into that. Now I can say, well, am I a professional philosopher yet? Well, not. Well, maybe I am because I'm getting paid for doing this kind of philosophical work, but it's this kind of idea of you can think about transformation in terms of what are the statements that you say I am and what do you aspire to? And so can these immersive experiences help you live into your aspirations? Marianne Mazzucato also has a mission-oriented framework, which is basically like these moonshots where you want to like have climate change. And so governments are starting to fund these different types of grand challenges, like the CIIIC, which I'll talk about here at the end, is trying to do these big things and kind of breaking up into that. And so you can say you want to have clean oceans. Well, here's all the different things you need to do that follow from that. And then finally, there's this media fragments, that just the idea that you have complete media objects, but you have fragments that are facilitating community development processes. So it could be that the whole purpose of your piece is to just facilitate a community development process. Okay, some other models for paradigm shifts. So there's Lessig's pathetic dot theory, which I think is really helpful to think about. Is this project trying to aim to change the culture? Are you trying to change a law, which is more of a policy thing? So at that level, you're trying to give the politicians to try to change something. And then there's the economic market dynamics, which is more of like, are you trying to create something that's going to change the market? And then there's technological architecture and code. For Lessig, there's a way in which that even the systems of technology that we have are shaping culture in a way that is very distinct. And so you can start to think about if you're creating some sort of aspect of the stack that is trying to change people's experiences. The Hegelian dialectic, which is essentially thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. So you can think about there's some proposition, someone has an opposite. And so there's this tension of how do you sort of transcend the limitations of one perspective and include the perspectives of the other perspective in order to synthesize those two. And so you can think about, polarization that we have a lot of in our society, and this kind of Hegelian dialectic, which is you're in one spot, here's an opposition. So can you start to catalyze that type of friction and paradigm shifts within the context of a piece that's really kind of introducing that antithesis for people to try to change someone's paradigm? Then there's Kuhn's paradigm shift, where there's the normal science, then you have the anomalies that are ignored, then you have the anomalies that are accepted, and then in order to have a paradigm shift, you have to have a theory that is both describing the new anomalies and existing data. So until you have that, then you have a paradigm shift. But you can be at different phases where you can have information like, oh, are there aliens and UFOs? If yes, then what's the new paradigm of the nature of reality? We don't know that because we don't actually have the clear evidence. So we're kind of in this spot where we don't know whether or not to accept that or not until we've got sort of clear evidence. And then even if we had clear evidence, it would be like, okay, what's the new paradigm to make sense of this data? We're not at the end of the paradigm shift because we're not at that point yet. Crossing the chasm in the mainstream, you can see the technological diffusion of how information as it gets out there is going through these different phases. You can start to map that out on an S-curve and seeing how sort of gets to different levels of market penetration, and then sort of going through and mapping that out to the early adopters, late majority laggards. And then there's Simon Wardley, who takes some of those concepts, but then props up to how there's an innovation from new ideas, custom bespoke enterprise models. It goes into kind of cross the chasm in the mainstream. You have a product, and then it sort of is mass ubiquitous. You can sort of see smartphones as a kind of going through this diffusion, and XR is still kind of in that custom built enterprise space. And he's got value mapping. So he basically maps the most valuable to the least valuable, and then starts to map out across those different phases. Like here's a tech stack, so you can start to understand the transformative nature of technology as it's moving. You have your different electricity is at the bottom, and the top is the thing that's the unique thing that you're providing to people. But this is another way of looking at value chains across those different kind of phases of evolution. And then process philosophy is just another kind of paradigm shift that I'm really into. And you can start to see that you're going from nouns to verbs, things to happenings, discrete individuality to active relations. So basically from the substance metaphysics into process relational philosophy is a big thing that this is another aspect that I'm really advocating for in terms of a deep underlying paradigm shift. And Grant Maxwell has a book called The Dynamics of Transformation that he's basically identifying each of these different kind of philosophical principles into this new paradigm. And then he's also did a whole book on integration and difference that is looking at this kind of Hegelian dialectic across 13 different philosophers. And that's in a book called Integration and Difference. And then finally, AI and friction, just some final thoughts. In my report for IFA Doc Lab, I decided that I couldn't talk about AI objectively. I had so much situated knowledge and perspective that I couldn't sort of talk about AI from a view from nowhere. I have a lot of strong opinions about it that you can dig into the report. But essentially, AICon is a really great, Emily Embender and Alex Hanna, where they're starting to kind of flesh out all the different ways in which that they are kind of deconstructing different aspects of AI hype. And then there's also this idea of friction, of how technology is trying to reduce all the friction in our lives. And actually, it's human beings that where we start to introduce that friction, and that we need to kind of embrace that friction, and also think about how the reduction of all that friction is actually destroying democracy and kind of backsliding and have this democratic backsliding into fascism. So we have these tech billionaires that are kind of removing the friction towards this kind of like authoritarian state. So we need to reintroduce friction. So how can friction revitalize civic society is a question that the CIIIC, which is the Creative Industries Impact Coalition, Creative Industries Immersive Impact Coalition in Netherlands, $250 million they're giving to artists to collaborate with researchers to figure out how can you start to revitalize civic society by having these type of immersive experiences with groups of people to kind of have these magic circle where you start to play with ways that you're engaging friction and revitalizing democracy. So that's some like exciting things that I see on the frontier. So yeah, that's what I talked about today: experiential and phenomenological framework, impactful study, transformation economy, mission-oriented change, co-creation, other models, paradigm shifts, and AI and friction. And yeah, that's all I have. So thank you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kent. We're going to have a moment for questions, a couple of questions after both keynotes. So you'll get a chance to chat with Kent in just a quick second. Like I said, Kent is going to bring the research. He's going to bring the receipts. And I love, Kent, thank you for bringing like some targets that we should be aiming toward, as well as the reminder that while this technology is constantly evolving, there's always something new. There's always, right, new crops of us joining the space, that many of these problems have been studied, researched, published, tested. You don't have to start from zero. Start from the shoulders of these great experts. Amazing. Now I get to introduce Caitlin Krause. And there's some things that you should know about her. I'm not going to begin to talk about her talk, just like I didn't talk about Kent's. Something that you should know is that Caitlin Krause doesn't just know your favorite thought leaders and authors, but she's probably in a book club with them. And on any given day, Caitlin is as likely to be at dinner with the godfather of XR as she is the godfather of skateboarding. As the author of Digital Wellbeing, she developed a Stanford course by the same name. And she's a storyteller, an experienced designer, an artist, a poet, an advisor, and an inspiration to some of the most notable innovators out there. TED, like the TED Talks, asked her to talk about how to do digital wellness before they had a TED Talk. Right? Possibly my biggest flex in this whole talk today is that Caitlin is a good friend and collaborator. Now to the official introduction. A globally recognized experienced designer, author, and keynote speaker, Caitlin Krause founded the interactive media studio and consultancy Mindwise and built the digital well-being program about well-being and technology at Stanford. She teaches at the University of Oregon, woot, and she has authored 6 celebrated books, including Designing Wonder, Mindful by Design, and most recently, Digital Wellbeing. Her drive is to help individuals and teams navigate complexity and change in the future of thriving, prioritizing well-being, collaboration, and creativity. Hey, everybody, this is Caitlin Krause.
Thank you so much. Wow. Yeah, what a fantastic introduction. I'm here arriving, and Donna has shared with me that there's someone at the University of Oregon that begins every talk with a poem. And so I brought one to start with, and it's new. When I was on Voices of VR as a guest on Kent's podcast, I had said I practiced something called the middle path. And you saw a lot of frameworks and a lot of continuums. And the middle path doesn't mean that it's wishy-washy. It means recognizing the polarities, weighing the difference. So this poem is about the middle path. And it's from a new book of poetry I've been working on that's called Poems of Root and Light. Middle path. It could be the dream state that gives us the deepest wisdom. I sense in my dreams I'm suspended between water and sky. Below these elements, earth rests in a balance. Deep inside the earth, molten lava, core potentials. Heavens above, gleaming with promise. I inhale. Inspiration, colors swirl like a planaria. The earth might be in a dream state. We are alive together. Remember. And this is an intention for today and for our time together. A poetic manifestation, quote, hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but it's the certainty that something makes sense regardless of the outcome. Václav Havel. We don't create out of something to prove, but out of something to discover a truth inside and out, outside in, about our hidden wholeness. See, we're all connected by our breath. We're breathers, like the whales, diving deep into the unknown and surfacing back, crossing thresholds. What does it mean to thresh, to be at the edge of something? Do we always need a comfort zone? Safety, yes. Dignity, yes. And we build from there. I see you. My freedom is not in opposition to yours. There's a mutuality coming. There's an emergence coming, new leadership forms, collective truths, co-sensing alongside the electrical impulses of the digital. And we are biological, human, sovereign, true. I see you. We are here in a potential for deeper awareness. Tell me what you've been through. We share struggles. We rise with eyes on the skies and notice the glow. There's an allure to beauty in this time, and the beauty of awe and recognizing each other. We are each addressing the loneliness crisis. I see it as a question of belonging, more spaces for dynamic belonging, reflection, and peace. And creativity and imagination could spring forth from that well. Let's be well, well-being. Let's dive in. So today, it's a privilege to be speaking here. And I wanted to begin and infuse this talk with a lot of play and a lot of invitation for everything I say for you to express and think about your own experiences as part of this. So some people will say to me, because I work with digital well-being, isn't that an oxymoron? Don't they clash? You know, is it possible to have both the digital and something that helps you feel more human? And I know that as creators, a lot of us are at the edges and really creating something that does help people feel more human. I'm working at the intersection of XR and digital well-being, wonder, emotional intelligence, and meaningful human connection. So a lot of what I'm posing today is about questions beyond efficiency and optimization. You know, it's not about being more entertained, but how do we actually feel more human in the center of something that has a goal called meaningful XR. So today, I come with a context as a creator and a curiosity-driven person. A lot of what I've been doing over the past 2 decades has been working and building. I have a background as a programmer. I started building in immersive worlds over a decade ago because it seemed like a place where you could practice that connection. And then the whole time I was storytelling and cataloging and infusing some of the most recent research. So I had to put it out in books because I love that type of writing that becomes a tool for conversation. So about 10 years ago, I started to write Mindful by Design because I'd been teaching, and you'll see some slides. I was teaching in middle school and high school classrooms, and I'd have people tell me, well, I don't have time for anything like mindfulness. And I was thinking, well, mindfulness and design and storytelling, they're at the core of humans feeling belonging in a group. So for me, it wasn't about a formal meditation practice as much as those invitations to infuse it into our design principles. And so this book came out first, and then I started realizing the line was the emotions of awe and wonder. And every time I'm curious about something, I decide to investigate and write about it. So Designing Wonder came out right before the pandemic. And then when the book launch was happening, we all got together. And if you could see the other avatars, you might feel a pang, some kind of nostalgia, because this was all space. And it was great because I modeled the Cascade Mountains as the background and everybody was together. And, there's a lot to be said for meaningful connection. It can happen in physicality, it can happen in digital. So some of what I'll talk about today is us grounding with our intention and aligning that with our attention principles. Digital Wellbeing is the most recent nonfiction book. I also write fiction and poetry. Digital Wellbeing came out in late 2024, and it's been an ongoing dynamic tool for people to really think more intentionally about how they are creating space for well-being in digital worlds, and also beyond it in our physical digital interactions, how we can feel more connection, source more meaning, and back to that word transformation, trans across, how we can get both across different boundaries and how we might co-elevate. So, I've been listening to Joe Pine and that podcast and really thinking about that word transformation. Designing Wonder is about transformative experiences in virtual reality. I think we all want to cross certain boundaries right now. So it's really important to think about this field level question. I came into this knowing that one of the questions was going to be, are we changing things with what we create? I always frame it as a how question. That comes from Ellen Langer at Harvard, has said, every time you ask yourself, can I or am I, it could turn into a mindfulness question of how could we change things with what we're creating? And my open question is, underneath that question, what conditions are allowing meaningful change to happen? Allowing from a point of both enabling and, what could be happening inside of us and around us in the cultures that we're creating that would really enable that meaningful change to take root and grow. So right now there's a lot at stake. I'm celebrating the gravity of this moment and also infusing it with some levity over the dynamic 2 days we're about to have. So we're moving from what I see as immersion to consequence. And I've looked across this program coming up, I see a field that's asking, what does XR do for perception, for emotion, for identity, for terms like privacy and action, learning, access, care, public spaces, AI, and collective life. So meaning and transformation are not buzzwords. Today, as we talk about it, we'll be talking about environmental visualizations and wildfire sense making, emotionally aware VR, how people analyze motion, how they use that data, educational XR, empathy, avatars, accessibility. These are beyond buzzwords, but all of this is in the 2 days of programming together. So in approaching some of these topics like a curious animal, I've been thinking about meaningful XR in these 5 areas because it's not a novelty field anymore. We're in a consequence field where what we're building can have deep impact. The question is not only can we immerse people, it's actually what does immersion make possible? What does it ask of us? We extend the same signals through AR wearables for human connection. We have face tracking and privacy, telehealth trust, co-embodiment, algorithm visibility, and AI augmented creative practices. So I'm asking all these questions for myself, and still I'm building things like virtual moon gardens where people can relax. So it's always for me this balance. There's a great writer I love named Orhan Pamuk. He's Turkish and he's written different books like Snow. He has a nonfiction called The Naive and Sentimental Novelist. And if you don't know it, I love this book. He says, we vacillate sometimes as creators. Do you ever do this? You're thinking about the analysis of your code and how it's working and everything. And that's being very sentimental because you might be attached to it. To drop into a wonder state, you usually have to let go of that analysis and just be there and be present and appreciate it. So I understand if you feel like that, because as a creator, I constantly remind myself to let go and let it flow. And VR is probably one of the worlds that, or one of the mediums that attracted me because it lets me do that. It lets me fully immerse and let my body go. And that's what I designed for. I designed for wonder. And in different spaces, an interesting duality is that this year I saw the aurora borealis for the first time in body, in physical body, but I felt like I had really experienced it for a decade because I'd been building in VR for a while. I'm not sure why that popped up, but it was meant to be. So makes me smile. Yeah. So this is in an environment in Engage where I built a space along with Chris Madsen, and we invited people to come and experience for the winter solstice and had a poetry share from around the world. And it's just a really nice example of how people could connect. Dacher Keltner does research at Berkeley about awe, and he's noticed that it's about lifting us up out of the everyday sameness of life. What are opportunities to give us surprise and delight, more meaning making, and less ego? So how do we get into more of this collaborative, curious mindset? And for me, some of those metrics, if we look at metrics of transformation about how do we measure? For me, it's deeper than measuring the number of people who show up. It's about the quality of what could have changed inside and out in that experience. So in the design, in attending to seeing ourselves and seeing others as welcome and belonging, this sounds very simple, but it's intentional about attention shifts, about giving people spaces to have safety and transformation, which involves a lot of trust. So in the background, as I'm building and prioritizing wonder, I'm thinking about some of these questions. John O'Donohue, a poet, has said, when our eyes are graced with wonder, the world reveals its wonders to us. So how do we drop in to that state where we can be at a threshold? To thresh the grain used to be to separate it, and there needs to be, in my mind, some opening for new meanings, agency, and connection to become possible. In my work, I've discovered that wonder can be an invitation and an entry point to people opening up a little bit and having more agency. And suddenly, when you discover wonder as an emotion that you can access as a builder, then your emotional and physical muscles start becoming more flexible and open. So I'm going to talk about that today, a little bit of sense making, not as the abstract, but the frameworks underneath that would make it possible. Not a nice to have, but something that could be the most powerful emotion. Dacher Keltner has told me, by the way, that wonder and awe fires on a spectrum of emotion opposite to anger in equal amplitude. And when you feel it, you still feel the after effects for about 2 weeks on average. So even if the firing of that impulse is short, it has a chance to really change the body and mind state. In my work researching wonder, I isolated 5 different facets that are associated with feeling an emotion like wonder. So these facets are really inroads, and they can be design principles where we use them in different ways. Intentional attention, for example, can be like looking at the sky and wondering why it's blue. It's usually kind of that childlike state of being curious about something and wanting to find out more. Wonder beyond the self is an engagement of empathy. So wondering what someone else's view is beyond our perspective. All of these states, by the way, require an openness and a curiosity And the prerequisite is usually for the human body to feel safe. If you don't have a base of safety, it's hard to go into these states. Surfing wonder is connected to hypnagogia. So if people are wondering about these liminal states of awe, that would fall under the category of research that I call surfing wonder, because you're just riding the ride along with the discoveries underway. The overview effect is an example of wonder that astronauts have said that they feel. It's gaining a new perspective from that shifting. You can induce that in VR in many different ways. You can go to outer space. You can also play with making something very small or very big. Wonder of the Gestalt is something that I am still digging into because I sense it all the time. And it's that huge, magnificent state where you just feel as if everything is connected and there's an even deeper sense of belonging. You appreciate the whole as more than its parts. And maybe we'll have a little bit of that here. I already feel it. It feels like you've been there. So some of my access to wonder in different experiences and exercises, I would call it sometimes the opportunity to see things with fresh eyes. Like if you say today, well, I'd like to have a moment accessing wonder, pretend you've dropped off a spaceship and you've never seen things before. How would you explain them? Yeah, because it's about not being attached to the narrative. It's about discovering it along the way. The key is that you, in the alien report, usually have to translate back to English if you want someone else to understand, or whatever your native language is. I've done this with kids before, and the question always comes like, could I communicate like, and I'm like, yeah, you could in your alien report. You could always do that. This was my favorite view at the Mercedes-Benz Museum because I thought the ceiling was more exciting than the cars. When you start to discover your own wonder access, you might just start mind wandering and wandering, because your greatest discoveries might happen when you're looking down or looking up or just letting yourself play. Seymour Papert had said projects, passion, peers, and play should drive all of our learning design and our life design. And we need to make space sometimes to dedicate ourselves to mind wondering and wandering around. Tim Brown has said once a day, deeply observe the ordinary. I mention all of this because some people think accessing wonder is about the fireworks and the big moments. And its opportunity comes up everywhere if you're deeply observing and attending. And what we tend to come up with or find out is that our body needs some space between the notes. We're rushing point to point, that sometimes the wonder is right there with us, but we haven't slowed down to notice. So moving on to the matrices and some of the experience design underneath. I've been thinking about intention and attention as mentioned, and saying for a long time that when we could align them, that would be a better structure for both meaningful XR and for life design. If you align your intention with your attention, then your digital habits become more synchronized with your wishes and your well-being and your flourishing. So the intention and attention matrix is something that explains, I put this together to explain what I see as both the attention problem. We have a problem right now with attention becoming overwhelming. It happened with social media, and a lot now is happening with AI. Some people have called the attention problem turning into an attachment problem, and I agree. But if we have our meaningful intention aligned with chosen attention, then we have the chance for mindful engagement and purposeful creation. So this future of literacies and digital citizenship involves both designers and builders and larger companies being responsible for their practices and their algorithms. Anything that would fall into the other quadrants have different elements of either addictive design or superficiality or the endless scrolling and passive consumption. And I'll have people come to me feeling a lot of guilt and shame, saying, I feel like I'm getting addicted. It's not a good relationship I have with digital devices. And I'm saying to them, that's by design. Let's take away the shame and think about ourselves both as consumers and creators What are we prioritizing in that intention attention stack? And there's so many opportunities in various AR and VR experiences to have better attention and to feel in community with other people. So we can feel beyond ourselves. This is an example of a mirroring exercise inside of VR. So the opportunities emerge. What are your principled priorities? These are some of mine. When I have those as my priorities, it changes the whole game of the way that I'm designing and creating. I'm bringing up a lot of my frameworks underneath because they're part of the design that makes all of this possible. I've been saying that tech is a layer stack. Our human body, our physicality is at the core, and everything that we're layering on, it's beautiful speaking right now because we have the context of the talk that came before to really couple with this. I think about layers of experience. So these are meant to be layers on top of our body and self that we invite meaningfully, that could allow us to let go of that individual attachment and be part of more community and collective. Because the more that you have embodied experiences that allow you to take other people's signals and their ideas and share stories, then the more you can layer and start to let go of fear or concern or individual lack of trust and move into more lasting and widespread change as communities and collectives. So a lot of this model, which is also in digital well-being, is based on things like Bronfenbrenner's model of rings of responsibility, looking back at how communities can enable change and be responsible with each other for collective trust and belonging. It's really layered on having basis for emotional engagement and meaningful story sharing and having the context that would let you see from a larger perspective than one individual. And I'm excited to talk about this more today. I put a lot of these theories into practice. As I said, I was teaching middle school. This is a picture of one of my classrooms in Switzerland where we would get together, and we happened to be up the hill from the Lindt chocolate factory. So when the windows were open, it was amazing if you like chocolate. And, you know, and in these experiences with people of all ages, you end up finding out that people have a lot to express and share. And sometimes, you know, like I said, we're creators in all kinds of sizes and ages and bigger bodies, and we still want to be like kids and discover. This is some research about social connection, the vital components. It came out of the Office of the Surgeon General. And, you know, thinking about all these priorities lets us create these opportunities. It is time for that connection inside and out. This is one of the workshops that I led with a Disney animator where we were talking about not going beyond our creative artistic impulse, but how we can let that infuse into the work that we create. And this was on World Mental Health Day, gathering on Zoom, and then going into a co-shared space. So as we talk about principles for onboarding and engagement, a lot of times people just need someone to play the role of a mentor and invite them in as a hero to experience something new. So we went into a web platform, co-shared space, and then had another jump into an immersive world where we were practicing and engaging and sharing together in different ways. So these design sensibilities start to play out in the way that we engage together and how you enable someone. This was a variation on the moth. If you've ever been to the moth, it's like standing on a carpet, sharing a story, having an audience listening. Yeah, they start to become ways to both play with design, but have that intention underneath. Part of my work is asking people all over the world, what would it take to build a better world? These are responses that came back from all over about what people love. I like that several people wrote surfing, which is interesting to me. Yeah. So in addition, it's kind of like, what are we paying attention to becomes what we consume. How can we pay attention to things that are meaningful to us? And again, not to be naive, but to be so open that we're willing to dream of something that is different, than what came before. I find it so fascinating, and I don't take it for granted that the elements have come up today, because I realized my frameworks for building culture start with dignity, and dignity is the ground. So how do we start with dignity for ourselves, dignity for others? That would be the earth. I see it as moving into the water sign of freedom, because then you have the freedom to express and create, whether someone's coming into your classroom or in collaboration with you. That freedom to create then leads to the embodiment of invention. How would you come up with great ideas and new inventions and creations, which is the air sign, if you didn't have the dignity of the ground and the freedom of the water? And then with those creations, they take shape in the world in what would be connected with the fire sign of agency. And once we have agency, we want to cycle back and give that to somebody else and pass it on. So it's this empowerment cycle that really works together. So in these design systems that I've gone through today to show you some of the back end of how I look at building and how I look at prioritizing wonder, you know, big intention for world change, because we could really look at these values and levers and use them to empower our creations as designers, our worlds as leaders, what we're empowering for other people. So it's not separated, it's in community that all of this works together. Discovery 2 would be that our culture needs new ways of placemaking with play in action. You know, why so serious? 5 facets of wonder, this flow, it becomes part of our AI innovation with that resonance that does not leave out love. I'm building a sensory spatial sound garden. I have a demo for people to experience today if you'd like to. So just come up to me, because I've been thinking a lot about how everything is based on experiences. And so it puts the digital well-being book into action in a motion garden where you can experience and play. And it's just at the stage to be ready to have some people engage with it. And this is the perfect community to do that. So please come up to me if you would like to see it and experience it firsthand, because there's nothing like having an experience. Discovery 3 is that we're not alone. It's time for a modern hero's journey. I've heard a lot about Joseph Campbell. I love models that play with the idea of a hero on a journey. It's more about the collective right now in the community. Maybe it always has been. It's the group. So resilience is truly measured by a system and not an individual alone. And I put in Wu Wei at the end because we're approaching summer, and maybe part of the doing should be about non-doing. So if you want to talk about non-doing, that's one of my passions. Everybody in classes with me, we create a collective campfire and communities with me. This picture was up when I was teaching last fall at University of Oregon, because it was remote and we were talking about how we all connect around a collective campfire. So that is what I believe and live for, that the smartest person in the room is the room. And I really think there's a lot to share and drop into experiences together. So just bring up, these were the themes of today that I brought to the table, to the campfire to offer, and thinking about my vocation and work really being at that point where it is my joy and wonder meeting a world's need. So inspiring everybody here to be together in that joy. I'm going to close with a poem, and that's going to be the release into our dialogue together and some questions. Yeah, just want to share today that it is a moment of grace and wonder to be in a community so inspiring as a collective. So this poem is in honor of Wu Wei and space for stillness in between the notes. It's called In Stillness, Root and Light. I sit in stillness. Sun warms the crown of my head. Inside a leaf, chlorophyll drinks the same light. It splits water, releases oxygen into the air we inhale. Photosynthesis feels like a prayer. Incantations from the leaves that draw inspiration, oxygen born of light water, offerings from what is both rooted and reaching. Green tendrils hold the sun as I hold the breath. Their chlorophyll centers on magnesium and ours on iron. Two rings, two metals built to pass the electrons, and life moves in loops. Roots pull water from deep soil anchored in the shadows, and the leaves stretch skyward, turning the light into sugar, into substance. All day, the trees are breathing in the carbon and exhaling what I need. Sometimes I wonder, though, if I could just grow quieter inside and draw some strength from the deep, dark soil, reach with my soft certainty toward the light and hold still through the seasons, exchange the breath without noise, and become one leaf in a giant canopy. At dusk, I can feel them listening, the trees, their cambion whispering in a language older than words, chlorophyll dreaming in the dark, the roots threading secrets through stone. And in the stillness, we almost remember being one of them. Thank you.
Can we get a time check? Perfect. So we should probably just give a rousing.
We could do like a question for each, maybe.
Okay, so we got 2 questions. I just want to thank Kent and Caitlin for 2 talks that was so much about meaning and story and connection and community and a little bit about XR. And if you're asking me about the state of this industry, that to me is a huge win. And that's, even though there's so much I want to add in, 2 questions. Anybody got a question for Kent and Caitlin? And I'll run a mic over to you. Hands up, anybody? For real? Okay. So if nobody's got a question, here we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think I have a silly question to ask.
That's the best.
I appreciate it. Thank you both. It's such an honor to be here and hear you guys talk, or hear you talk. And my question is, I come from the gaming circles where we have gamification and leaderboards and time trials, and I am sort of the black sheep in that circle. I guess the question is, how do we lower the barrier for these communities to see that there are experiences beyond their own mindsets? And I don't know. There's like this barrier that I see, and I'm not sure how to tackle it or approach it. And I was wondering if you had any insight on how I can personally maybe get other people involved in this meaningful change.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My thought on that is that, any project you create is going to have a center of gravity. And so depending on where that center of gravity is going to dictate the design process. And so if you're a game, you're going to be focusing first and foremost on the agency. You're going to have rapid iterations, you have user testing. And so what I see is that experiences usually have a center of gravity. So if they're not in that center of gravity, then they're going to be adding in the interaction to people to serve the story, as an example, or to serve the community development process or the interaction. And so, or to serve the level of feeling more immersed in your body into the experience, where you have light interactions that get you even more into your body. And so I think there's a bit of the rapid iteration sort of process, and then there's a kind of pre-production, production, post-production that you get from both architecture and film. That is a different design process. And so what I see is that all of XR is having to adapt to blend these two together. So I guess the provocation I'd say is like, how do you as a game designer start to think about the story and narrative in a way that's also kind of fusing that in, so that it's not just around the gamification of things, but it's also, by the end of it, feeling like it's driving emotions in a way that feels like it's going to have that lasting impact. And so I think it's more of like all of those design disciplines are in effect, and you have to ask yourself, what's your center of gravity, which is where you start. Then you start to build around that and start to layer in all these other kind of design disciplines and aspects of embodiment, the story, and different emergent social dynamics that I think is also a big part of how can you use XR to create these sort of like unique social experiences that go beyond what you can do when you're home alone.
Yeah, this brings up a good point. This is testing 1, 2, 3. So I was thinking about this as a group. We were talking yesterday about how some of this is down to language, and the language is different in different systems, but kind of means the same. So looking at opportunities maybe to have a codex on your own of the gaming languages and then the analogs, and see how you could create bridges. And I'll give you an example. At GDC, I was talking with that game company, and they have a game, and you're not, yeah. So Sky, the Sky experience, they ended up at GDC having a bunch of meditation cushions, and then had an experience where it was spatially projected against the walls and there was live music. And so sometimes you think, well, these worlds are so separate, and we're not, they're not anybody there that's prioritizing what I am. But chances are, as you're more vocal about your interests, there are people there, and it's bigger than a niche concern about why are we doing this? Why are we playing these games in the first place? I've been very motivated to have my intentions supporting initiatives like suicide prevention is one of my big initiatives. And I ended up talking with people at that game company. They had the same intention underneath building. Now they're doing pop-up concerts around the world where they take some of the music from the game, bring people together. So how do we see some of these convergences as opportunities for more lifetime human engagement, and having ways that it's, again, like that middle path, it's a threshold. And also in the spectrum, sometimes people think gaming has to be isolated in body on a console, but there are all kinds of ways to converge and to have people both playing in groups. It depends, form fits function, but I would say the language connection, and also finding like minds at these gatherings, because they are there and things are changing.
Thank you both.
Yeah, there's one more. Can we take one more?
I'm gonna look. It seems like we're pretty.
How quick is the questions?
Okay, awesome. One last for Erin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This was great. It's such a nice combination between the two of you. I'd love to know a little bit about y'all's perspective on time. I didn't hear as much of you guys talking about that. And I think when we think about time, especially because when we think about meaningful XR, from well-being, it takes time. From these liminal spaces, it takes time. Just a few thoughts.
Yeah, there's a podcast that says time, why, explain, what is the nature of time? Yeah, I see time as like Kairos time and Chronos time. So there's time that's unfolding of the actual thing that is unfolding, but there's also the Kairos, the quality of that moment. So there's the kind of the measurement of the time, but also there's the experience of time. And so I didn't get into here, but I see that there's in the quadrivium, there's numbers, which is like more of the air element. That's mathematics. Numbers in space, that's geometry, that's sort of the architecture. Numbers in time is music. And so that's the harmonics and the ways that it's unfolding over time. And then numbers in space and time is like astronomy. That's the kind of agency. And so there's ways that you can look at experiential design in terms of like, well, for Whitehead, he has an event ontology. So he's saying the ultimate nature of reality is time. And so moving away from substance into a process relational orientation is an event ontology. So you start to think about things as unfolding processes. And so it's and the structure of that is mereology, which means it's processes within processes within processes. So we live in the Big Bang, we live on the earth, we live in our life. And so all of life are unfolding processes. And so at the core is time. So you start to think about how do you start to modulate someone's experience over time. So I mean, have a lot more thoughts on the nature of time, but that's just sort of like a quick.
You alluded to a lot that I would have shared in the connection and the philosophy of time. So I would say both and yes, and I'm so glad, because also for me, I go into liminal states where time is not really relevant in terms of a quality of wonder. You have to be, well, one of the conditions is that you are loosely attached and time is unfolding and you're experiencing it so much in the moment, that needs a buffer and a condition. So when you're designing and living day to day, you have to almost surrender to it, but play the game of buffering and enabling. And there are all kinds of ways in design principles when you're creating space for other people to feel connected in time, you're leading them in a way where they can sense that trust to be able to let go and surrender an attachment to time. And if someone's in a moment and they're having an experience, what I find is truly important is to have pre and post where there is space, and the space could be quiet. And so it sounds so simple, but sometimes we do rush from point to point, and having those moments between for stillness is what people require as humans for integration. And we think we can multitask, but so far evidence has shown the only thing we can do is play music at the same time and be able to think through something. So really simple, but great question. I love it. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, another hand for Caitlin Cross and Kent By, everybody.
And thank you, Nathan, for moderating. Everyone, we're doing pretty good on time. Speaking of time, we are a little about 5 minutes off. So what I'd say is take 5 minutes, stretch your legs, use the bathroom, all that sort of stuff, and come back. If you're in the next panel, please come on up. And of course, thanks again to our speakers. We're going to have time to speak with them at lunch and obviously during demos and posters. So, try to catch them and ask more questions because I know there's plenty to have. So thanks and see you in 5.
Your work, they must have matched us because so much cool stuff that we're doing. Yeah, I'm really, really excited about the project. And I did some work and I was like, I wish I could make that Zoom call and we could meet before, but
I'm so sorry. The show must go on. If I could interrupt, I'm so sorry. This feels rude, and yet it's for the greater good. And as Caitlin told us, we should focus on the collective and our connectedness,
especially in this community. So we are going to move forward here. While you are finding your way to your seats and you're trying politely to end your conversation despite my rude interruption, I will remind everyone that we changed the schedule a little bit and that we have an outing this evening. It's informal. Wow. Either people left or they're still bio breaking, but hopefully they'll be back soon. Informal outing. So the conference ends around 6:30 after the reception. Then there's about an hour of downtime, and then we have an informal meetup in downtown Portland at a place called Hey Love. Is that right, Max?
Hey, love.
Hey Love. They've got plants indoors and drinks and food. I'll remind you of that again later. But without further ado, I'm very pleased to introduce Tanya Aitamurto. I hope I said that right.
Yes,
and someone I've known for a very long time in the field of XR, most of my career, in fact, since I was a PhD student. And we're going to go for about 10 minutes on each of these talks with one question in between during transitions, and then a little bit of time at the end for a couple more questions to the full panel. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Tanya.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And it's so exciting to be here. And I participated in the MXR conference last year at in UC Davis, and I was so impressed by the conference and the feeling of community. And now it's even exponential from that. So things are really moving forward fast. And at this point, I would like to take a moment to thank our wonderful organizers, Robbie, Max, Danielle, everybody else who has been pulling this wonderful event together. We all know that it's a heavy pull. They have been working long evenings and early mornings. So let's give a round of applause to our wonderful organizers. Thank you so much. We appreciate your work. And with this, let's move on to the topic of today, which is examining credibility and presence in environmental AR. And this work we did in my lab, Media and Democracy Lab at USC, where I get to work with wonderful students like Neil, Kendall, Michelle, also Yu Yang, that you will hear more from today. And in this particular topic, what we were interested in was to focus on environmental issues in Chicago, which has a long history in this heavily polluted industrial city. And this project is situated in a larger goal in our lab, where we want to learn how we can use AR to inform and engage the public about environmental issues in as meaningful way as possible. And we did this project in a little bit different way. We wanted to move away from the lab-based paradigm. So we worked with the environmental injustice organizations in the city of Chicago. We involved multiple community partners and members in the human-centered design process when we were planning and designing the AR visual that we used in the study. And we zoomed into an environmental issue which is located in the middle of the city of Chicago. So there's a place called Sims Metal Facility. It's a metal recycling facility in Pilsen, right in the smack of the city. And it's very close to multiple community places. And there's a big debate around it whether the industrial facility should still be there, because there's more concerns about environmental pollution and then the implications of that to people's health. So we knew we learned during this process that this is a concern of people who live in the area. And so we did multiple rounds of iterations, user testing with community members and other people to have as important and meaningful experience to be designed with the people. And then we focused, only after all this happened, we started to focus on the research angle of it, where we wanted to learn more about credibility, users' perceptions of credibility and presence, which are very widely studied topics in MXR, as we know. And we have studied this in our experimental setups previously. But we have always left with the question of that, what is it that really shapes credibility? And how could we study this in a different way, both credibility and presence, not only with experimental setups? So we brought in the notion of visual semiotics. And apart from this important picture, my cat, there's some other important aspects in this information. So, but first I want to ask how many of you are familiar with this theory, very old theory of visual semiotics? Like 2 or 3 people, 5 people. Okay, so just a quick primer. So we have 3 types of signs. We have icons. We know this is like a photorealistic picture of my beautiful cat. Then we have indices. So my cat walked in the Midwest snow. So we see pictures of his beautiful footprints. So that's an implied sign of an event that happened. And then we have a symbol of the word cat, 3 letters. It's a symbol, it's a conventional agreement that it refers to a cat. So we use this theory then to study the notion of how do people interpret the notion of credibility in this AR visual that we developed. And we operationalized these different signs, icons, indices, and symbols in different semiotic categories. So you can think of, we had 3D model of the metal shredder. So that's clearly pretty iconic because it's photorealistic. Then we had a combination of iconic and symbolic visual representations, satellite images with pins, these pins on the map. Those are symbolic. It's conventional agreement that it highlights a place, location on the map. So then we went on to 2 research questions. How does users' interpretation of iconic, indexical, and symbolic elements in these AR visuals shape perceived credibility? So we're interested in the interaction, the negotiation between these semiotic modes. And the other research question I'm going to pass because in the interest of time. So we interviewed 45 participants and came to some really interesting findings that really address the question and the wonder and the curiosity that motivated this research to kind of fill in the gaps that we haven't found been able to address in our experimental designs. So first of all, we found out that credibility is relational rather than attributional, and I will explain what that means. So we saw that credibility, it's a dynamic property. It's not a fixed, solid entity. We also noticed that there are semiotic relationships between these 3 different semiotic modes that then shape the credibility perceptions and also presence. And we identified 2 paradoxes that shape these credibility perceptions. And the first paradox, so it states that the lack of iconicity, so lack of photorealism, it can both enhance and compromise perceived credibility. And what this means in practice is that you can have the same visual representation, for instance, the 3D model of the shredder. So the users identified, oh, there is lack of iconicity. It's not as photorealistic as it should be or could be. It's not perfect. There's raw textures, there's dirt, there's unfinished rendering, there's polygons missing, whatever. So on the one side of this paradox, the users saw it as authenticity marker. So it's imperfect, but that's why it's more authentic. For instance, this user said, yes, like the rawness of it, the visual feeds into the authenticity of it. It makes you think that, yeah, it's probably real. So it's quite the opposite that we would have thought. Okay, I'm running out of time. And then on the other side of this paradox, we saw that in other interpretation model, the credibility was undermined because of the same visual properties. So we can conclude here that the same visual quality, you can have different credibility judgments depending on interpretive frame. So I'm gonna speed through to the other important finding, which we call transfer credibility. So we saw that credibility is a dynamic property, and it can transfer through the interpretation process. So for instance, one user says here, so first I see the photos and then I see the exact same thing, but as a 3D model. So it's like, I know that this 3D model represents reality because I just saw the model. So we start from the iconic, indexical, symbolic, indexical, iconic elements, and we moved to the visualization. And that's how the credibility, it can be established in the beginning, and then it transfers over the visualization. So again, the credibility, it's not a fixed property. Okay, so I'm gonna then 2 final points. So we started from this traditional paradigm that we assume that there's oftentimes a linear relationship between visual fidelity and perceived credibility. So we think that the assumption is that more realistic representations should generate stronger credibility judgments. So now we are proposing that perhaps we could start to develop a new explanatory framework in which we can see that credibility can emerge from relationships between multiple semiotic modes. And in that sense, credibility is dynamic and it can transfer, and we acknowledge it. And then another important takeaway for this audience here is about measuring credibility in XR. So currently, like I do in my experimental studies, we have global measures, validated scales to measure credibility or any other dependent variable across semiotic modes. But then we miss the dynamic semiotic mode and scene level variation that might be there, that we saw in this study, this exploratory study. So the question that I want to leave you with is that, should we, instead of these global measures, have scene level credibility assessments that capture these interpretive processes? And also, should we develop validated measures for semiotic modes? With this, thank you so much. I hope I didn't take too much time.
Thank you so much, Tanya. As we transition, a question for Tanya. In this transition moment, I will also warn you that we will get these quick ones in between, so try to prime yourself. I like to be the first one to raise my hand, but all right, go ahead, please.
Thank you first, because should I wait for a mic?
You're good.
Thank you first, because I'm also struggling with like photorealism and volumetric videos. This is helpful to give language. How did your partners and clients, how are you able to talk with them about kind of that photorealism as might be an expectation, but then that credibility is still maintained if we're setting it up correctly within our experience designs?
So I'm not sure I fully captured what the question is, but so in this study, so we did interviews with the users. So we had the luxury of asking follow-up questions if that was, and I'm happy to talk more about all these details because this is a project of a passion at this point. So we asked follow-up questions when they said that, yeah, I don't see this as authentic, or I don't believe this, or whatever they said, that then implied triggered follow-up questions about, so why is that, until we get to the root cause of it. Or if they said, like I showed some of the quotes here that, oh yeah, some participants, oh yeah, of course I believe this because you showed this is all, they don't use the words, of course, in you know, that in the qualitative paradigm, so you don't ask about photorealistic, like you don't necessarily ask questions directly about how does it affect your perception about credibility, because this is photorealistic or not, and that would be a very priming question. But then you have to infer in the interpretation process, which I'm sure your advisor is advising you, or if you're doing the work with that advisor too. But I'm happy to talk more about that. Thank you.
Sorry for the rushed question.
Yes, okay.
Great, thank you so much. Passing it on to Samir, please.
Hello? Yeah? Hey, cool. Hello, everyone. My name is Samir Ghosh. I'm a PhD candidate at UC Santa Cruz, and I'm delighted to present this work, Designing Shared Virtual Reality Sense-Making Tools for Wildfire Mitigation, on behalf of my co-authors, Marian Gaji, she's online, Charles Lesser, Younglan Wang, Paulo Loroso, Kenny Soga, Joshua McWay-Schultz, and Catherine Isbister. Just use this. Due to climate change, North America is predicted to incur wildfires at greater frequency and acreage. These calamitous events are devastating and pose a danger to personal property, civil infrastructure, and lives. Adaptation and resilience involve sense making around complex spatial data sets, yet our existing scientific tools are on 2D screens. For example, civil engineering researchers use this 2D speed-coded roadmap to simulate traffic of like egress and ingress of wildfire fighting resources and people like leaving their homes with complex 3D world parameters. So the promise of social VR is that we can go beyond there. We could transcend the limits of in-person co-located traditional ways of working or have superpowers in XR that we couldn't have in person. And there's also research that shows that there's an addressable gap between state-of-the-art social VR applications and the collaboration needs of scientific teams, in particular, a lack of specialized features. So our approach in our research project is how could collaborative XR support the scientific sense-making process? We can generate actionable knowledge by designing and building through research through design. So we have our lab has an existing relationship with the SOGA Research Group, a civil engineering group researching climate change mitigation topics at UC Berkeley. And we iterated with them on building this XR prototype where we increased the fidelity of the data in the XR prototype with their wildfire simulations. And every time we did so, we had specific granular insights into how the sense-making process for these scientists work in XR. So our phases, we first did a need finding phase. And on the right, I show kind of the interviews and the data that came out. We first had interviews, then we did preliminary interface designs with mockups in my favorite XR app, Shapes XR. I'm not sponsored, but anyways, we had a think aloud session and some interviews. And then we did 2 iterations of a WebXR multi-user prototype. And we had interviews, think aloud sessions, recordings of XR interactions, and proxemics and telemetry. So a quick aside, we used WebXR, and this means that our prototype can be accessible from a variety of devices. So through this process, it was super useful. We could hit it in AVP, MetaQuest, phones, desktops, and it really helped with accessibility and cyber sickness concerns. So like huge proponent, and I'll have some demos tomorrow in this WebXR platform. The need finding interviews we did were 1 hour, either with an individual or a team, and questions were carefully chosen to surface the possibilities around spatial data sets, communication needs, challenges and opportunities for improvement, and kind of the pain points with their existing tools. We interviewed 3 teams. The first team was computational geomechanics, looking at like landslides and dam failures. The second team was looking at net zero infrastructure planning, how you could create buildings and civil infrastructure that could make the net consumption of resources zero in an area. And then the third team, which we ended up going with because the fidelity of their data was the strongest and most suitable for XR, was this wildfire evacuation team looking at traffic simulations. And throughout the needs that I'll talk about were common through these domains. So the main topic was we interviewed 2 PhD students who researched the traffic of wildfire evacuations. They identified bottlenecks or traffic jams and consider how to improve civil infrastructure so people can leave and firefighting resources can enter an area. And the types of spatial data they had were maps, but these can also be 3D because they're topographic. So they look at elevation and grading and terrain type as well as just like roadways. They have agents, which are vehicles. They have links, which are roadways, and they also go into immersive 360 and street view photos because they look at the real world conditions of an area, such as parked cars or foliage types, or like real realities of the condition of a road in an area. So they use these, all of these types of data in order to simulate and bring these things to stakeholders in a community or like government officials and such. It's very like cross-disciplinary effort when they operate. And here are the needs. So they need to navigate between multiple types of spatial data, navigate between various geographic scales, such as a small area or something really large, navigate various time steps and durations of a simulation, to identify and annotate spatial data, and a couple interesting ones about expertise. Domain experts often will individually examine a detail before offering it up for discussion to not take time, and then also to overcome challenges in realism when you communicate with stakeholders that are non-experts. So our preliminary interface design, we use body storming techniques in ShapesXR to come up with interface designs to address user needs. So here's some examples of the prototype interfaces we came up with in ShapesXR. On the left, we have callouts, the idea that you could point to a spatial element in XR and have a little tooltip with metadata. The idea of selecting groups of elements in 3D in order to compute or to see aggregate metadata of an area, and then ideas of having like a time scrubber, just as you would a video to animate spatial data in 3D. Another one that to go between types of spatial data sets was the idea that you could teleport from a real world location to its 360 view, where you could maybe annotate or discuss the kind of like artifacts or features inside that 360 view area with the cardinal direction that would be appropriate. So we took these interfaces, we formed a user story where you could step through a user story, kind of like a slide presentation, and we showed that to the wildfire evacuation research team. And they reported very positively to the simulated experience. It's very cool to just put people in VR. They're just like, whoa, but then immediately they switch into science mode and they have like a bunch of like ideas after that initial shock. They had different takes on it, which was very interesting. For callouts, for example, it's helpful to see the object metadata of a 3D object, but another emphasized the usefulness for indication. I guess throughout my PhD career, scientists are always thinking about precision and time. So that was like the first time I encountered that. And then photospheres were super interesting because they like that you could see the real world features with their simulation like more readily. And they also critiqued that Google Maps images could include irrelevant elements because it could be out of date, or maybe there's no parked cars during evacuation. Oh my gosh, I have 3 minutes. I'm just gonna speed through. The iteration of this is through the interactive prototypes. So each of those are the different spatial data types, and we iterated the fidelity each time. The first prototype was rather simple. They had like so many critiques. The slide is just like a small, the paper has like a subset of that. But they all mentioned how useful it was, but the need to temporalize it and kind of initial critiques on the spatial data representation. And we took telemetry. So at first they were exploring all throughout the ground, but when they wanted to make sense of it, they immediately flew up to the air because that's the way that they would, as an expert, evaluate it, like as if it was a map view. So it was kind of interesting to see them replicate their 2D sense-making process in 3D. Our second prototype, and these are our two participants of our wildfire team, very simple prototypes. We, through some back and forth with them between the prototypes, we first imagined a handheld prototype so it could facilitate turn taking, but they were just like, no, make it super big, put it on the side so we can access it from anywhere, so we can fly around and manipulate time. So that was an interesting temporalization mark. They wanted provenance and context markers. So they wanted more information about the metadata of that 360 image they were seeing. So we added that to the room that they could teleport to. And here's an image of what that sense-making session looked like. That top area is the kind of map where they would fly around. So they were along the ground and along different locations in the air. And just for my own ease of coding, I put that photosphere room just like way below. So that's where they would teleport to when they would go back and forth. Lots of feedback on representing spatial data. There are just different conventions to representing things in 3D. And there's a lot of literature to address this, but things like motion and shape and color and occlusion are things that need to be considered going forward. It's interesting thinking about the prior talk on credibility and fidelity. Like scientists are trying to look at data very skeptically. So seeing a slope isn't that helpful. They need to see the real grade, or they need to see where and when the photosphere came from. So there's a lot of provenance conventions to get. We saw some patterns of embodied spatialization. So they would jump between like changing a spatial or temporal view and identifying phenomena through foraging, and then coming together to discuss what they had seen together. So they would split and come together over and over again during their sense-making process. There's some limitations here. We could do some bigger work. So as I would continue to do research things in my PhD career, we would do scientific sense making with bigger teams. More data, more scale. There were some hardware limitations back then, but since then computers have gotten stronger, and avatars and domains could be a lot more richer as well. So yeah, just in summary, some key takeaways. There's great utility with XR for scientific sense making. Yeah, we have data provenance considerations. Virtual environments need to support specific patterns of group travel, and spatial and temporal controls need to be designed for group usage. So yeah, thank you so much. Connect with me on like all of the platforms or send me an email. Tomorrow with Eric, I'll be doing a demo on Coral Gaussian splats. I'm super excited to share that tech. And if you want a little preview of the like what the wildfire thing looks like, you can go to that QR code. Please don't click join session. Just look around. Don't fire up my server. But anyways, yeah, and a lot of support from a lot of people. But special thanks to the Sloan Foundation for this work. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you, Samir, for your speed and efficiency and giving us the 10,000 foot view. So as we transition to the next speaker, would anyone else pose a 1 minute question? First hand gets it, go.
Evolving standards across different scientific disciplines for standardizing like symbols and things of that nature.
Okay, yeah, not in the paper, but I'm like thinking about this a lot, right? So thank you. I love that question. It's such a good question.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, are there like standards for these symbols across scientific domains? Is that a good summary? Things like cartographic information or topographic information have a lot of similarities. So like my next work was marine science looking at bathymetry or underwater environments, and there's just so much similarities there, but there's also differences. Like they're not necessarily thinking about the orientation of a car. They're just like, okay, the car is over there. Whereas a marine scientist wants to know what's the orientation of that animal. Is it like twisted or is it tilted? So like specifically there are some like orientation and shape properties that differ, but then like on this larger geographic scale, it's maybe more similar. If that's like one aside. Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you again, Samir. Passing it on to Shashi and sorry, the intent was to be transitioning the computers while we did that question, but I think we'll be able to transition quickly, and I will try to remember to encourage that type of switch for our next transition. I'll also remind everyone that this is our top papers session. So the papers that receive the highest reviews across the peer reviewers. And thank you to all of you who did peer review for the conference. That is, of course, an essential aspect of making this work. So is an HDMI cable, apparently. One more question for Samir, if anyone has one. Did anyone have one burning, no pun intended, in the back of their mind? Oh, please, Nick.
Thank you so much. You mentioned the precision of the time scrubber, and I was just curious if people were using hand tracking to interact with that or controllers, and besides having markers for precision, if you had any ideas on how to make that easier for people.
I was about to use coder slang and be like, yo, my code's garbage. But like, you know, I'm like a formal academic right now. So like I used like controllers with raycasting at distance, but admittedly that interface that I coded up, this is like pre-vibe coding. Like I didn't have I couldn't code as hard as I could now. It was really rudimentary. But like with that, like to like address the idea of hand tracking versus controller and the kind of like granularity of being able to select something, it was difficult being able to like precisely move something at distance. So like there's lots of ways that we as a community could address that, both on the hand tracking and controller area, the idea of interface or the interface technique in general. So yeah, I could do better, but thank you for that question. That's like a really good thing that we got to work on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Samir. Shashi, take it away. You got 10 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Hello. That's good. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Shashi. Today, I'll be presenting our paper towards emotionally aware immersive technologies. I have with me today my professor, Katrina. Thank you so much for your support. So going ahead, let us look into why VR needs emotion recognition. So right now VR is expanding in the fields of therapy, mental health, education, social VR, and so on. And especially in these fields, VR has been proven to be more immersive, create a sense of presence, and also more emotionally engaging. Some of the potential risks of this can be that VR experience can be a double-edged sword, meaning when it is emotionally engaging, at the same time there is a chance that it can be overstimulating, or there can be a chances of cognitive overload. And for example, if I have to talk about it, let's say someone is experiencing an horror experience in VR, and if a person is overstimulated, at this point, there is no way the VR device or the application can know whether the person is overstimulated or not. So we call this emotion blind. But recently, there are headsets which have come up, which has inbuilt facial tracking, and the technology is moving forward in this space. That is where our research lies. So we investigated what are the affordances and limitations of spontaneous emotion recognition in VR. So we looked at it on evaluation, like we checked whether what is the convergence between the self-report that users are mentioning and what we are observing. And we checked this observable behavior, how does it vary across discrete emotions? Then what does it imply for the emotion-aware VR design? So before jumping into that, I want to give a small background about facial action coding system. In affective computing and facial expression research, this is one of the major aspects. This facial action coding system was introduced by Ekman, and these are some of the examples of action units on face, which showcases how you express emotions or facial expressibility. So let us jump into how we conducted our study. So we had 37 participants. All of them looked at different emotion videos from validated data sets like FilmStim and MELT. And after they finished doing so, we asked them with what emotion did they feel while they watching this video, and how strongly did they feel it. This became our self-report. And while this process was going on, the MetaQuest Pro device, what we used for this process, also recorded 70 action units on the face, which helped us understand how they are expressing it. For example, if you see on the screen, we have cheek raiser, which is this part of your face. It goes from 0 to 1 when you smile. So Meta catches it and provides us in the value of 0 to 1 data. So for our analysis, we had all of the 6 videos were 3 to 4 minutes long, and we had to pick and choose the moments where emotion would be at peak. And after that, the 0 to 1 value, what intensity AU was giving us, we selected a threshold of 0.05, and we had a temporal continuity case where if a frame is more than 0.05, it has to sustain for a minimum of 10 frames, which is approximately 0.5 seconds, to consider that it is an active emotion state. So after all these criteria were met, we decided to look at facts-based recognition, where we try to compare the action units which are showing up in these sessions with the canonical facts patterns, what is already available in research. So these are some of the results what we got. Happiness had the highest self-report that they felt that emotion. And even in recognition, we were able to catch this. These are 2 of the action units, cheek raiser and lip corner puller. You can see how they are. And they showed up in the top 10 AUs in our research, as well as they are also available in facts as Duchenne smile. And going ahead to sadness, we had a good self-report of people feeling sadness for this, but we couldn't see the recognition in a similar way. But among the ones we recognized, in that we could see brow lowerer and inner brow raiser, the action units which are in facts as well as in our research. Next, we have disgust. In disgust as well, we had a very high self-report of people feeling that they feel disgusted, but the recognition rate was not very high. And among the top 10 AUs, what we had for disgust, we saw that nose sprinkler and upper lip riser was matching the facts units. But apart from that, we also had lip suck, which prominently showed up, which was different to facts, but it was evidently there. So what does this imply for ML model development and also emotion-aware VR design? So the first thing is we should not assume facial signals alone fully capture users' emotional state. There is a need for uncertainty-aware and multimodal strategies. Same spontaneous emotion may manifest through alternate facial representation across individuals and population. So there is a need for spontaneous and culturally diverse data. And also one of the other things I want to mention is across the emotions, one action unit, which is a lid tightener, which is the eyes trying to focus, showed up very evidently across. So we believe why this happened is because of the headset pressure of the user wearing the headset. Also them trying to focus on the content, which made them, which triggered this non-emotional activation pattern. But we have to make sure that such things need to be accounted for when we are doing ML model development. Next, we have emotionally aware VR design. So when recognition confidence is very low, application should avoid strong adjustment and has to consider multimodal approaches to make sure that the emotion is evident. Application should also allow user input or feedback mechanisms like optional check-in, manual overrides, or self-reports to make sure that whatever inference they are getting is proper and it is not erroneous. And emotional expressivity varies across individuals and culture. So application should include personalization and variable calibration rather than fixed thresholds. So what some of the limitations of our study is that our study was more of a passive video viewing, not an interactive VR. So the future work should focus on testing convergence in interactive VR environments and see how emotion is established there. Then we have our sample size was 37 and it limits generalizability. So there is always a need for larger scale studies and also including culturally diverse populations. So this is our study. While Caitlin was talking, I was thinking, how do we position this study when it comes to meaningful XR? And one of the things I felt is that this study tries to give advice and direction to the technology to facilitate meaningful experiences. So this is our lab at Indiana University. It works on VR and empathy. And if you are interested, please contact us and we can discuss more about it. And yes, I'm open for questions.
All right, we have two quick on the draw, and we can take both while we transition to Jorge presenting up next. So please, Caitlin first.
All right. Should I just shout?
Okay. Please
I could do that. Thank you. This was great. So you're drawing from Paul Ekman's research, and some of that research has recently been debunked about facial recognitions being reliable sources of data for emotions underneath. So I just wondered if you've thought about refining any of the input data. I think your study had 37 participants. Like, where do you want to go from here with the new emotion research? And I find Lisa Feldman Barrett's emotion research particularly inspiring. And the stress metrics, to echo Kent's point about not reducing friction, if we are optimizing for something that would be ease and lack of any sort of all emotions are valid. So I'm wondering how you're incorporating new emotion studies given Ekman's unreliability. Okay.
So with respect to future research, what we are planning ahead. So right now there are studies similar to this which are popping up, trying to see how spontaneous emotions are accommodated within models. In our lab, as a next process, we are trying to figure out how we can push this forward in an interactive study within the game environments. And also, as I mentioned, our lab is more about empathy. So the next step would be to see emotion and next empathic connection, how that would go. So that is how we are looking at it.
Awesome.
Definitely, we can discuss more after.
Yeah, let's talk more. Thank you. Who is the second question? Dan.
Thank you for your presentation, Danny Pimentel, University of Oregon. So kind of piggybacking off what you said, Caitlin. So you mentioned accounting for cultural variability. So I love that you're aware of that. And I apologies if I missed this, but what was the cultural nationality breakdown of your sample? I know it was small, but is that something that you shared? Apologies if you did and I missed it.
In our sample, especially in our paper, we have represented cultural variability also. We feel it is important. I think we had Indian nationals, Chinese, Taiwanese, then also, yeah, as of now, that's what I can recall. In our paper, we have represented it, and once that gets published, I think we can also discuss more on that. I think it is more on 30 to 40% Indians and rest all the other populations combined.
And I was just curious, really quick answer, because this is not my area of expertise. Are you aware of generational differences in expressiveness, like across the younger generation of student samples from maybe millennials? Is there research that shows generational differences in expressiveness of emotions facially?
That is very interesting. I am not aware of it, but I'll definitely look into it and learn more.
Thank you. Great
so
presentation.
Thank you. I want to make one more quick comment. So interesting how in headset we can't trust the data as much. We have avatars watching these presentations right now in VR chat, which means if we were to read their facial expressions and see them frowning, don't worry, it's just their resting avatar face. Sorry, had to do it. All right, without further ado, final presentation, Dr. Jorge Pena, former host of Meaningful XR at UC Davis last year. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hey, I'm Jorge. It's good to see so many familiar faces today. I'm the director of the Victor Lab at UC Davis, and today I'm here to present on behalf of my co-authors, Cameron Allen, Rushad Manan, who has a poster right over there. So if you're interested in learning more about motion and the connection between motion, meaning, and depression in this case, then we invite you to check out his poster. This is a collaboration that we had going with Mark Miller, Rushad, and Cameron, and we're really interested in the question that many times when we analyze individuals' responses in virtual reality, we may run surveys, we may ask them questions, and we use self-report data, but there's so much more information that is left on the table regarding the motion, regarding the choices that people make in virtual reality and how they perform those motions in virtual reality. Are those smooth behaviors, or is there something in their micro behaviors of the individuals that reveal something about their confidence? Is something along the lines of what was recently presented right before this presentation. We have three main assumptions in connection to how motion in virtual reality is connected to meaning. One of them is the idea that motion can be associated to psychological states. For example, posture might be associated to how confident we might feel in the presence of others, or maybe we're hunkering down and perhaps feel guilty about something, perhaps feeling shameful about something that we did. Gaze, of course, has been connected to the idea of confidence, connected to the idea of being attracted to someone, and also gaze aversion might be associated to avoidance and the contrary of attachment, essentially. Also, we know that human behavior is contextual and that it's not necessarily linear. Think, for example, about the idea of tells. Like if you're playing a poker game with someone, there might be some specific behaviors that happen in very specific moments that are telling of what the individual is feeling, much along the lines of the leakage hypothesis that Ekman has presented in terms of the emotions and how they translate into people's facial expression, particularly, for example, when people might be deceiving. On the other hand, from our computers and our social actor standpoint, we expected that our participants who were placed in a virtual restaurant simulation to serve someone that was part of their in-group or their out-group, that they may experience that situation to be somewhat akin to what was real. So we're expecting that this particular VR simulation in which we put our participants would elicit motion that would be analyzable and would have psychological meaning for us to uncover. The study itself, this is a recent publication that we had in New Media and Society. If you're interested in learning more about the self-report data and what happened in this study looking at the virtual contact hypothesis of meeting someone from an out group or an in group and how you feel about them, then the paper that has the self-report data was recently published. But today I'm here to talk about motion and meaning. That being said, the parameters of the study itself are important to keep in mind. If you are a participant in our study, you were invited to be a server in a restaurant in VR. In one condition, we were able to assign the participant to see their own face in the avatar server. So we'll take a photo of the participant and then graft it into their avatar. When you look at yourself in the mirror in a virtual training zone, you will either see your face or that of a stranger. You would be serving an in-group member, so an agent that was embodied that you would see having the same race relative to the participant, or an out-group member again relative to the participant that was our manipulation of the in-group or out-group status of the customer. And also we have, and this is quite important for today's presentation, the idea that the in-group or the out-group customer could behave possibly to you, so be warm, polite, and get the interaction going when taking your order, or could be quite displeasing, impolite, and behave negatively in regards to the participant. It's important to notice that when the participants were in VR, there were 23 phases of the study. In the first 7 phases, you will learn like, oh, this is me, I'm looking at myself in the mirror, I'm learning how to move and touch objects, move them from here to there, how to take an order using an iPad, and then in the remaining phases of the study, the participant would end up in an interaction in the restaurant where they would take the order of the in-group or out-group member that would behave positively or negative towards the participant. In our paper, I think that we have 3 main contributions to highlight, which is in connection to 3 types of analysis that the team carried out in connection to the data. The first type of analysis refers to non-linear sample modeling, which asks the question, like, for example, if a participant has a given head position, like, for example, you're moving your head towards the left, for example, in a -10-degree angle, like kind of in this direction, what is the average psychological sensation of participants that were moving their head in that particular direction? So essentially the data was categorized and sorted into bins, and there's more information there on how the categorization was done. You can probably read that faster than I, so I'm going to leave that on stage as I go along with today's presentation. But the main idea behind these particular models built using nonlinear sample modeling approach was to test whether specific motion ranges, like for example, tilting your head to the left in a 10 or 20-degree angle, which was isolated in part of the analysis as being particularly meaningful in context, how that was connected to different psychological outcomes. I have a lot of graphics for you, so I'm going to try to direct your attention to whatever is going on here on screen. The main pattern that I'm trying to signal today is that there was a significant effect that emerged between your rotation and contact valence manipulation. This means that the participants were, for example, in a negative condition, tilting their head to the left in a 10 or 20-degree angle, more in comparison to the other experimental conditions. This pattern emerged in particular when the participants were in the negative contact condition, perhaps signifying that there might have been avoidance going on in that particular negative interaction. So I'm essentially pointing out to the upper, I don't know how to use this, so I'm going to take a little bit long. Cognitive load. I'm essentially pointing out to the graphics on the top of the screen. We have further evidence from nonlinear sample modeling analysis that when you look at the specific events that I mentioned, that there were 23 of them, we see that, for example, the participants in the negative contact condition were showing more event-related stress in terms of avoiding their gaze towards the person that they were serving, particularly in the context of being assigned to the negative interaction condition when the participants were taking the order from an antagonistic agent, when the participants were asked to clean the water that was spilled in the counter by the antagonistic agent, then retaking the order and cleaning the mess that the agent had made. In all of those events, the participants in the negative condition showed more gaze avoidance relative to the NPC. This graph, I would swear that it's easier to read when you have it in front of you, but essentially what I'm trying to highlight here is that, exactly, In our VR interaction, the participants, as you may recall, were taking an order from an agent and they were operating an iPad. What we find here is that in the negative valence condition, when the NPC was antagonistic, the participants were more likely to do this kind of motion. They would look at the text bubble of what the agent was saying and then looking down and take the order. That pattern was not as steady, was not as reliable when you look at the positive valence condition in which there was more variability. This answers the question of, hey, Jorge, are these results connected to the UI or the task that the participants were asked to do, which is the idea of taking an order, looking up at what the order is, and then taking the order on the iPad. This shows that indeed there's a valence effect that is affecting the type of motion that the participants were carrying out when taking the order. A second analytic approach of the paper was looking at motion stability index, which is essentially a principal component factor analysis of different indices, like, for example, event rotation, the rotation speed variability, and the yaw, pitch, and roll, which are highlighted there in the graph, so you get an idea of what kind of motions were factor analyzed in this context. The main thing that the audience needs to know is that a higher MSI score indicates that the participants were steadier and more confident in their motions, and a lower score indicated that they were less steady in their motions. What we find here is that what we would expect from a learning perspective, that the participants actually grew more confident overall as repetitions went by in the virtual interaction. So you see that regardless of positive or negative valence, the participants ended becoming more stable in their motions. You can see more scatter in the data in the beginning, and you see less scatter in the data as the repetitions of the actions in the VR environment were carried out. But we see also that the participants in the negative condition became steadier in their motions, perhaps indicating that receiving negative feedback from the NPC made them more mindful about their movements and made them more steadier in their motions rather than shaker, which would have been our initial hypothesis in this exploratory analysis. I still have more data to go through. What we're trying to indicate here in the speed lighting session is that essentially when the participants were asked to retake an order, particularly in the participants in the negative behavior condition tended to show less stability when they took the order relative to the other conditions, indicating essentially that they were under higher stress when they had to retake the order, and they did worse in terms of their sway relative to when they initially took the order the first time. When they retook the order, they were essentially under more stress. One of the final analyses that I want to indicate here, I know that I'm running out of time, is that overall, indeed, it is important to consider deposition and events that are happening in virtual reality to make assumptions about motion and meaning. For example, what we see here is that in event 21, when the participants were asking feedback from the customer and the interaction was negative, that the participants essentially showed increased sway in that particular instance, as well as when the participants were processing the bill and the NPC was complaining about receiving the wrong amount of change. In those more aversive part of the interactions, the participants showed increased sway in the virtual reality motions in our simulation. I know that I went pretty fast today. I would just want to leave you with a couple of takeaways. One is the idea that VR motion can be used to operationalize nonverbal behaviors, including gaze avoidance, anxiety, and that we see that in our particular study, contact valence was the more reliable factor affecting the motion of the participants. I think that our other contribution of the study is providing a template on how to analyze VR data to look at motion and meaning, and we also offer a perspective on how to reconstruct data when the quaternion data is missing from your measurements. If you're interested in learning more about this, you can approach me and Rushad. Thank you so much for your attention.
I want the fries with that. And I will note as a friendly reviewer of this article that it has a great instructional kind of approach to helping others do research with this type of data, which is obviously very complicated, at least it seems to me. So let's take one or two questions while we ask everyone to come up, and then we'll ask for one or two questions to the whole group if possible. So does anyone have, please?
Research.
but I'm fascinated by this research, but I'm curious as to like, as a designer, how I would use this going forward. Is it like for robotics where I would train my robots to better understand sway and movement and everything? Like, where are the applications in this?
The first application, as I appreciate the question. One of the first application that comes from the designer perspective is the idea that there's tools available for designers to think through about data collection. And for example, the Unity experiment framework would need to be put into the design early on so that designers know that this data is actually being captured as opposed to it being reconstructed. So from a designer standpoint, I think that one thing to keep in mind is whether your team actually will need this data and download and install the tools for the team to be able to have this information and then analyze it later. So having some knowledge that this would be part of the project would be important moving forward, so that you don't find yourself missing data that later on you might thought that you would need.
Also, your co-author, Mark Miller, is available for questions, we just learned, and might be on Zoom too. So Mark, if you want to answer Caitlin's question.
Really quick, Jeremy Balanson has said that motion is the best indicator of empathy. Wondering what you think about that, and if any of the studies were about the speed of the motion.
Wow, what an interesting question. I really appreciate it. I'm going to politely disagree with that assessment to some degree. I do believe and agree with Jeremy that behavior is a golden standard to consider. Like, for example, proxemics. Are we looking at each other? Are we close to each other? Are we nodding in time? I think that these are important behaviors and a golden rule to consider. But if I'm showing empathy, am I being authentic? Do you believe that I'm being authentic? Do other people that are looking at this interaction believe to be authentic? So some degree of triangulation of the behavior, overt behavior, what the sender is perceiving, what the receiver is perceiving, and what the audience is perceiving is important. So I think that there's, even though today I'm here to hector on the virtues of nonverbal behavior, I still think that there's an element of self-report that is important to consider besides motion. And we're not even talking about language, for example, and the words that people choose to express emotion and authenticity. So I think that motion is super important. That's what we're here to talk about today, but of course there's more to the mix.
Yeah, and speed.
Thank you. Mark, are you able to unmute? Mark, a former member of Jeremy's lab, might also chime in here. Is that a question for the full group?
It's a comment for the full group.
Full group, excellent. And maybe every group member can prepare a short remark in your mind, and that'll close us out. And then we'll be back on track with time. Ish.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Actually, it was a phenomenal group of speakers, and Caitlin brought the question, and I think that it relates to everybody. So she asked about the Ekman and if it's not valid, but why Ekman and facial expressions not valid? Just because by themselves they are not valid, right? They still make sense, smile still makes sense, and still everything, but we are sitting all together and we are talking about movement and facial expressions and all. And so basically, and empathy we brought here as well. Movement and empathy, yes, but not only. Face and empathy, emotions, yes, but not only. So I think the direction here is how we combine this multimodal data and how we can make sense of that or not make sense of that together. Because some of them are uniquely combined, some not making sense. So it's just our job, and maybe AI will help us to analyze and to scaffold further. So I guess it's a answer and a comment rather than a question. I just see that all unity rather than division.
It's a middle path.
Exactly. Here we are.
Thank you so much, Katerina. A brief comment, unless anyone else wants to provoke a comment or ask a quick question that everyone might. Cheryl?
I want to follow up on that, and I think this touches on something that somebody asked earlier, but across all of your presentations, several times I thought to myself, this is great, we're talking about nonverbal communication, but what about cultural differences, right? So head swaying and nodding and head bobbling and all of that are different across cultures. How do we, if we're going to talk about design and, you know, touching into that question, how do we incorporate that? Because right now this is a very Western bias and approach.
And also not just a movement, also in semiotics and other aspects of what you guys talked about, interpreting data. So could everyone comment on cultural differences in the context of what you shared with us?
I can start with that. So I believe when we started this research, we looked at different papers to understand how they are approaching this. And one of the things what we found is when they're trying to represent this, they just represent like we had a culturally diverse population, but it is not clearly indicated how much and in what levels it was varied. So as an effort in our paper, we are trying to push forth that. We are trying to clearly, explicitly mention what was the cultural difference, what was the percentage of participant differences that was there, and how it is impacting our research. So I believe that is how it should go forward, that it should, cultural differences should be clearly, explicitly established so that other researchers who are trying to replicate this, they can know that like what is, why things went this way, and so they can connect properly. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may add to that, is that thinking about this this context, is there any theory that would be culturally neutral, like in the topics we've been talking about today? Because anything we design is designed within that culture in any case, so it's always culturally loaded. And then we have a bunch of users who come in with their cultural loading in it. And I've started to think about this more and more, because when you run experiments and you look at the results and you're left wondering like, oh, why did this really happen? Is it my manipulation or some other factor on the background, for instance, cultural factors? So how do we, and is it even our goal, should that be a goal to develop culturally neutral theories, global theories, or should we just acknowledge that that's one constraint, or it's not a bug, it's a feature actually?
I think it's an excellent question. I've been engaged in a collaboration with my home country, Chile, and I have not done collaborations with them or gone back to my country in about 13 years, which is a really long time. And when thinking about your question, I'm trying to think about the idea that Jeremy Bellinson talks about in virtual reality, which is the idea of replication. And many of the things that we build, many of the experiences that we have, people can download it in different countries. Research teams can take the virtual environments that we develop and run them in different environments. I would think that if I were to ground my question to my own culture, I think that probably the results I'm presented would be even stronger. Unfortunately, Chile is a very high power distance kind of country, and it tends to be a little bit more monocultural relative to other countries in South America. So if an out-group member encounter would probably be more shocking within that context. And since the country is more patriotic, aka even nationalistic, I would imagine that the in-group liking effects that we observe in the other paper that I'm not talking about today would have been stronger. So I would think that some of the emotion and meaning would be of a higher magnitude in comparison to what we see here in the context of the United States. Mind you that the sample that we have are all California, UC Davis, in the majority liberal students for the test that I'm talking about today. So appreciate the question.
I'll go with a comment. I think as a designer who's trying to make good experiences, I had this notion of getting groups to have maybe equal access or turn taking, or trying to make it so every individual could interface with the data or communicate with each other well, and using a lot of research for that. But when I brought these interfaces to these experts, not only in this wildfire project, but other projects as well, they were just like, no, like throw that away, because experts have a very different culture than we do in kind of everyday speech. Like doctors will have their own cultures around assigning hierarchy and leadership and direction taking, and the scientists will have that as well. For example, in that group of wildfire researchers and their adjacent collaborators, the person who owns the data set is the authority, so they would look up to that. So I think that has challenged my understanding of, like, also like when we consider sense making, if someone's like confused or frustrated, that might actually be a good thing in the context of this. So yeah, and I'm like thinking about, for example, how if you're in an environment with a hostile NPC, you'll do a better job. Maybe I need to make my scientific experiences more hostile. I'm just kidding. But I think that there's cultural assumptions that are like very well-meaning in our heads when we go out to make XR experiences that are good, but need to be challenged or refined.
Thank you so much to our top paper panel. I know there's at least one more question from Gabe here. Maybe you can chat with them in our 5-minute bio break. I'm so sorry, it's a short one, but the show must continue to get back on track.
And from there, we're going to be going to our micro or mini panels, some are mini, some are micro. I don't remember which ones are which, but we'll have those. These are short, like 20-minute-ish panel snippets. So those will be exciting. They're going to come like one after another. So get ready for it.
So 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys.
And so Gabe right there, that's Gabe. He wanted to get a question.
We'll chat later. Go.
Final part here, we didn't yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just like thinking about this municipal stuff, right? Like, I'm just curious. What do you think is like the responsibility of the individuals doing research, doing basic work, to develop the type to like shepherd just thinking about the double-edged sword. Is it good or bad? Or both? What is your responsibility as kind of basic researchers create, or is it all for research? Like I have yeah, it's really cool. Sometimes like the top, it's like you get still really short. Yeah, for sure. I think there's like there's so 40 minutes is okay. I'll probably do 30 minutes of charge. I don't want to know yeah, totally. I've worked with
Some like years we're gonna have the drone doing Is your mom still using like the Re-illusion for making avatars like Crazy Talk or Character Creator?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't think that we're using that pipeline anymore.
Yeah.
But we have not carried out a study using that particular pipeline. I don't remember what we used for this one in particular. I think that we would like edit them with Adobe and then graph them into. So it was not quite the pipeline that you had developed, which was probably more involved and probably better than the one that we did. Which solving problems.
Yeah, because that was, I don't know, a 30-minute, hour-long process for each participant. It's faster these days to...
That was one of them. I mean, the data collection took 2 years. Yeah, because it was right after COVID and nothing was on, so it was just one of the most painful data collection projects I've ever been. I remember, it's true. So we used I have to look at the documentation on what pipeline we used, but it's different. Is that still going on? Re-illusion and
they have like an annual subscription thing now that looks a little more involved, which is nice. I haven't tried it. So when I saw it, hey, we can graft faces on here. Right. I was like, what are you doing?
Painful,
What's it gonna be?
Yeah. And the quality of them too. So we did ask our participants to what they need the avatar, reassemble them to have that metric as well. And,
That's awesome. Yeah. At some point, we even eliminated, I don't know if you talk about it in the paper, like if it was too off from the participant's photo, like we might have eliminated a few cases that were like egregiously bad, particularly for the self-avatar manipulation, and it just didn't look like that.
Yeah, the whole process of like putting markers around the face and trying to line it up, like that feels like a thing that AI tools
no,
can
that's
just
that we still went through.
Yeah.
At the time of their collection. So we finished this in 2022.
Wow.
Yeah, 2022.
No kidding.
So I think the AI is there yet.
Congrats on top papers.
Yeah, thank you. It was nice of you saying. I think we got a warm reception for the paper. I'm glad that I was able to plug Rishad's poster there too.
On the Discord, I asked Mark Miller about the quaternion.
Reconstruction, yeah. So I was trying to address the question from the designer that I was like, we didn't have everything enabled. Like we didn't have the Unity experiment framework enabled, so we were essentially recording XYZ. We were able to output that as a text file from the designer himself.
I deal with quaternions all the time, so I figured we'd go here the trouble there is too.
I wanted to get
real experiences. I've seen just technology for technology's sake.
Panels. Yeah. Where's the voice coming from? I could be anywhere in the room. You know what else is in this room? A mini panel. About to start. Okay, I'm gonna get slightly louder. Ever so slightly louder. Okay.
Let me know if I'm too loud or anything.
All right, everyone, we have to start in earnest just to keep ourselves on the somewhat intense schedule that only I'm to blame for. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Michael, who is going to be our first mini panelist. Michael, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks again to Max, who did an amazing job setting this up. And I also give a shout out to Ty, who's going to make some incredible Zoom and in-house AV stuff happen in a minute. This micro talk, is it micro? I think it's micro. It's one of those smaller ones. It's about a 20-25-minute talk. We're going to get into the ethics and enthrallment of site-based XR. And I think both of these terms, kind of ethical ideas and enthrallment, wonder, have been replicated in what y'all heard earlier in the keynotes and in the presentations right now. Barna, first let me introduce myself. I'm Michael Epstein. I'm the founder and director of Walking Cinema. We're a production studio based in San Francisco. We've been around for 2 decades now and focus on media experiences that involve AR, immersive audio, and real-world exploration. We often work with history, but also write and produce historical fiction and journalistic stories. And I don't know if this is possible, Ty, but if we could also hear from Barna, I'll let him do a quick intro to who he is.
Hi, everyone. I'm Barna. Hope you hear me. Great.
We can't see you, but we can hear
you. I am an augmented reality documentarian. I'm working on a project in Budapest. That's where I'm connecting from right now. And I also teach at Stanford. I teach an augmented reality storytelling class.
Cool. Great. Thanks, Barna. Well, let's jump into it. I think in setting up this talk, Barna and I really agree that what we focus on in our work with XR is great stories, really finding stories that pull people in and have strongly developed characters, but also think about physical sites, places that you visit also as a character in those stories. And we also think quite a bit about the the capture of the audience. Like, how do you pull people in to an experience narratively? The goal in a lot of our work, because we both have academic backgrounds, is to give people just, again, an enthralling outdoor experience with XR, but also to begin to bridge them into deeper ideas around history and social change. This was also just covered earlier today. So if we're going to look at Kent's quadrants that were discussed earlier. Sorry, Kent, I stole this from you, but I think it's apropos. You know, I think a lot of where Barna and I started is in that upper right-hand quadrant, thinking a lot about words, stories, narrative, but of course, walking cinema and Barna being a filmmaker, a lot of that cinematic storytelling is important to us. And then, of course, you know, being outside in architecture, in space, has a lot to do with that quadrant that talks about being embodied. And then the gaming aspects, I'm less of a gamer, I'd say, and Barna is also thinking a lot about game mechanics in the project that he's developing. So we're hitting all 4 quadrants, but I'd say like the right side is kind of where we more naturally lean. I've been doing this again for 20 years, and we've done a number of projects. I'll just do like a quick, you know, overview of what we've done here. And a lot of it is about having people walking away, seeing the world differently. That's really where I think outdoor AR can make a huge impact on our experience of the world. It may make you more aware, it may make you take action, but that process of giving you a new lens to look at the world around you is really what's exciting to me, and I think provides both the impact and the enthrallment pieces of what we're trying to do. I'm going to talk today specifically about a project called Petlanook Interrupted that I think gets into that idea of changing your vision, but also thinking quite a bit about stories. So this is a site in San Francisco called the Tunnel Tops Park, kind of like the High Line in New York. It's a new park that was built on top of a roadway, in this case, the Presidio Parkway. It's also a place where for 2 millennia, the Yelamu Ohlone, a local tribelet, tended the land, lived there, created shell mounds, and all of that history is also within the site. My interest in a story here wasn't in trying to rebuild that village or rebuild what that tribe experienced, but more look at how that history is being taught to young people. Having raised a child myself in San Francisco, I got really interested in how children encounter Native American history in San Francisco and what that history can say about one of our biggest issues, which is housing. How we can start rethinking what makes a place a home and what a house could be. And to do this, we created you could say a historical fiction story about a field trip where a child heads out into this site, is led by a certain educator with an agenda to teach him about the history, but then Coyote, the Ohlone and kind of perennial Native American trickster, ends up taking over the tour experience. There's quite a bit of humor and comedy in the story. The script was co-written with Carly Malamut, who's Athabascan, but works quite a bit in Hollywood on kids' TV shows that deal a lot with the supernatural and with Native American traditions. We also voiced Coyote with Joey Clift, who's a comedian and also a comedic writer, and then worked with Coyote woman, her name is also Canyon Sayers Rudes, who's done a lot of work around San Francisco with her own Ohlone traditions, giving people experiential ways to get into that history. She created the soundtrack for the project. We also worked with young actors who grew up in San Francisco, and that was also part of the treat of them really having this double take of playing a character, but embodying an experience that they had been through themselves. And finally, the technical team was pretty diverse. People who'd come from storytelling backgrounds, another animator who'd worked at Niantic, and a longtime collaborator of mine, Max. We developed the project in Unity, but also incorporated some of the new Niantic tools for location-based augmented reality. I'll play a trailer of what the experience looked like. But I will mention that this project was just named a Webby Award honoree for immersive in science and education. And I'll just let you get a sense of what the story was like. Oops, sorry, I just want to do it here. And let me know if the volume is too loud.
Everyone knows San Francisco has the best views. Everyone takes photos here all the time. But sometimes there's more to a place than what you can take a picture of. A lot more.
Who you calling a little wolf dog? I am Coyote.
Wait, do you mean Coyote? As in the only animal god?
And what he showed me changed the way I think about this view. This place. And what we're even doing here.
Well, there could be more trouble going on here than you wandering off from the group. It's kind of cosmological. You know, going back to how the world was created. Let's just take one more pit stop so I can paint the entire picture for you.
So that's a bit what the project looks like and some of its goals. In addition to the project itself, we developed what we called a deeper dive section to try to create that bridge between a narrative experience and learning the deeper history of the site. And so we really went like chapter by chapter and got into, well, what happened in there and what was true, what was the actual history of the place, and provided people other extensions to take this into the classroom, other resources they could use to learn more about the project. But I think, you know, still in the way that we produced it, we ran into a few challenges. And this is where kind of the ethical considerations come in that we didn't do the story as a classic history. You know, we weren't really telling a fact-based story. And while it brought in a lot of audiences who normally wouldn't go for history, it also alienated certain groups that were looking for that kind of storytelling. And then the other thing that we noticed too is that when you're doing these projects out in public space, there's a whole other group out there that's using that space. So what I'd call, you know, kind of the usability questions of like walking through a space, you're holding up your phone. In this case, you don't have any like glasses on or anything. But as you see here, you have like the potential to interrupt other people's use of that public space. And so one of the workarounds is that we do have warnings built in the beginning and throughout to be careful as you walk through a place, not interfere with what people are doing, step aside to do it. But again, it's one of these evolving practices that goes back a decade to when Google Glass first came out and became, you know, people wearing them were glass holes because people didn't know if they were filming them or not, if you're invading my privacy. So all these questions, ethical questions, come up when you put these out in practice. And hopefully we'll have some time for discussion, but I wanted to pass over to Barna now, and Kai, if you can go take us over to Zoom, that would be great.
Thank you. Thanks, Michael. I'm gonna try sharing my screen. Just a second. Do you see it now?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. So hi, everyone. I'm Barna. I'm going to talk about similar ethical questions based on a project named If the Streets Could Talk. This is an augmented reality project on the streets of Budapest. And I like to start by framing that AR itself is not new. Rob Eagle says that we've been augmenting our environment for tens of thousands of years. And in my hometown in Budapest, there's this example for analog AR, the Shoes on the Danube Bank, commemorating the 1944 events when a lot of Hungarian Jews, including parts of my family, were shot into the river, and they had to take off their shoes before that. And what we see here with this augmentation is that even though it's analog, it changes how we think, how we feel, and how we behave in that space. And this is exactly, I think, what we want from digital augmentations as well. I'm originally a documentary filmmaker, and when I was a grad student at Stanford, I started experimenting with new media, but mostly with 360 video and VR. And I really started out as a full-on skeptic of augmented reality, because the early AR examples I saw were, for example, by the National Geographic about the Stonehenge and its history, were quite simple in their design. Like you put a 3D model on your, for example, living room table, or you could take a selfie and read some text. But there was no connection between the physical space and the 3D model you were able to place. And so that started pointing me already towards site-based AR, if anything. But what really turned me towards this was this experiment from Jeremy Bailenson showed me at Stanford, and Mark Roman Miller, who is here, also was essential in it, about the two chairs. I'm simplifying it, but basically there's an empty room with two empty chairs. Participant goes in with AR glasses. They see a virtual human being sitting in one of those chairs. They have some kind of interaction, and then the AR experience is over. And when we ask the participant to sit down and fill out a paper survey, majority of the participants sit in the other chair, even though both chairs are physically empty. This blew my mind, and because what we see was that the added virtual layer changed how we perceived the physical world, changed our behavior, and how we remembered the physical world. And early inspirations that were very good, the site-based ones, was, for example, Walking Cinema, Michael's one in San Francisco, the Museum of the Hidden City. I also started experimenting it by teaching a class at Stanford where we really had to interrogate a lot of the ethical questions. We looked for invisible histories all around campus. We created AR experiences, and we ran into a lot of ethical questions, but not as many as in If the Streets Could Talk. So this one is set in the heart of Budapest, which used to be the Jewish district, but now it's a party district, full of bars and restaurants. And when you're walking there, you don't have any idea about what a thriving Jewish life used to exist there, and also you don't know about the horrors of the ghetto that existed on those very streets. An early inspiration for the project was this photo from 100 years ago. This is the main street. All these signs are Jewish shops and businesses, and there were 400 of them over just a very tiny area, and today there are 0. Another thing I knew from the Stanford experiment, that we would want historical characters to walk up to you on the street and where you could interact with them, and you will realize that you have a main role in the story. You are a character. And this is where a lot of ethical challenges come from. First of all, so I think that for AR to be immersive, you have to move away from storytelling to story living. Ken Bai talked about this earlier before. You are not a passive viewer, you are a character in the story. You make choices, you have agency. And when I approached institutions, they told me that this is completely against the authoritative guidelines of teaching and learning about the Holocaust, which guidelines written by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance specifically say, beware of simulation, creative writing, or role play. And that's exactly what we meant to do. And I had a lot of doors shut into my face, and I almost gave up on this project because this is a very respected organization. But then I met a fantastic researcher from the UK, and she told me that actually these guidelines were written for old media and for classroom experiences, but not for augmented reality, not for new media. And actually, no one has tested them for new media. So we set out to do ethical testing and test 3 different angles you embody in a story like this. So basically, what we are designing is the world's first scientific, ethics-based research on site-based AR for Holocaust memory, and especially focusing on the question of role play. And good news is that we already did a lot of tests with diverse audiences, and we're going to publish the takeaways and learnings very soon. So another ethical issue, as I mentioned, we are working from archival photos, for example. We are scanning the entire neighborhood so that we can create this historical world. First, we do a 2D digital version of those businesses that used to exist there. Then we create 3D models. And when you are there on the streets, you will see more and more of those shops and businesses as you are walking there, which is very powerful, but it comes with challenges. So as we started testing these, we saw that suddenly our testers approached a lot of today's existing shops with their iPads, and the owners of the shops got very anxious or angry. They thought we were filming or that we were doing something suspicious. Also, you are meeting characters on the streets, and we depict the events and you go through the events right where they unfolded. So for example, here you are standing at the ghetto entrance and you are bumping into arrow cross soldiers and you have to show your ID. But this is a street today because that's where the ghetto entrance was. So there are a lot of people around you when you're doing this, or when you're escorting this old Jewish couple, you are going through a very busy square, but that's where this story has unfolded. So we have to walk on that busy square with the iPads. So again, we are running into the similar question that Michael also mentioned, that people get anxious about this. So our solutions were, for example, to include these current day shops and the owners, invite them to test out the experiences to understand what this is. We had to actually reposition some of the key scenes to less frequented, less busy spots. And this might be the most simple but surprisingly working solution. We had to put on stickers on the iPad saying in 2 languages that I'm not recording, and this actually worked very well. Finally, to close it off, there's this question that Michael also mentioned. How do you balance between historical accuracy and a working, captivating story? And our approach was basically to base every single story detail on 100% accurate historical documents. But whenever we have some kind of creative treatment, be very, very transparent with our process. So after you go through the experience, we show you in a physical exhibition all the original historical resources we worked from. And we explain to you when we had to move, for example, one scene to another square, or where we didn't have enough visual information and had to come up with some creative treatment. So is the transparency that we chose to address this. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to this conversation.
Thanks, Barna.
Hey, Ty, could we switch back to the deck here? That was great. I do have a few considerations. I know we might be at time. If we could take a couple of questions, that would be great, but one or two. Okay. So yeah, quickly, anybody have any questions, especially along these lines that we brought up already about interfering with the public's use of space and then the various communities that are around? Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sound.
Yeah.
Saying about sound is really integral to both of your experiences. And I know from my own experimentation with doing AR in public spaces, especially with mobile devices, it can be really hard to balance the immersivity audio-wise. And I think actually your little slide that you video slide that you showed of other people who are visually occluding the story, I feel like that's even more so with audio. So I'm curious to hear a little bit more from both of you about dealing with that aspect.
Yeah, so the question again is about sound. We heavily suggest people wear headphones and noise canceling headphones, but also we found that if you put in a sort of audio bed that replicates what the world around them is going to be like, it makes anything that's kind of interference or possibly you interfering with somebody else more natural, meaning that, hey, we're heading into a busy space, be careful. If the sound bed is people playing and we say don't interfere with their soccer games, like that's a visual cue also to look around you and not interfere with what people are doing. Barna, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just one thing. We are doing what Michael is doing, but we also experiment with something completely different, which is in the very beginning, we start from a playground, and the main character frames it like the main character prompts you to listen to the sounds you actually hear from the physical space, and you hear children playing, for example, because there's a physical playground, and we frame this, these are my memories from before the war. Children used to play here. So we incorporate those currently existing sounds as memories into the experience, hoping that this will make them, less intrusive.
We have time for one more, Max?
I think we're pretty far over.
Okay.
Let's do a round of applause first.
Thanks, everyone.
And what I really want to do is encourage you. We have a nice long lunch, so there are lots of conversations that are to be had. Hopefully we can continue with that. But for now, we're going to try to go as quickly as possible. Definitely a moment to stretch, but we're going to bring up our next panel, which is going to be led by Jason Webb. And then we will go from there. So give us 2 or 3 minutes. That's all it's going to be. We're just going to set up and then go right back in. What do we need to do in terms of presentations, anything like that?
Nope.
Oh, even better.
I love that.
I know. Now I don't have to do anything.
No.
All right. When I said
Camera forward, we're good.
I'm gonna let.
Hand you the mic. No, come on. Yeah, I just know.
Oh. Hello, everybody. The mic's at the bottom. The lights tell you if they're on, so if it's yellow.
Test, 1, 2.
Mic check.
Some waving at you.
We'll open up the questions. Are we recording this? If not, I can record recording. That'll be good.
I'm not sure. You just need to press it on your side.
No, I got it. I'll do it from here.
Even better.
You don't have to worry. I want to make
Yeah. How's this for you? Are good? Okay, wonderful. I wish. I would have done it by now. And then just for you.
because like throughout the.
Yeah, yeah. Unless you really want to. Ooh, let me get to my page first so we can actually go in.
Do you want this list of questions you gave me?
Does it work?
Make a lot of noise with the microphone. Hello, everyone. How we doing, everyone? Hello, 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 hello. Everyone's back. All right, high energy. We're going to pick it up a little bit. I am joined with some of the titans of educational XR right now. We've crossed paths over the last year. I have made a new friend in the last 24 hours with Tomi. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. I'll introduce myself last, and then we're going to jump right into questions so we can get right into it. And I know we're holding you from food, so I don't like to do that, but we're going to make it happen. So we'll start right on the end.
Sure. I'm Eileen McGivney. I'm an assistant professor at Northeastern University in Boston, and the PI of the XR Education Design Lab.
I'm Anna.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Anna Kiras, associate professor at the University of Miami and founder of the Future Realities Research Lab. And Eileen and I, we have been working together in the last couple of years. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Jason.
We're going to talk about that a lot.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tomi. I'm a first year PhD student at Northeastern. Eileen is my advisor, and yeah.
All right. And my name is Jason Webb. I am from the Syracuse University SI Newhouse School of Public Communications. I am the developer for the XR Research Lab that we have on campus, and I also run the VR and Beers group. If you want to talk about that group, happy to talk about that later, but we're going to jump right into educational XR. So my first question for the panel is this: promise versus practice. XR has been pitched as a transformative learning, I can read my writing, tool. EDU adoption has remained uneven over the years, at least my personal opinion. What do you guys think? What is working in your work to bridge that adoption?
Can start. So I've been working with schools and, all over here in the US and Brazil. That's where I'm from. You can pick up from my accent. And at the University of Miami, we have about 50 courses using VR right now, or XR in general, to teach. And what I've been realizing is that although there is a very good intention to use XR for education, we need those multidisciplinary teams, what make things much more slower than we would like, and the result at the end a little bit different than maybe the subject matter expert would like that to be. So all of this has been a challenge to address when we are implementing XR both at university or at schools, because the decision makers, they have an idea of what that should be, but at the end, we need much more like resources in terms of people, time, and testing as well.
Yeah, I can piggyback off that. I agree. I think one of the things I would like to see more of is like giving teachers and students time to play with the technology to understand what it can really do, what it's good for, what it's not good for. Because I think a lot of us, we probably in our design process start by talking to somebody who has like an idea of what they want to do, but they've never actually put a headset on, or they haven't really thought through all the different possibilities. And I think it's true. It's like the multidisciplinary teams. I think designing like with educators who have a lot of experience with something like simulation-based education or a specific pedagogical approach, you end up building something that then there's a lot of demand for because it fits in pedagogically with their methods. But I think we're still in a kind of time where people are like, what is XR? What is this technology? And maybe they've only played Beat Saber or something. And so you need a lot more time, I think, of like using the devices and seeing what's out there. So that's one thing I would like to see more of, to get more like transformative ideas.
I think just to add to what they both said, one of the things I think we have been discussing in the lab is, our lab in Northeastern, is how do we move from just deploying VR in classroom for just research to actually using them consistently. So it's not just we did this, we published the research, and then that's the end. How do we get to actually continue to use VR for learning, even just since we have seen that VR is effective for learning? How do we extend it beyond just short projects here and there, and then we present them and that's the end? So that's one area that I am looking to see more of, to bridge that gap between, like, you know, the promise of VR and the practice.
Right. One of the things I've noticed over the years is, especially on social media sites, you know, I feel like every week it's like VR's dead, long live VR, like it's the end of VR, VR is over, this company's closing, so it's all over, just back up now. I always thought when we first started doing this, like it's been 10 years for myself, I always felt like it was a scene from The Incredibles where Mr. Incredible shows up and he gets out of the car and the little kid's sitting there looking at him and he's like, what are you looking at? And he's like, I don't know, I'm waiting for something amazing, I guess. I feel like we're constantly on that cusp, but with the emergence of AI over the last couple of years, it's taken a little bit of the spotlight off of us and really letting us actually look at what we're doing and how we're actually developing the thing. So kind of piggybacking on both of what all three of you were saying. Speaking of collaboration, thank you for leading into that one, is bridging the institutional gap. We already talked about, a bunch of people already said in their papers, if you want to collaborate, how is it that you guys are collaborating already? So I'm going to leave that one open for you guys to talk about your collaboration.
Yeah, so we started collaborating, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, maybe, something like that. And what is a common ground we have on our research is looking into educational experiences and how it leads to self-efficacy. So how the students, they feel that they are able to learn using that technology and experiences, and also how agency plays, you know, role, especially a mediation role on this learning. And I think what, for me, like one of the most exciting collaboration we had was working on agency and figuring out that not only agency, but also presence, right, has a quadratic relationship with learning. So usually we think about linear relationships, like, oh, if you're playing more, if you have more choices, and then this is your main area of expertise. I won't talk about that. I will let you talk about that. But that was one of the most exciting findings for me. And I think this is what this community is about, and what is important is that we can collaborate and contribute. When we are talking about XR, there are so many aspects that we don't know yet, that we need this collaboration and bring, you know, brilliant brains to the table to work together and figure out how we can better have the educational experiences.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm glad that you brought up, you know, kind of our initial connection around looking at self-efficacy as an outcome, because I think it's there's so many different ways that you can use something like virtual reality for education, for learning. There's people from different disciplines, different subjects. People have different goals, right? So maybe they're trying to teach a very specific procedural skill or a piece of content or something like that. And finding your people, I feel like in this area is a lot of times finding people who care about the outcomes that you're really interested in. So we kind of connected on that, where we cared a lot about, you know, what is it about these experiences that can increase students' motivation and make them see themselves and their learning differently. So something like self-efficacy. And our studies that we've done independently have found different things about that too, which is always interesting. Then to think about, well, how did we design the experiences differently? How is the population different? But the question about agency too, I think we do have, you know, a lot of research that's looked at, you know, how immersive the environments are, how much presence there is. But what we found was, once we wanted to really dig into agency, there weren't a lot of great measures for it. And so actually developing those measures over multiple projects together has been super valuable too. So I love collaborating. And then a lot of that turned into also working with Danny, who everybody knows here because he's running the conference, where we're looking at, you know, pedagogical decisions in a very open-ended VR environment. Like if you have a guide in there, how does that change people's sense of agency? How does that change their learning? So in this kind of, non-linear relationship, we're seeing similar things.
I think like one aspect of collaboration that I've been thinking about lately, which I'm going to talk about this later in the afternoon, it's how to collaborate with teachers from the grassroots. So what often happens in I don't know if this is also the same thing here in the US, but in Nigeria, what happens is that you see a lot of deployment of VR and technology in the classroom, and then it's introduced to the teacher the very first day, and then teacher just has to deploy it in the classroom. So for me, I'm interested in like, how can we co-design with the teachers such that we are not just introducing this technology to them after effect? How can we introduce it in such a way that the teacher is part of the process and the learners are equally part of the process? You're learning about the context, how this context is different from another context in another country. What is important for the learners here? What kind of subjects are they interested in? How do the students actually learn? So those kind of collaborations between like the educator, the designer, and for everyone, maybe the researchers, are kind of like another aspect that I'm also interested in and exploring. So for instance, like in our lab, there's a project that we did a lot of data collection for this semester, and it was collaboration with us in the media portion. And then, of course, I think there were pharmacologists in the Bouvet School of Medical Sciences. And it was really interesting to just see how everyone worked together to do that. We had the media expertise, the education, principles and all of that. And they had like the content ideas. And it was really good to just see that play out, and it was useful.
Yeah, a lot of great collaborative work. Yeah, it's interesting to see when you start bringing different people together into a room to have conversations. We talked about this last night with some of the projects you're doing at University of Miami we'll talk about shortly. But being able to have all the people at the table to be able to brainstorm and bring those ideas together. I'm kind of spoiled at Syracuse. We have 12 different colleges underneath the university. So we can bring different people from the medical fields, from architecture and engineering together to come up with an idea. But working across, East Coast to West Coast, North to South, being able to get different perspectives, opening up those doors and getting that different viewpoint is, the value of that is just through the roof. So definitely worth exploring and doing more with. So the next question kind of leads into that. One of the biggest hills to climb in educational XR is it's expensive. It's really expensive. I don't know if you guys have looked at the price tag of some of the things out there right now. Have you? A couple of people nodding their head. So one of the things I want to ask is, what does responsible adoption look like for your programs? And especially for programs that can't get it wrong, what is it that you look for, especially when it comes to technology? What is it you're looking for, and how do you adjust for those technological needs?
Expert. I'm going to leave it to you.
I don't know, Tommy, you've worked in some pretty low resource contexts too. So I mean, one thing that I usually think about is how do I leverage my own resources to help students and schools get access to things who wouldn't normally have access to them. And so I try as much as I can to kind of leverage any research dollars that are coming in to actually build up the infrastructure as well for the schools. So the school that I did my dissertation research at, I worked with for 4 years in a row, got a bunch of headsets, left them with the school. Unfortunately, none of those headsets are supported anymore. So that's another thing that is a real challenge as well, which is not unique to VR. Schools invested in Chromebooks, but as soon as they start to break, there is no support typically built into budgets to actually fix them. Smart boards, all of these things, it's happened over and over again in ed tech. So I think the resource piece is a big challenge, but teachers are also super creative at thinking of ways to kind of leverage technology and different resources by doing something like a rotational model. What do you do if you just have one headset for the whole class? How do we use casting creatively? How do you partner students together? And I think building that into like how we build the experiences is important too. There's also kind of one thing I think is that I just want to highlight is how disappointing and frustrating it is to see what's happening in the research funding environment as well. Like, so for example, because of our current government here in the United States, a lot of the schools I normally want to work with for this exact reason of let's get access to, and let's actually work with the, students and populations who don't normally have access to this technology. I was encouraged by like my grants folks to say, okay, that's great, but you also have to add in high income students, because now the requirements for NSF's broader impacts is that your work is applicable for all Americans. And so, you can't overrepresent low income Americans. Which is interesting, but it has forced me, not that I've gotten any of those grants either yet, but forced me to think about, okay, can I work with a high income school where they have all the technology already and make comparative case studies, but still make sure more of the resources go into, the kids who might not have access otherwise. But I'd be interested to hear, what you guys are thinking about too, because I think it's a time where we're becoming more polarized, where we're going to see even less resources available. So, yeah.
I think there is a lot to unpack here. And well, when I first started, working with implementations on the field, so bringing XR to schools, I felt so nervous at the first moment because I was concerned if what was bringing them would work. If I was actually, delivering the promise that, XR is excellent for learning. It's better than, a teacher lecturing in front of the students. And we know now that it's not, of course it's not. This group knows that. We know that there are so many details, and we are going into research for, how the facial expressions, the avatar expressions, and I want you to talk a little about your research after that, influences learning. And when we think about resources, we need to be able to first develop the experience, and then second, to test it, to make sure that it's actually increasing learning, that is, the learning is being transferred for what is meaningful for the purpose of the experience, right? And then just came my thought now that you compare this like high income, low income communities. I just finished a project with 33,000 students in Brazil, focusing on low income communities. And the responsibility to bring them something that was, efficient, that was working, that would benefit from the experience was tremendous for me. And what I did was I first tested the experience where I had the resources, and where I had the resources were in high income communities, right? So I brought the VR experiences. I never promised that it would work best than, a teacher lecturing to them. And then after I started to learn how VR works, not if it works or not, but how it works best, then I felt, okay, now I have the minimum I need to go to these schools and bring to this low-income community kids what they deserve, that is, VR that works. So I think, yeah, there is, I'm sorry, I just deviated a little bit, but it's something that's always in my mind, coming from a country that lacks resources for research. So for example, when I started my research, we didn't have any headset, to test with. And then I moved to Stanford, and then all those headsets laying down there, all the resources, all the availability of people, brilliant brains, I was like, okay, this is like a feast for me. And I want to make sure that I can, drink from the source and give back and bring back to the country I came from. So.
If I can share something, I kind of relate to what Anna shared, because I think what's important when working with, especially when the resources are very limited, is understanding what these people in your context actually need. So the project that I was on in Nigeria, I ran for a couple of 2-3 years, and we had 30 headsets, and we were piloting a virtual reality experience to teach empathy and compassion. And we were piloting this with over 500 students. So what we would do with 30 headsets was we would schedule so we had 3 different modes of this experience. We had first person, we had third person, and then we had another one that had a role model. So we had 3 of that, and then we had 4 different languages. So it meant that for each group, you only had about 5 headsets, and then you have about 15 to 20 students. play testing that. So what we were doing with the different modes, whether first person or third person, was to see if the third person would work better, such that we don't need headset. We could just deploy this experience in classroom with just Google Cardboard. So I think for low resource context, a lot of things are happening with Google Cardboard. And now a lot of things are also happening with AR and AI. So people are also interested in like deploying in this place. We want to deploy, but VR is too expensive, is not, but then AR is there. You could do AR with your Snapchat and everybody has Snapchat. So we kind of like building from there, just, so context, I think kind of matters, yes. So.
I mean, personal experience, we just did a study, which we're going to be demoing later, where we used the HP Reverb G2 Omnicept SDK. So that gave us a whole bunch of data in the headset. And we had done a study with them years ago, so we had a bunch of them floating around. And in the middle of the study, we did 125 people. About 25 in, the first headset broke. So I had to find another one. The second headset broke about another 30 people in. So I had to find another one to piece all three of the headsets together. And actually, I became a very good engineer at putting together the HP headsets and piecemealing them. But yeah, looking at how we use those technologies and being efficient and how those technologies can be deployed to the classroom. Been in the same boat, trying to do a demo with one working headset for 30 students, and then going to another place where we have 40 headsets and 20 students. Like, there's trying to figure out what that happy medium is in these different situations. And speaking of avatars, thank you for leading to the next one. As social VR and collaboration and XR becomes more common in education, students are increasingly learning as a body that is not their own. How do avatar representation through fidelity, identity, and uncanny valley shape the social and psychological experience of learning for those students in these spaces? How do you think? Completely different change.
I wish we had Sayan Deveau from Stanford here to answer your question. It's not my area of expertise. So I would like the team here to answer this.
So with the experience I was sharing, we found that participants who were in the third person, is it third person when you're watching? Third? Okay, great. Yeah. Third person actually learned more and had like eye presence and all of that compared to those who embodied. And it was such a weird finding. So I began to think about, do you actually need to be embodied? Do you need a full body, your hands and all of that for you to learn? I don't think so. And I don't think that that's what happens all the time. I think what you're trying, the experience matters. The learning goals also matters, which is also why it's important to link learning goals to design decisions. Also what I'm going to talk about later. Learning goals to design decisions. What matters here? Do we need the body? Do we just need hands? Do we just need... I always like to cite, I don't know if anyone has seen Richie's Plank. It's a very old experience. And in Richie's Plank, yes. Oh yeah. Richie's Plank, you don't have a body. But it's so terrifying. Yeah. You know, I've had colleagues who have done it like 10 times. I've only seen it once, and that's the end, because I feel like dying. You don't have a body, but it's so immersive. You feel like this is actually happening to you. I don't know what they did, but I'm kind of like thinking like, so my thought is that embodiment, either full embodiment or, just all of those avatars, I don't think that we need them for all learning conditions. You just need to determine what matters, what is the goal here, and what we are really reaching for.
I'll just share kind of an interesting thing I've been thinking about. We have a new project where we're building a multiplayer, multi-learner kind of platform, classroom of the future idea. And one thing we're talking about is, how do we design the avatar design system to be child-centered? How do we distinguish instructor from child? In terms of avatar design too. And my husband's a high school English teacher, and I was talking to him about all the different things we've been thinking about. And, how do you let kids express themselves in their avatars without going off the rails and spending an entire, week just on avatar creation, because they would love to do that. We all would. And he had such like a brilliant little idea where he's like, oh, what I would do with my students is, you can make your avatar look like whatever you want, but one thing needs to be true. and then use that as a way for people to share with each other what's true. So sure, I look like a furry monster, but I have blue eyes and I have blue eyes in real life. Or I'm, 8 feet tall, but I'm wearing a Red Sox hat and the Red Sox are my favorite team or something like that. And I think that's really great. And there's lots of really cool creative ways to think about, because we're trying to think maybe we go more cartoonish, avoid the uncanny valley. But how do we make something specific for kids and thinking about those little things? That's one thing that just came to my mind that I thought was cool. But you should talk about your work too.
My craziness with avatars. And it's funny, there's been a lot of studies about avatar use in VR, and I kind of find the middle road of it's one extreme or the other. People want to be identical to themselves and embody themselves, or they want to go off the rails and have the most Ready Player One type of avatar that just is completely crazy and embodies some type of personality that they want to embody, which is always exciting to see. I will say one of the things, I'm doing 2 small studies right now where I'm working on haptic feedback in virtual reality, where you play catch with somebody else in VR and you can actually use the BE haptic gloves to feel the ball coming to you, and you actually can move your hands and see your hands. And I'm using MetaHumans to look down and you see your body in that space. And the first study I did using the Rococo motion capture suits, and I had full autonomy and control of my fingers and my body in that experience. And it was the first time I looked around the space and went, okay, this is a little weird. This is way too real and way too immersed in that space. And that was the first time I really felt the uncanny valley of, okay, wait, somebody's going to pull a headset off of me in real life and be like, how'd you like your vacation? And I was like, thank God you did that. That was the worst timeline possible. But it was definitely something where it really felt like I was in that space, and I'm looking forward to exploring that more. When my students go into different social VR spaces, they do the same thing where they try to make that representation that fits them. And some of the work that I've seen and some of the things that I've followed from them is, and especially in movement in those spaces, it's been across the board. So trying to dial in on how many of you really enjoy doing the ghosting effect where you use the thumb controller and can slide through a space, or how many of you really like actually walking through the space? Yeah, we have found older generation, such as myself, like the walking. The younger generation grew up playing Call of Duty, Fortnite, where you're a third person and your face is glued to the screen and you're floating through that space. They love that. And that freaked me out. When my younger students were like, I grew up playing Call of Duty. Third person is my life. I'm like, okay, that tracks. And we're starting to see how we move through those spaces and how we embody that avatar in that space is starting to kind of generationally change a little bit too. So a lot more on that work coming soon, especially in the educational spaces. Now, I just realized we're running short, so I'm going to jump to the last question, which you can't really get through an educational. A little more? I want to leave room for questions from the crowd too. So I'm going to ask one more question because we can't get through an EDU immersive emerging media question without asking about AI and emerging media and how that's going to change in the future. So given where spatial computing, AI driven environments and social VR are heading, what's the one development you think will most significantly reshape VR or XR in education in the next 5 years? Looking blue sky.
When we talk about the future, we don't look, I don't want in 5 years look back to this recording and say, oh, I said that 5 years ago. But
I can delete the recording.
But what I see coming is, as the panel right now, they presented so brilliant work on multimodal data and how we integrate that to both generate richer or more personalized experiences. And on the other side, that's what I'm working on and interested is on the assessment of learning, assessment of the learning conditions, assessment of the transfer of that learning to another situations. So I feel like in 5 years, we're going to gain so much knowledge on how we can use all these type of data that we are collecting in a better way than we are using now. And hopefully the AI word, I had to drop this. So the AI can advance to a point that is not hallucinating that much and can actually on a easy way, because we know that AI has been around for many, many years. But for us, at least for me, I'm a psychologist, or, it's just more recent how to use it. But how to make it easier, especially for educators, for teachers, to be able to use those tools we have to enrich their teaching experience. Because at the end, when we talk about XR for education, if the teachers and educators, professors, they do not understand the technology, they can't use the tools that they have available to enrich their teaching experience, it doesn't worth it. So yeah, that's my take, and I don't want to check that in 5 years.
Don't quote me on that one.
Yeah, I think very similarly, when I think about like the potential and what are the big changes we see right now, I think what I would like to see is just the ease of creation. So it's a lot easier to develop an XR experience. My students who don't have any coding experience are able to create amazing environments and experiences. There's so many great no-code prototyping tools. And I think, as we move forward, it's going to get easier and easier. And this solves a couple of problems. One is like, we all struggle with the fact that, you build something on a platform and then it goes bankrupt or they pull the plug on it. That can really hurt us. And we've seen that in education technologies because corporations think education is going to be a big moneymaker. It usually isn't. And so we see things kind of, go bunk overnight. So what we're trying to do is build more and more things, that we own and control ourselves. And I think that will also solve another problem, which is an educator gets really excited into VR. Okay, but there's like no content for what they want to teach, right? There's little bits and pieces of content around, but how do we help them bring their vision to life? So, for example, Tomi mentioned this, project we have with the College of Health Sciences, and we've been piloting this AI patient simulator so students can practice communication skills with patients. And what our next step is building out the platform so there's an interface that any clinical faculty member could say, here's the patient I want my students to practice with, here are the communication challenges that patient's going to present. They don't need to know how to use AI or VR, but there's an interface that helps them create that with their expertise. I think those tools are really within reach, and I would like to see more and more of those. So that's where I think we're going to go. But yeah, don't check me in 5 years because who knows?
I do agree with everything they said because with AI, one of the things we're also exploring at the lab is how to use AI for reflecting in action, especially for assessment and evaluation. So one of the challenges of learning in VR is assessment. How do you assess your student whilst they are learning and not assessing them after they've had the experience? So we are currently exploring that aspect of reflecting right while the learning is going on, and we are using AI agents, the voice agent, for that kind of reflection. So it's asking questions, and the participant or the student or the learner has to respond. Kind of like a think aloud method. So those responses are recorded, and we can then see if learning has actually taken place. So I'm really looking forward to seeing where that takes us. If you are going to be at iLearn in June, you can come and see that study.
As a huge technologist and somebody who's, my first time I ever edited a digital video in 2001, we made a 30-second video, rendered it 24 hours later, we could see it, that type of thing. We've gotten to the point now when we're doing development in our lab, we can't dream big enough to push our computers. The computers that we have in our lab are just churning through some of the data and some of the things that we're doing faster than I could ever imagine. And I think in the next 5 years, we're really going to have to be, again, coming back and being mindful, as we talked about earlier, being mindful about the designs we make and how we make those designs. And as some of you, if you don't remember me from last year, talked about my AI avatar that I worked with for my teaching assistant. I brought that into virtual reality. And a lot of my students across the board and I have been talking about how do we make this more effective and how do we personalize learning in these spaces and how does this technology help students adapt in virtual spaces to be able to learn. Has anybody ever read The Diamond Age by Neil Stephenson? That's my goal, is how do we personalize learning so that when somebody goes into these spaces, you can reflect and build and learn. And on the development side, one of my PhD students this past year, I was honored to be on his committee, actually used vibe coding to build exactly what you're talking about with an assessment in his VR experience, where he's like, hey, I want to be able to assess people as they're going through this and be able to ask them questions in real time and then log that data. So he sat down and wrote code with Claude, pushed it over to another code program, and they said that was terrible, pushed it back. Claude said, oh, that looks better. And 5 hours later, he had a fully functional experience where he was able to assess in that spot. So going back to my original comment, we're not dreaming big enough right now. And I think in the next 5 years, we will be able to dream bigger, and which is a weird thing to say at an emerging media conference, but I think we'll also be a lot more cognizant of those dreams that we have, and I think we'll be able to adapt those a lot more. So with that being said, and trying to be positive on that end note, we will open it up for questions from the crowd. I will go around. Back here.
Hi, thanks so much for that. My name is Gabe. I'm with OMSI, the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry. I'm curious about if you could speak a little bit more to, I think Anna, you spoke to the fact that like these experiences aren't really where we want them to be. Like they're not better than an actual instructor who knows what they're doing, or like a really good analog experience, or a combination of those. And so I'm curious, like, what do you see as like the path toward getting there, to like getting to a place where it's actually not just meeting that, but going beyond like what an analog experience or a good instructor can do, and at what cost? Like, you know, how do you think about like the cost of getting there in terms of like the resources, the money, the brain power? And yeah, I'm just curious, like, what do you see as like the path forward to like creating those experiences that are actually going to be meaningful, in a meaningful way forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As a first step, and Eileen mentioned that, I think it's so important for the educators to get to know the technology. You know, they need to first have time to put a headset on, because we know that educators, either in formal or informal learning, they're usually overloaded, overwhelmed with so much work. So first, having time to put the headset on, and of course having the headset available for them, and to try so many different experiences, good experiences, bad experiences, experiences that are super engaging, but maybe not that effective for learning. And I had some findings from previous studies showing that sometimes you can be having, you know, a very good time in VR, engage it a lot, but not recalling much, or recalling less than a lecture would make you and help you. So first, the subject matter expert, they know the struggles of, you know, my students, they have challenges to learn this concept, that concept, or other. So they will give you a path on what VR could help. Just after they have this experience, they learn the VR potential. And then after that, you have to have a team of the subject matter experts and developers working together, decision makers working together, because there are so many details. How many sessions do you need for the learning to be effective? How long the sessions should be? How spaced the sessions should be? What they should do? What is the task? So you have to have pedagogical intention there as well. So all of that sum to a very expensive experience. For example, we just developed one experience for helping kids to spell. So it's very focused on spelling, or English second language spelling. And then it took us 1.5 years just to get the first prototype in a level that I think, okay, now we can bring that to schools and pilot it and see if we are doing the right thing. And there are so many details. And sorry, promoting another conference. So at ISLS, we will be presenting all the design decisions and all the science behind each design decision we made for the experience. And it was 1.5 years, a team of 7 people working together on a weekly basis. So.
I'll say Tomi last night talked about like being critical of the design process. And I think we all talked about it at one point. We met last night to talk about this, and looking at how you do just that is what is the work that goes behind the design. I think we spend so much time looking at the research itself and not looking at the design aspect of it. As somebody who teaches immersive design, very first class, I introduce myself and then throw everybody into VR headsets and go, let's break this down and look at a whole bunch of different experiences such as Beat Sabers, Thrill the Fight, some space, whatever the newest Space 360 video is that they can see, and try and break those down to find, when we start doing the thing, what is important to you? What is important to learning? What is important to the design and the feel of that space itself? So that becomes hypocritical to add on to what you're saying. One more.
Thank you very much. A little bit of my background is 360 video and virtual reality specifically. I'm also a parent here in Portland, Oregon, and the pandemic really defined my children's educational experience. And, you know, in thinking about using VR in the classroom to enhance teaching, I think is fantastic. But I've always been very, very interested in the kids that can't make it to class. And, you know, we have a 360 camera here broadcasting to VR chat, just a window I was asking about. We're just showing a 4x3 window in VR chat, right? And I've always, as a 360 video enthusiast, been very, very interested in just the simple tech. We've had $200 to $300 360 cameras now available. And is anyone using those cameras for kids who can't get into class, whether it's pandemic, whether it's because ice are on the streets in Minnesota, whatever it is that is blocking the student from the classroom experience? Is that basically the question is bringing reality of the classroom home to those who can't get there. And is anyone doing that anywhere?
I can speak to what I know. There are a couple of virtual reality schools. The biggest one is in Utah, which is, you know, I think, you know, makes the case for a lot of rural kids. And there's a big homeschooling community there as well. So it kind of fits within that. I think in general, though, I haven't heard of anybody using 360 video or 360 environments to just replicate sitting in a classroom, which I think is actually, you know, maybe not the best use case anyway, because I think it's, if you have the world as your oyster and you can create all these different types of experiences in VR, why recreate what we know is not necessarily a very effective learning environment? So this is the kind of irony of these types of experiences here. Talking is like, we're sitting talking to you while you all sit there, and we know that this isn't actually the best way of teaching or learning. And so I think a lot of what we see, but I do think 360 video is super valuable, and I've always been a big proponent of it, even though the VR community seems to poo-poo it, is that, like, during the pandemic, I did virtual reality field trips with 360 videos on Zoom, giving kids Google Cardboards. And they were incredibly impactful experiences because they got to try them out. It took them out of the, you know, the box of Zoom, just sitting there. And then, but it also just gave them something to talk about with each other in a different way. So thinking about how that connects. And I think that goes back to the last comment too, which is like, we're not trying to replicate or replace necessarily like the lecture. We're trying to think about like, what are new ways of integrating this technology into typical lessons. So you may have a little bit of a lecture, and then you're in a video, and then you're talking in a breakout room or something like that. So I think there's a lot of creative ways to use XR within remote schooling. I don't think having anybody in a headset for hours on end is the solution. I don't necessarily think replicating the classroom is a great solution either. I'd be curious if you guys disagree though, because I think there are other efforts like that. That's my personal. Yeah.
Right. So many kids experience it for several years.
Right.
I didn't work with remote students, but I work with a teacher in California, in a California school district, that he has been using 360 cameras for a while now. And it's very specific to that school. He has a grant for many years that every spring break, he goes to a developing country and he brings his 360 camera. His name is David Homa. And he records images, interviews. He collects a lot of, good 360-degree material. And he approached me because he wanted to use that with his students that could not go to those countries. So for example, he was in Afghanistan last year. It's one example. So there is another way to use 360 that are two ways actually. You record the images, you get all of that, and you make a very nice piece and bring back to your students. Or the second, that's what we are exploring now with his students. The students get all those many hours of content, and the students try to tell the story themselves using those images. So that's what we are exploring now. No findings yet, but excited about this.
Also, just to share one other example, a couple of years ago, we had a business school in South Africa. They were using 360 VR for their case studies. I don't know, cases, that's what they call them. So they had the students, in the VR, just exploring, just the way 360 is. And then there is a debriefing before the experience and there's a debriefing after the experience. So it was simply textbook cases, business cases, but then they had gone to these businesses that were using for the cases and had spoken to and just recorded videos, 360 videos of that experience, and then deployed it in the classroom, which meant that the working class that were doing their MBAs don't have time to go to all these places. They don't have time to even read some of these cases. But what if they can experience it? It's about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and they're done. And then the next thing is just a debriefing. So that's one example that I remember very vividly. And I also know that it was very interesting for us, for the lab that I worked with in Nigeria as well, because we wanted to also do something that was low cost, less time consuming. We were building an experience for almost 3 years. We didn't have a lot of resources, plenty of things. But then 360 video would have made it easier. People would have just acted, would have just made videos and all of that. So it was something that we also exploring in low resource context as well. So,
how many PhD students are in the room? All right, I have a challenge for you. I don't know if I set the bar for this, but yeah, quick challenge. Well, it's not a quick challenge. So speaking along those lines, when I actually defended my dissertation, my daughter was in Boston and she said, I want to be there for you. And I said, bet. So I did mine in Frame VR. There were 30 people in the room in virtual reality and another 30 people online in virtual reality in my dissertation. So there's a challenge for you. If you're going to do VR in education and defend your dissertation on VR, do it in VR. Thank you all very much. Some great questions. Please catch us afterwards.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We've got a couple things. We are about to head to lunch. Before you do, first, we have a really long lunch. We have to come back here, I believe, at 2. So you got a little over an hour. If you're going to be at lunch, a couple things to remember is we do have a Snap experience that you can look at in room 306. But here's the real one. I sent out a note about this, and it's available to all. We have, and also a good excuse to get outside in the main quad, an augmented reality experience. Go on to say, I'm going to turn over to Sarah, who's going to just give you some quick directions about it.
Okay. Yes. Hi. It would be great if you, after you have something to eat, if you want to come down, the way to get there is to go downstairs to the first floor. You see the duck, right? That is the touch point. Turn left, go towards the parking lot. And then when you get there, walk along the parking lot, till you see the way to sort of the green space beginning to open up there. I don't know if that's a good description. And you'll turn sort of rightish and go down and you'll see us there. And we have a couple of iPads, a couple of headphones. I'm sure everyone will flock there en masse, but we do have a somewhat limited amount of equipment that we would love to have your experience and any feedback you may have for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So food, sun, augmented reality. It's what we all want. So see you out there myself. Enjoy some food. See you back here at around 2. Thanks, everyone. The food is directly outside. All food is in the hallway. Thank you for reminding me.
Come back. Oh, yeah, come back. Sorry, good luck. But anyway, yeah, so it was fascinating.
My mom would love it. I wasn't even allowed to say it. It was like in my house. It was coloring.
My favorite story just for my teacher. She just loved when I told her. And then 3 weeks later, she was like, oh my gosh, I'm mind blowing. Yeah, it's mind altering. And now I feel so much better. Like self-efficacy. So,
and it feels better, you know. And the short me.
My 3-minute talk. You got it, girl.
Thank you. Helsinki. We moved to Helsinki, which is Finland's still very, very close to but he feels safer. He does New York City. But yeah, because he sees that. He was taught that very young. It's a real pleasure.
So that will be the planner will have their screen in there. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Yeah.
They knew it was good. Oh, yeah. I'd like to see.
I would do the giving a. Oh, hey.
we're in our post-lunch period. So, all right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon post-lunch series of mini panels that we're going to do. I'm not going to talk that much because I want us to keep on schedule. So I'll let everyone introduce themselves, and looking forward to this next talk. So hand it away to all of you.
Great. Thanks, Max. Thanks so much for having us here and for kicking us off. And welcome back from lunch, everybody. And especially those people who are just kind of coming on in, come on in. My name is Jonathan David Martin. I'm a lecturer at the University of Maryland's Immersive Media Design program, and I am part of the Immersive Experience Alliance along with my co-presenters here, and I'll pass off to Pat to introduce himself and then to Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. My name's Pat Clark. I teach at the University of Colorado Boulder, and I'm also the faculty director of our Immersive Media Lab, and I'm also a proud member of the Immersive Experience Alliance. I'm really excited to be here to talk about Social Impact Build Fest, and I'll pass it over to Aaron.
Hi, all. Thanks for inviting us. So I'm Aaron Riley. I'm a professor at the University of Texas at Austin in Moody College of Communication and the founding director of Texas Immersive Institute. So I'm going to kick us off and tell you a little bit about the history of something we've all been able to do together this year, which is the Social Impact Build Fest. And this actually was designed and founded by one of my now alumni, but current students, Zane Giordano and I, when I launched Texas Immersive Institute over 5 years ago. And it started in this. When I began the Institute, I was focused on innovation and really helping people think about, let's all meet up and see how these emerging technologies are impacting all these very different industries. So I would do X meets Y meetups, and I would say, okay, how is generative AI impacting fashion? How is virtual reality impacting the car industry? And what was really great about that is a lot of students showed up. And I was like, great, they're here, they're really interested in, they want to integrate emerging technology into their disciplines. And they were interested, but when I was like, hey, I have this lab, would you like to start building around fashion and XR? They were like, man, I'm not so sure about that. So the reality was that there was a little caution. And I believe the reason why, and this is something that Zane, who was a student at the time, was sharing with me, was, hey, Aaron, we're really fearful of our future. We don't really know where we are. In fact, 4 in 10 fear having children. They fear about what their future jobs are. The world, especially with AI right now, is changing the entire workforce and what type of careers are happening. And I was always like, you know what, let's figure it out together, because I think we can prepare you for careers that don't exist yet. And so the lack wasn't the inspiration. I saw that in the meetups. The meetups were jam-packed with students. They definitely were inspired, but they didn't feel like they had agency. Where do I begin? Where do I start in this? This seems very complicated. And so I encouraged them at first to go to hackathons. Hey, there's a hackathon, go check that out. Maybe you can actually prototype something. But majority of my students in the College of Communication really hadn't been to a hackathon. And in fact, I really attracted students from a lot of different majors across campus, but mostly not from engineering or computer science, more from liberal arts or College of Fine Arts or the College of Communication. And if we know anything about traditional hackathons, it was situated first in computer science and engineering. So the terminology and kind of the practices, there's a lot of lingo there that if you are more of a humanist side of the disciplines, it's sometimes can be a little overbearing. And so Zane and I got together and said, how do we create a welcoming space where if I'm in nursing or international relations or opera performance, how can I actually really create a safe space and a welcoming one where they can get their feet wet? And that's where the Build Fest started. We actually sat down together and we were like, what is unique about a Social Impact Build Fest? And the first thing we did is, well, we needed to be accessible, collaborative, and welcoming. And so we created a 36-hour, similar to a hackathon, a 36-hour day but we really were intentional in scaffolding everyone that participated into this process of prototyping. So we spent the first good 12 to 15 hours focusing on design around the social impact cause. And then we brought in tech mentors who worked alongside the student teams to really kind of begin to understand the technology and prototyping and see that you can do a quick win when there's low to no code technology tools to actually be able to present and show your findings. And this is the history. This is 5 years of doing the Social Impact Build Fest. So we started with Mozilla Hubs in 22, and then we were one of the first educational licenses with 812 before it was even bought by Niantic, trying out WebAR. And then we went to Meta Horizon World, and in 2025, we went into haptics with Datafeel. You can notice, though, here that's different than a hackathon is there's not a lot of different tools. We stuck with really focusing on one technology so that the company of that could come in and mentor and really be tech mentors, and everybody could feel like they were on the same playing field trying to learn something together. And beyond the tools, even though we had one technology, we focused on impact first. So we had one technology, and we also picked a very broad impact theme so that there was agency in, if I was a nursing student and I was doing a theme about, I'm going to just use our theme, belonging, I could probably find something around my discipline that I could do around the theme of belonging. So it was a broad enough theme that alongside the tech mentors, we brought in social impact mentors, which was a great way to reach out to faculty across campus who had expertise in that discipline that they could actually bring together. And I'll have to say that it works as a great scaffolding tool for those that have never done a hackathon, because Zane, who helped me design it at the beginning, and he was from the College of Fine Arts, went on to actually win Reality Hacks after going and running and participating in it. So that brings us to this year.
Yeah, so I'm going to take over here because as you know, I got to know Aaron through the Immersive Experience Alliance and Jonathan and some others around the country. Certainly the Build Fest that you guys were running was a really, kind of like a gemstone in the crown of ways to engage students with tech and make a difference, right? Which is really important. And so this year, we were really lucky to sort of be able to prototype this. Let's take Build Fest to other campuses across the country. And so myself at CU Boulder and Jonathan at the University of Maryland sort of came on board and worked with Erin and her team to bring it to our campus. And the way that it works, and we'll talk a little bit more about this specifically in just a second, but what's really great about the Build Fest and the 5 years previous that Erin and her team has put into it is there's a model that exists, right? Which is, at least for me and some of the faculty that I support, it's never that they don't want to do things. It just takes time to implement some of these things. Right, exactly. So when Aaron, as a partner in Build Fest this year, we are able to come to the table and immediately have a playbook, training, support. All these things are in place for us to then bring to our students in our campus, which makes an incredible difference, not only for the instructors and the mentors, but also for the students, right? They're not having to sort of like watch you tap dance around something that may or may not work. There's a proven model. And what's great about it, as Aaron said, is it's a 36-hour sort of Build Fest. I come from the film world originally, so it was like a 48-hour film festival type of feel. And so, day one, you've got your students together, and you get a lot of the training and the support information that you get is a lot about, ideation, right? And for me, I'm always wanting to jump right into the tech. Well, let's build it. Let's start it. Let's do it. But what we get to learn is that there's a lot more that goes into it in terms of like thinking about impact, thinking about, are we solving a problem or are we just making a problem more prevalent? And how do we want to spend that time? So we do a lot of that up front. And then day two, we start to kind of go into it and engaging. All along, the students are working with, you as the implementer, but also tech mentors that you identify and bring in from your program. And then on day three, we get to present and have the students pitch their ideas. and have a judge who gets to give feedback and also set up awards. So it's really great opportunity for our students to really kind of stand on their own and talk about the things that are important to them.
So after doing it in the past year, scaling it to 2 other universities, we sat down and talked about some core themes that emerged as you take something local to start thinking about it national, and how can you actually get others to pick it up. And the first one is scale and size. I think we were talking about that we were the three bears of Goldilocks. We had like a small size, a mid size, and a big size. And I'll say that I'm definitely the mid size one because I'd rather scale it to other people than go big, right? That's Jonathan's part. Mine specifically is because I found a space at my school, and I'm kind of like the edge dweller in my school. I'm in the School of Advertising and PR, even though I have a film and television background and an immersive media. And so like I'm a little weirdo. And so I like to actually use the lab space in the School of Advertising and PR so that they can also see what I'm doing, you know, and go, oh, wow, can advertising and PR do this too? What does that look like, right? And it's a very open space with tables and whiteboards all along it. So as a designer, it kind of resonates with me to get people up and moving and designing and whiteboarding things before we start building.
Wanted to jump in here. So yeah, the Build Fest at UMD ended up being the largest of the 3 Build Fests. And it kind of goes to this thing. I think we were interested in testing with taking this national. We definitely thought of it as a pilot program and saying, well, we know it works well with the students and the space and the other kinds of support that, Aaron, you've built out around it at TXI and UT Austin. And so let's see what happens if we take it other places and have this scaffold. And importantly, have 2 staff members from TXI come out to be the facilitators. And so what
Not
ended up—
staff members, alumni.
Alumni, more importantly. And what ended up happening at University of Maryland is that it allowed myself as the primary event organizer to then leverage a network that was in place around UMD to connect different people exploring immersive media and other initiatives on campus that were about engaging with the intersection of arts and technology, an initiative called Arts for All, and also to engage with other partners on campus that are really focusing on social impact issues, as in our Do Good Policy Center. And so when I came to those partners and said, hey, we've got this social impact build fest that we'd like to do, any interest? Suddenly it was, oh, and I know so-and-so you should talk to, and I know somebody else who would be interested. Oh, and actually, I've been talking to somebody at Johns Hopkins University, and they're really interested in this. So part of why the University of Maryland Build Fest ended up having 75 applicants, and we ended up having 50 students that were registered to come and do the program. We weren't sure if we were gonna have enough space, let alone enough food, is that it really touched a space of interest to engage with hands-on creative problem solving around something that had a meaningful impact. And because it was framed as not being a hackathon, and we were really targeting students and communities and faculty outside of just computer science, engineering, data science areas, where if there's anything that smells and sounds like a hackathon, they'll come, they'll be there, and they were really well represented. But we felt really great that at our hackathon, we were able to have a 30% cohort of students who did not come from science and engineering backgrounds. And we had 60% of students who had never been to a hackathon before. And so we said, okay, well, this first thing that we saw that was really successful at TXI, that they're able to reach students who are not already ones that are going to go to hackathons, and we can convince them to come and explore this technology they've never touched before. Okay, well, that's successful. The other thing that we were able to do is to really focus our resources on both a central theme, as Aaron was talking to. We settled on the theme of belonging, which all 3 of us and other members of Immersive Experience Alliance decided on as being a really great theme that we could imagine specific ways that it could be run with by students that were specific to our areas and our different student demographics, but really broad enough to be interpreted lots of different ways. And so that was a really successful finding. And as Aaron has noted, there's some real benefits to just having a single tech platform, and that we were able to not only get tech mentors, but they were all coming in with shared knowledge that they could coordinate amongst themselves ahead of time and make sure that any student that had a question, any tech mentor could help them out. And so that really, really helped for students who were kind of starting at zero with the technology. And we didn't want it to be that, oh, the design students are just kind of making the designs, but they're not getting in and actually building the things themselves.
Yeah, go ahead.
So want to start?
Yeah, so our build fest was very small, especially compared to Jonathan's and to Aaron's. But one thing that that I think we all experienced was this idea of partnership, and the idea that if you can see value in it for your students and for your program, that there are probably others on your campus that can as well. So we were really able to in our college, we not only support critical media practices, which is our media production major, but also people like journalism and advertising and media studies and environmental design. And when you can come to some of your colleagues and say, like, the lift is pretty low, but we really want you to, pretty light, we really want you to be involved. The way that the Build Fest is currently set up, it really makes it appealing, because they don't automatically hear, that sounds like a lot of work for me. And I think that's really important. So that was a big takeaway for me for trying to find support and buy-in from others.
I've also found that I have my Texas Immersive Institute community is across all disciplines. I have about 22 majors represented in the Institute a year. And I find it also from like a partnership support is that we definitely have engineering and computer science students in there. And they love to come and be the tech mentors at the Build Fest. You know, it's like a different approach for them to feel like there's some peer learning that's happening. I mean, I think the students see that, and they, I had one engineering student in 2025 who was like, he was kind of new to Texas Immersive, and he was like, I'm going to come in, I'm going to build this amazing thing, and I'm going to like sweep the Build Fest. And he didn't win. And then he was like, now he comes back and he's like, wow, I learned so much from experienced designers and UX. And I thought just because I had really good code, I would win it. And now I'm realizing I really need the designers. So like, I feel like the best teams are hustlers, hackers, and designers. And I think that this in a low environment makes them realize they need to communicate and work across the team.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that, where we were able to get mentors from was kind of surprising. I think there was something where we just kind of put it out there that we're interested in mentors, and people came to us. So as we kind of note on the slide here, Georgina Dodge, who is the Vice President for Belonging at the University of Maryland in the President's office, found out about this and was willing to come and be one of our social impact mentors. And if anybody who has run events on a campus knows, it's very hard to get people at the senior administrative level to do anything with your event, because they're very, very, very busy. So not only did she come talk to our students, gave an amazing talk, but then stuck around for the rest of the night because she was so curious as the ideation process started to hear how the students were talking about the issue, how they were grappling with it, thinking about it, and trying to translate that into experiences.
See, I think that's so great, because you're showing that like students were having agency and like their voices were being heard, and that the power dynamics change in an environment like this, you know, where people are coming to them for their advice and their experiences.
Yep. And by removing a lot of that, the pressure to decide not only on what we're going to do, but also what tech best meets that, it just gives you more time to do the more meaningful portion of it.
So it goes to crafting student experience. Do you want to talk about that?
I want to kick that up. Yeah, I'm just focused on just one part of it, which was I really wanted to, with event organizing the UMD side, to really think about what is going to make this a really positive experience for students. It was helpful that it just come from a hackathon experience, and there's some great things about it. And then there were some things where I was like, okay, I can see some places for improvement. And one of the areas other than just having good food, which definitely was a big help for people's just vibe over the weekend,
Everyone comes for the food.
was about making some materials that really painted a picture for students of what they were getting themselves into. And actually, this was partly inspired by some initial conversations with Siobhan Lewis, who we noted in the last slide was one of our social impact mentors. She does a lot of work in autism-related research. And one of the things that I had a conversation with her about in advance was saying, hey, we really want to make this accessible and welcoming for students, especially those who may be neurodivergent. And I recognize that they may have different needs for an event like this, but I don't necessarily know what they are. And Siobhan, in responding to that, said, you know, one of the best things you can do is to really paint a very clear picture about everything they can expect, because that's a big part of what will be helpful to students who may have neurodivergent related needs. And out of that, we created a participants guide that just was really detailed about all the information you might need to know, the when, where, how, what are we going to do, what's that going to look like. And actually, as a result, we created this document that was really useful for everybody, the students, all of the mentors.
Judges,
And what was great, of course, about creating this while we're having conversations weekly about all three of the Build Fests was then to be able to say, oh, and yeah, now I've got this, and you know, Pat, take it and use what parts of this are useful.
Yeah, certainly I got the benefit from being the last one to go. The amazing documentation was flowing in like a rainstorm, so that was great. And just really quick, I will say that also the tech documentation, the how to use scenery in this case, was incredibly helpful because we were able to send it out ahead of time. So students could, if they wanted to, they could look at it and say, when they come to the Build Fest, they can say, I already know a little bit about this. I know kind of what the interface is, and I saw some examples. And I think that was really crucial to making it a little bit less intimidating and also allow them to kind of hit the ground running a little bit on the tech side.
Yeah, and I'll add to that about the tech workshops. Because we are partnering and like taking this to scale, we can reach to this tech sponsor early on. And so like I do summer planning for my entire academic year for the Institute and can start incorporating workshops pre-Social Impact Build Fest. So it's a great way for students who are like, oh, I don't know if I want to attend, but let me check it out, what the tool is going to be used. And then all of those are recorded and then shared forward on the Discord that we created. So this is some of the lessons learned to it. I will say we never had the participants guide that Jonathan had created, and that's definitely in the playbook going forward. We definitely need to think about preparing technical challenges for judges. Judging is weird in a welcoming environment, you know, like we're still on the fence on like how judging should work. Because like, should there be a winner or like what it's like for presentations?
I totally agree, but I think having the rubric was really important because then that gives, you know, a fair playing field for everybody. So that was, again, another great thing to be able to walk in and just have and hand to the judge and say, you don't have to do anything except use this, right? So that was helpful.
Yeah, the other thing that having the judges there to come in for the students at the end is that it really forces them to articulate their presentations for people who do not know their projects. All the rest of us have kind of been there over the 2.5 days and we're familiar with it. They're kind of familiar with each other's projects a bit. But when there are those other judges that come in, you watch everything kind of sharpen and come into focus in terms of the projects and the presentations. And I think there is this tension between process, which is very much what we're trying to focus on, and having product, which does add that extra level of specificity that comes with having some stakes involved. And I think part of how I see connecting those two together is that because the judges are using a rubric we're setting out to them to kind of orient how they should think about these projects, especially if that might be different than if they've judged for hackathons and other kinds of tech events before, is that then we're able to take summaries of some of those discussions and be able to share that back to students as feedback. And that ends up really being very valuable for students, especially because a lot of students actually were interested in being able to have these as portfolio projects that they could then show and talk about in job interviews. And I know at least one student who has used that in a job interview was able to kind of be able to use this as a way to talk about their process and going through things.
your faculty have actually reached out.
Right. And one great thing about the way we ran BuildFest is we had several of our tech mentors were faculty members. So from the Department of Journalism or Environmental Design. And they were really there not only to help as mentors, but at the end of it, they were talking to Zane and Maria, who are the facilitators, and they said, how do we integrate this into our curriculum? How do I put this in my syllabus next semester so that my students have to, either as extra credit or however they want to work it out? How do we put it in there so that they can participate in this experience as an environmental design student, or come at it as a journalism student? And so to me, that was sort of an unexpected takeaway, but a really great not only opportunity for them to provide other high impact learning experiences for their students, but also it just sort of showed me that they also want to expand that network. They want to be, a BuildFest class or a BuildFest instructor. And that was, again, sort of unexpected, but a really great takeaway for what happened on our campus.
One other takeaway I've gotten after doing it so much, it's nice to see other people implement this, is I always run the Social Impact BuildFest in the spring. And I think the first 2 years, the winner received some funding that they could incubate and continue working on their project in the lab. But it was summertime. And everybody disappears in a university setting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. And you're giving them money and they're like, oh, are we around, and supporting it. But you have an incubator, and I have a somewhat incubator as well as StoryCorps program. I'm thinking of switching it after watching this to the fall, so that way I can invite the winning teams to actually come and incubate in the lab in the spring and be able to further refine their projects if they'd like.
Yeah, and just to tag on that, so I run a summer program that is essentially like a summer incubator program for students around campus to come in, especially if those who have not worked with immersive media before. They have 9 weeks to create a project, and then they present at a fall arts festival. With BuildFest, it was then opened up to any of the participants of BuildFest to keep working on their project as part of the summer incubator program. I think a lot of us who've gone to hackathons before, especially if you have a project you're really passionate about, you get really into it over those 48 to 72 hours. And then typically there's no momentum or support to keep working on it afterwards. And so I wanted to try to bridge that gap. And I've been really pleased to see that 1, if not 2 projects from our 8 at BuildFest are going to keep working over the summer. And what's great about the fact that we had students from University of Maryland and Johns Hopkins is that now we're able to have a reason to have Johns Hopkins students as part of this summer incubator, and to kind of continue to use that as a springboard for collaborations across students that didn't already know each other.
Yeah, seeing you actually open it up to other universities in your area is thinking that UT Austin should do the same. We should open it up to other universities. I've had high school students, high school teachers ask to come and join in. We've opened it up to Austin community, where some Austin media professionals come in, but I think that it really could be like kind of a local connection across many people. So I would say we value diversity not because it makes us feel good. It's more about what I've seen in the, and Zane and I have talked a lot about this, is that the BuildFest, brings these software hackers and designers together because it's so open and welcoming. And it really it's genuinely builds a better BuildFest when you learn to communicate across your different disciplines, but it also makes better projects have lasting visibility and participation and engagement. Here's the takeaways.
Yeah, so we're getting the 1 minute remaining mark. So we're gonna let you guys read this really quickly while we just wrap up with some of the takeaways. But for me, again, my BuildFest was pretty small, which was great because that's what I could handle, and that's what was really important, really great about this event, is that you can kind of scale it to what you can manage. I couldn't manage it. I couldn't manage a 50-person BuildFest this year, but maybe I can next year. So the scalability was the big takeaway for me. I'll let Jonathan, do you want to jump in and take you with your takeaway, and then Aaron?
Sure.
Yeah, I would say it's very rare that a pilot project happens and people at the end don't just feel, okay, that was a lot, great, I'm glad that's done, maybe let's not do that again. And instead, I was really pleased that even though, especially because we were working across 4 or 5 different on-campus and off-campus partners, everybody had ideas for what we could do next year. Oh, wouldn't it be great if we did this? Or actually, we had enough capacity in the room, we could have more students. So that to me was a really positive sign for the first time that you're trying something, that we achieved success, not only that the students all said that they would recommend it, but that the people that were involved in putting it up were excited to think about what we could do next.
Yeah, I think it goes to approachability. I think that the playbook actually really sets out a really welcoming, accessible design to get people to feel like they're part of the community. I've used the Build Fest every year that actually my classes get more students involved. They start coming to the Institute and the lab and wanting to participate in projects. So it's really like walking them through the front door. I'll just say that we're all part of the Immersive Experience Alliance. When we were starting to build this alliance, which we welcome to you to join us, I was like, we need programming. Here's the Build Fest. Take it and run with it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, this is certainly the Alliance has been a great thing for me and our program at CU to be able to talk to other folks like yourselves once a month. What's going well? What are you guys working on? What's not going well? So this has been really a key part of my growth for sure.
Yeah, I think it really proved the utility of having an organization that's set up to facilitate conversations, to say, oh, this is working really well, and that Pat can take that and run with that with something really specific. Yep. And then that leads to a shared vocabulary to share other things. Like even talking with Danny about going and taking the tour of the labs, like, great, this is this way that we are sharing knowledge, which I think is really challenging inside of a space that's bifurcated and splintered as immersive media is. So thank you. That's our talk. We'd love to take some time for questions about BuildFest. And as we kind of are showing in this slide, we'd love to chat with people more about Immersive Experience Alliance if you're interested in learning more about what that's all about tomorrow at lunch.
Thank you.
So what we're going to do is we're going to transition to the next mini panel while taking questions. So hands up, just making sure. All right, we got a live one from Danny.
Thank you all for sharing your insights. Having just run a hackathon, I'm like, dang, I wish I had seen this before that. Lessons learned. So, team composition, like you all kind of hinted at, like super important. And I loved what you said about hustlers, hackers, designers. I love that. I'm going to keep using that. I'm curious as to whether the different sites approach team composition differently. Did some of you allow them to come with teams made? Did they make the teams when they got there? Was it randomized? Walk me through that.
So I believe we actually did the same process for all three, and it's what Zane and Maria, the two facilitators who have been doing this year after year, have kind of really found works well for this group of students, which is you have some conversations and you get some kind of key words that students are saying, or that you've kind of come in thinking that they're going to be generic to the theme, and you kind of put those as tables of interest. And over the course of about an hour, the students go around and start having conversations around those themes. And so you see this half structured, half organic process where the students start to make their teams. We set some limits in that no less than 3, no fewer than 3, no more than 5 in terms of the team sizes, and not to make teams ahead of time. That it's great if people are excited. Like we had 2 students that were working on a project and they wanted to come in and keep working on it. We said, that's awesome, that's great. We got the summer program for you, but why don't you come in and just kind of see what it's about?
Yeah. I think what that does too is it helps identify and rally students around ideas and things that are inspiring to them versus like, I was in a class with Erin and she's pretty cool, so let's do something together, which is great. But sometimes you're like, all right, we'll see at the end of the hackathon or the end of the Build Fest because I want to do this.
Yeah. Team formation is in the playbook. It's a key part that I feel like we often lack in hackathons, and it all goes back to something I'm very interested in, which is time. You need to take time to really form your team.
All right, we have time for one more quickish question. I'm actually going to jump to the back for this one.
Thank you so much. It's very fascinating. When I was listening to you, I was thinking, well, I'm doing something very similar, not within the format you are doing that. I'm just teaching a class, mixed reality for social good, and it's a little bit longer. Maybe it's something like your summer program or something. So looking forward to talk to you more. I have a question. Did you bring some designs for special populations? Let's say when you design for children, you design for somebody. Did you have that experience?
Yeah, that's part of our social impact mentors. So we make sure that we really kind of think about the core theme and then like literally divergent thinking. What are all the different types of mentors that would like focus on this theme? How can we invite them to the table?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we had one of our mentors this year. She's from the Department of Environmental Design. So anytime a student would want to put something in AR, she would mention something about, you know, the workflow, or not the workflow, the layout of a room, or the way you go through doors, and some of these things where you're like, oh, that's really interesting. I never thought of it that way. So I think a lot of what you're mentioning comes from the mentors that you pick.
And also the fact that we make space and time to specifically throw that question back to the students. So as they go, oh, I'm really excited to build blank, we go, great, who's it for? And so part of what they need to create on that first day, the design day, is a short document that's outlining what, why, who, when, where, so that they've got a clear idea of who it is that they're creating it for.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much. I was just wondering if you would bring their special population as a part of co-design. Maybe that would be helpful. That's what I'm trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And unfortunately, that's going to be a response you're going to have later on in the day. So thank you once again. Round of applause. All right, we're just going to go straight in. We're going to probably do this for a couple of panels in a row now, but we're going to go straight into our other mini panel. So I'm just going to hand it over to all these fine folks.
Okay, hello. Welcome everyone. Today's mini panel explores how immersive technology can create meaningful impact across diverse contexts, from healing, wellness to education and art and play. Many of us are actually exploring different areas at the same time, so it'll be interesting to share our experience. So our team, I'm gonna be a moderator, but also I'm gonna be presenting some content as well. We have.
Hi, my name is Brian Kim.
We also remotely. Uzo, would you introduce?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Uzo Wangpa, and I'm happy to be here.
Okay. Unfortunately, Michael Brunner and then Elizabeth Wolfspeedy couldn't make this event, but we're going to cover their content. Sorry, I didn't really mention we're from Texas A&M University, from Texas, another Texas, and also I'm part of also Immersive Experience Alliance as well. So we're all connected. So today, hopefully we can present each panelist short presentation and have some moderated discussions and also audience question as well. So all of us, you know, in some forms, like we have collaborated together, you know, like the outcome was sometimes educational programs, sometimes art performance, and also sometimes game project, also sometimes like, you know, health related immersive environments projects. So through those collaborations, we have a central vision of Meaningful XR. So definitely, you know, we share common concerns and interests, designing purposeful interactions and creating measurable impact and maintaining ethical responsibility and keeping human values at the center of our technical innovation. So we have 4 areas, as I mentioned, even though we are going to introduce some projects in those 4 areas, but we're kind of exploring, like, you know, we're engaged with different areas too. So you can imagine as an artist and designer researcher, I do create immersive art, but at the same time, I'm creating healthcare education training applications too. So we're going to have first XR games and interaction, and then secondly, wellness and mindfulness by Uzo, and then immersive art and healthcare education. I'm going to present other panelists' contents.
Thank you so much, Dr. So. Hi, my name is Brian Kim. I'm assistant professor at Texas A&M. I used to work at Epic Games for Fortnite, so you can blame it on me if your children like Fortnite. But now I do more research on games for health, especially digital therapeutics. I did a mobile game for autism spectrum children, but today I want to show a VR rehabilitation game for a vision deficit patient who has like 6 null palsy, like a little bit of blind spot and vision field problem. And naturally, my research question was most likely, when does agency in XR games foster real behavioral change? And I use agency more in a scoped way of more related to game design field. So TLDR, my conclusion to that answer was embody the mechanics and gamify the aesthetics. And to briefly touch on like a game design terminology, mechanics is the rules that you present in that experience in the game itself, and aesthetics is how the users, the player receives emotionally through that rule, briefly saying. So agency drives behavioral change because users internalize outcome they produce themselves instead of just passively reading it. So the design question for XR is not just rather to, oh, let's just gamify or just simulate, but which layer to gamify, the action or the frame around it or both. So one of the conclusion that we landed based on our research is the action needs to simulate it one-on-one. The user movement reproduces the clinical action one-to-one, and this embodied interaction is XR distinct affordance over any screen-based media. And the aesthetics, the wrapper, should gamify a little bit freely. So the goal, environment, and feedback are reframed as play, sustaining engagement, and motivating repeated use. So after listening to this, I know what you're thinking. It'll be like, well, isn't that kind of obvious, right? But when I looked at similar related works or research games doing the same research, what I found out is, one, sometimes they try to gamify everything, even the action. So the real action dissolved into abstraction, the embodiment of XR is gone. Sometimes you use a controller to do the quiz. So it's like, why is this even in XR or VR? So what is the difference between this game and the commercial games? Or it could be something like simulate, you try to simulate everything one-to-one, clinically alignment as possible. And the player is kind of sometimes lost in this open world. There's so many things I should learn. So, oh, this is no different than a test, or why should I train with this instead of just doing in real time? So as I mentioned through iRehab, what we found out is mechanics was kept one-to-one with this Lancaster red-green test, which aligns with the clinical outcome, but we tried to gamify the aesthetics. So the goal and the environment itself more loosely interpreted for us to experiment. And this was to balance out optimizing only for a clinical environment, collapses both the play and the rationale for XR. I know I skimmed through a lot of this, but I'm happy to answer more of your questions. But through this research, we concluded that we should embody the mechanics and gamify the aesthetics. So thank you so much. And we have
we have a remote panelist. Uzo, you can start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Brian. My name is Uzo Wangpa. I'm a community health nurse practitioner and also a small business owner and an adjunct professor at Samuel Merritt University, teaching at the College of Nursing. And my work sits at the intersection of public health, ancient future healing pathways, creativity, and technology. And I know that's a lot to think about. But when I say ancient future healing pathways, I'm talking about these pathways that the human body have always known and we have resorted to since the beginning of time. Breathing, right? Understanding our bodies, understanding what goes in, understanding the psychology of it, what happens when we get together as a group and dance and sing and play together, right? And then the future part of it is, how does technology enhance that and support that? So at our Healing Arts Lab at Wellness Promoters, I reached out to Texas A&M because I saw some of the beautiful work they were doing with XR. And I was thinking about ways we could collaborate, right? Like bringing expressive arts, embodied healing practices, digital wellness tools, etc., to the well-being of students, healthcare professionals, my colleagues, and the communities that we serve. So it's rooted in the belief that healing happens in connection. We offer accessible practices like meditation, affirmations, guided reflection, which all you can do without technology. But I'm always curious, right? Like, how can XR support healing and self-reflection using all of those modalities? So there are a few things that I sort of pointed out, right? One of them is the intention. So I think of XR as a bridge between imagination and everyday life. Think about when you were a child and your limitless imagination in your world. We were already living those lives when we were children. And then now, as adults, it's happening with our eyes open, right? We can now, with technology, imagine to be somewhere and be there. So intention is important, particularly when using technology, right? Technology is deeply meaningful when people feel safer, when people feel more present, when they're able to connect with themselves and are able to access their own capacity for healing. And so the body is the central place for this. The body is not the user interface. The body is it in this setting, right? In the healing setting. So when we talk about things like movement, breath, dance, and so on, I want to know, for those who are creating these spaces, are we honoring pacing, choice, rest, emotional safety? And then for those of you that are measuring impact, right? Like, I'd love for us to think about what happens beyond these spaces, what's happening in our everyday life, the experience that was had in the immersive experience, how can that influence their quality of life? And then the last thing I'd say is, this work requires responsibility. It's the thing that keeps coming up. Healing centered our XR invites vulnerability, which means we must design with ethics, accessibility, cultural relevancy, respect, and also to be able to be within integrity when it comes to trauma-informed care. So I'll pause right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uzo. So based on her expertise and interest, we worked on Healing Igloo together. So Michael Brunner unfortunately couldn't make it today. He explored how can XR art cultivate spaces of reflection and healing. So he was able to
Give an immersive creative space in person.
Oh, I'm not sure you can hear.
About how XR art can cultivate spaces of reflection. So one of the big things that I think is most important, how can we
Sorry, we didn't test
devices for reference so they just feel like they're in an amazing space. We'll change the audio.
Sorry about that. We test everything else, but not sound. Sorry.
Is it this one or?
Previous one. Okay, to say that to work. So he included some work examples. For example, this is the the left side, on your left side. It's a 360 projection environment. We call it Igloo Studio. So we created immersive, more like relaxing, but also interactive contents around that space. He used Touch Designer to create interactive contents that respond to the movement as well as, like people's gaze as well. So we had those contents, like the reason why we wanted to show this is, all the interactive technology or techniques responding to, human movement and other interactive inputs, that was used for healing component, wellness component. So, like through that collaboration with Uzo, we had to build our own, way of, understanding each other's words, right? So we kind of had to learn each other's language, and then, using similar techniques, created the meaningful work together. Next, person. Again, unfortunately, Elizabeth couldn't make it, but she used to work at Texas A&M. She's from nursing school. She's a professor teaching heavily, like students with simulation. As many of you already talked about, nursing education adopt a lot of immersive technology in their education. So same for Texas A&M. We had Elizabeth and other faculty members were very, very interested in incorporating and developing new technology, new learning modules utilizing virtual reality. So we collaborated for probably like 7 years now. And then now she moved to University of North Texas Health Science Center, but we still continue our collaboration. So some of us actually talked about 360 media. During the pandemic time, we had to also create some 360 content because, like in nursing and medical simulation, a lot of, real patients, right, invited to the school system, and then the students actually interact with real patient or sometimes simulated patient we call standardized patient. So, but especially you learn about, the pregnancy, you learn about, postpartum, like that kind of contents without, like actual pregnant person, it's hard to learn, right? So for during that pandemic time, it was just impossible. So we created 360 contents, but also we added some interactive, more detailed content, because sometimes 360 is just far away, and also you cannot, even though you come closer to that scene, you cannot really see the details. And then we expanded our hopefully it works a little better.
Check your Wi-Fi.
But anyways, for last 6 years, 7 years, we have created more than 10 applications together between our program and nursing school at Texas A&M as well as UNT. You see some of examples here: forensic nursing evidence collection. So especially this one, each individual student, nursing students, or like resident, sorry, RN, resident nurses, like they don't have experience with, people with sexually assaulted, right? So we created virtual character and a virtual patient room. They go through step-by-step task. As you all know, like virtual reality is pretty good with, procedural tasks, right? So this kind of environment really helped them to kind of, have the visual image in their mind, right? Even without seeing things, like everything is in their mind as an image. So it helps them to go through, like very precise procedures, right? And then in these applications, we have many like hands-on tasks. Sorry, it's like we're busy kind of going back and forth here. So that's that. And then the video below it, we integrated haptic gloves. So especially like nursing and medical, like, not just talking, right? Like really have to touch, a patient's body and see what's going on. Or in this case, Leopold's maneuver, the nurse and doctor has to actually palpate pregnant belly area and then measure the size of baby inside, right? And then also the direction of the baby or something like that. So anyways, through this process, Elizabeth, she's a nurse, also like nursing faculty. She had to learn a lot. And also, the best way of learning, I mean, they already know how to teach, or how to learn this kind. And then we have no idea. But even though we went to all the simulation program, like all the important ideas for interaction design, actually Elizabeth gave us. So, we had to understand, what's subject expert provides, and also we have to provide feedback, and then kind of going back and forth, a lots of iterative processes. So even though like each area we have our own expertise, but really like collaborative, the artists and designers, and sometimes the game researchers being part of it. I'm so sorry with all those videos, but these are some photos. We integrated these applications within nursing classes. So I think we're going to talk about like what's meaningful in this kind of XR application. But I think really, like people never use VR, like even some like mature or like older nursing students. I've never played the game even, like they talk about, oh, I've seen my grandson played, like virtual reality games, but they tried and then they were able to go through everything. And it's like, oh, this is really interesting. Or, like they never played VR, but they were able to go through everything and finish by themselves. So that kind of make, like us, okay, this is really meaningful and it has a way to contribute and it create impact to learning. Okay, so how much time do we have? Just 4 minutes. Okay, so maybe we can sit here. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, so the question for our panel, like what is like meaningful experience, through your project, and also if you can share any moment, when you feel like, it's surprise and also like, oh, it worked, or, like if you can share, Brian, your experience a little bit, that would be great.
Oh yeah. Basically, I'm going to talk a little bit same thing that y'all talked about before me, but in more game design terms. So, as mentioned, I think the meaningful is not just, oh, you experience this, oh, this is great, and then you kind of don't remember anything, but it's the meaning sticks to you throughout. So I just call it generalization, but especially in games, if you struggle and find out, instead of boop, you said it, oh, you got it right, boop, you got it wrong. Instead of that, like you give more room to explore, and but within the boundaries of the pedagogical or clinical boundaries that you want to give, I found out that was especially meaningful for them, although the interaction or mechanics may be simple, just like pinching or just looking at it, like eye gazing, but that stick more than trying to have like really flamboyant technological interaction, but more straightforward. So I did both an autism spectrum children's game and visual rehabilitation game, more like straightforward style, but more tech advanced interaction. But I found out that meaningful for them was more in there. It's more trial and error. You wait for them to learn, and then that was like an aha moment for me. Yeah.
I'm not sure, Uzo, do you have anything you want to add?
Maybe I'll respond to the second question. Yes. And the thing that surprises me, I would say, is that it may be different every time. If somebody is triggered by an activity inside the immersive world, and something happens, I'm always curious about then how to intervene, right? If especially if there's a trauma response happening. So that was a surprise for me. But we can move on to the next question.
Yeah,
I know
okay.
we're out of
Yeah, that's
time.
great. I think for me, meaningful XR also, it's not just for users. Actually, like this kind of interdisciplinary collaboration happening is very meaningful through this technology, right? So I think now our nursing faculty, as I mentioned, she is actually the person uploading APK to her headsets, right? So I think we're kind of learning each other's area, and I also had to go through all sorts of like nursing simulation processes. So I think understanding each other's area, and then like looking at specific questions and tasks with fresh eyes, because I haven't gone through nursing education, and then from user study or like interaction designer perspective, oh, this would be great, so I think that kind of open-minded and then sharing experiences and the iterative processes, I think that makes really like this kind of processes very meaningful. Okay. Okay, next question. So how do you define Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Uzo kind of like prepared the answers for the second question, but I think that's it. And I'm so sorry for the technical glitches here. Do we have time for the audience? Maybe one question.
We have some time because we're going to be setting up for the next panel once again. So during the transition, and also this was you did everything right, but I want to remind people that the UO guest Wi-Fi is much faster than Eduroam. So this is any academic here knows that Eduroam is not our friend.
Oh, I see.
So that's
Yeah.
all it was.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Don't use Eduroam then.
I'm actually presenting next, so I'm just going to give this to Robbie, who can field questions.
Fielding questions for the panel. Please. Not that you need it. It's kind of easy because it's the question that was just up on the screen is how do you define impact and how do you know when you've succeeded?
Yeah, Uzo, would you answer to that question? Thank you so much.
Yes, that's such a great question because it feels like we often focus on deliverables, especially in the healthcare space. You know, sometimes it's connected to diagnoses. And I think it's important for us to look at this impact a bit more qualitative, a bit more through storytelling. And I think it's important that we look at it a bit more creatively, right? So yes, it's important to use scales, evidence-based scales, but let's not forget the story behind the experience. I think that's something that's missed quite a bit.
Yeah, this morning, Kent also talked about the phenomenological, method, really looking at the experience as an experience. So, it could be subjective, it could be individualized, right? So I think not just numbers, but like looking at the actual quality of experience really creates impact. Thank you so much.
I need to sign myself in. What do you mean? Yep. So we need all the short paper people.
So everyone who's in the next session, about to present in this lightning-ish round, please come on up, and we're starting with you, Kat. All right. And then Ebenezer.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, you're online.
Yes.
Hello. And Jorge, where's Jorge?
He's in the back.
Oh, there. Okay, cool. Jorge, how long is each one?
5 minutes.
So Jorge, you have 10 minutes. No worries. Followed by Corey, Yanni, Kendall, Jason, DePerry Turner, and Gal. Just FYI. And I'm just stalling because Max thought we were ready, and then.
We can. Oh, all right. We'll do that. All right. If you want to do it that way, that's fine. We have both. All right. So we're going to do this a little bit on the fly. All right, everyone. I'll introduce this, and then we'll start jumping into people. We'll need to leave that computer on just for Oogie later. Yeah. So that'll be good. Okay. Great. Hi, everyone. So we're about to do our short paper panel. Let me give you an introduction as to how this works. In a already condensed set of talks, these are condensier. And then we get to the condensiest when we get to the lightning talks, as you might have noticed. So these are our short works in progress, starts of ideas, sometimes fully fledged ideas, but presented as nice intellectual appetizers, and inspired a little bit by the PechaKucha. I don't know how many of you know about the PechaKucha presentation format. That's why we call it like the Parappa or the equivalent. It's our way of saying it's not quite the same thing, but it's similar. So for our panelists, in case you don't know, And in case you can't tell, I am a stickler for time. So I'm going to have a 5-minute timer for each of you. The timer is going to ring out loud. So when it rings out loud, you want to be summing yourself up and moving on. Don't worry, you don't have to like stop immediately and just go off stage, but you do want to finish yourself up. And then after we go through all 8, presentations, what I like to do, but I don't think the room is going to be as conducive for this. So yeah, no. After that, then we'll do Q&A afterwards. Okay, we'll leave it at that. So we're going to go with our first speaker, and they're going to be jumping on. So I'm just going to continue vamping. I'm getting out the clock here. Everyone needs to hear me narrate. Setting that timer for 5 minutes. All right. And I'm about to. So our first speaker is going to be Catherine Kosolapova. No. Kosolapova. Thank you. When you say it, it's so much more accurate. All right. All right. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. You're...
Oh, okay. Reload this one more time as well.
All right. I'm going to mute myself, and we'll start off with our first person going right around now.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Kat, and today I'll be sharing work from the Social Emotional Technology Lab at UC Santa Cruz on playful augmented reality for emergency preparedness. So Santa Cruz is well known for its surf culture and its iconic beach boardwalk. However, the downtown area also faces significant climate risks, including flooding, wildfires, and severe rainstorms. In fact, a couple years ago, we were hit with a major winter storm that brought flooding and high surf that partially collapsed our pier. Climate change is affecting all of us in some manner, but when it comes to actually preparing for climate-related hazards, many people feel overwhelmed or just don't know where to start. Emergency kits are widely recommended, yet few follow through on making one at home. There is a persistent gap between awareness and concrete action. As such, we aimed to explore a more playful approach for local climate resilience in the form of a location-based augmented reality mini-game that teaches users how to create an emergency kit while also raising awareness of local risks and community resources. We developed the game in Unity for the Google Pixel 3 XL. To support a location-based experience, we used the Mapbox SDK alongside pseudo-scanning of real-world objects such as signs. We also enabled scanning at our indoor lab location so that we could compare how the different playing environments shape the player experience. Our game is narrated by Rosa, a playful sea lion character that serves as the animal guardian mascot of the city. When starting the game, Rosa introduces the player to the scene and the local flooding risks and prompts them to scan a nearby sign to anchor them within the real world space. From there, Rosa introduces the community emergency response team, a local organization focused on preparedness skills, and presents the game objective, assembling an emergency kit from items on an augmented table. Prior to gameplay, players complete a short tutorial that covers the core AR interactions, including tapping, rotating, and dragging to counterbalance any differences in prior AR experience. From there, players begin with level 1, where they collect items from the table until either the time runs out or they select on collecting. After each level, Rosa provides feedback on the items collected and prompts for replay if needed. The entire game consists of 3 progressively more challenging levels with shorter time limits and animated seagulls that attempt to steal items from the table, which players can tap to chase away. Yeah, I know, pretty cute, right? Throughout the game, players are able to collect 2 different badges, one after finishing the first level and another after completing all levels. All right, so our study was guided by 2 research questions. First, can playful AR interaction increase users' awareness and confidence in preparing emergency kits? And 2, what is the potential of location-based AR to increase users' motivation for real-world action taking related to local climate resilience? While our study was limited in size, our results offer early empirical evidence on both fronts. Survey data suggest that repeated playful engagement with emergency kit concepts can improve awareness of local risks and resources while also building confidence in assembling an emergency kit. Excuse me, the visual clarity of AR object-supported learning and the combination of repetition and progressive challenge further reinforced retention. This is consistent with prior work showing that XR can make abstract concepts more tangible and memorable. Notably, several participants shared that the game reframed emergency preparedness as something approachable and actionable rather than overwhelming, directly countering the common misconception that preparedness is a huge task and too daunting to start. We also used the mini PXI to assess game usability and experience. Players that completed the game on site reported higher scores across nearly all dimensions, the one exception being focus. This reflects how focus may be slightly negatively affected by the additional cognitive demands of navigating a real-world environment. Otherwise, the game was perceived as more usable and enjoyable when played at its intended location. As a whole, our findings contribute to the growing body of AR research by demonstrating how three-dimensional interaction and visual clarity can support learning and confidence building, and suggest that grounding these experiences in real-world locations has particular potential to bridge this gap between awareness and action by connecting abstract emergency concepts within the places that people live in. That's all from me today. So thank you very much. And yeah.
Amazing. Actually, I think we should take a note from Robbie. If we have one question while we transfer over to the next person, I think that's a great plan. Yeah. So any burning questions, quick questions for, yeah, go for it.
Did you at all test just using a traditional 2D mobile version of your experience in the context? I'm curious how much it was AR versus just the context that they were in.
It was a mix of both because the narration was, as you saw, was kind of projected over the phone screen itself. But when it came to engaging with the game and creating this emergency kit, that was all done through augmented reality. So it was kind of that in-between mixed reality with the engagement with the concepts being augmented, but then the reinforcement of that knowledge building being something a bit more 2D.
Thank you very much.
Question?
No, we'll talk later.
Okay, awesome.
Terrific. Ebenezer, you're up. If you could share your screen and start talking, we are seeing you.
That's wonderful. I have Amanda also here. Let me try and share my screen and we talk you through that. So give me a minute.
Here we go. We're seeing everything.
You're seeing everything. Great. All right.
Yes, indeed.
Great. Okay, so Amanda will start by talking to you guys about our game. But let me start by saying that we are 3 authors on this project. And our title is From Board Game to Extended Reality, a cross-platform analysis of ATI environmental communication game. So this game seeks to talk about the environment and look at the impact and how we can change behavior about how people interact with the environment. And Amanda here have designed an amazing game, and we work on it as a team, but she's the lead. And she's designed the board game, then we've gone ahead to do the mobile game, and we're going ahead to do the VR game. So I'll let Amanda start and talk to you guys about the game.
All right, so the game is called ATSI. It means forest or tree in a local Ghanaian language, which is Ewe. So actually, the inspiration behind the game is to actually design game that suits the global South context. That's our local cultural context. And then in the game, most of the characters in the game were named after the local Ghanaian names. So you have Ata in the game. It's actually it's a game to educate young people about deforestation, the causes of it, the negative effects, the importance of forests and trees, and the solutions to deforestation. And it's all situated within the Ghanaian context. So every action that is in the game is something which is actually happening in Ghana. And also we named certain elements in the game like the forest,
after real, actual Ghanaian forest, because we wanted if every young person or every child looks on the game, they can actually see their community in the game. So there's a community as well, which is named after a real local community in Ghana. So Ghana, we have like 12 regions. So there's everything that is linked to your community, either the name of a river, either the name of a forest. And so the game actually follows a similar pattern of, a bit of Chutes and Ladders, but it was really modified. And that's because Chutes and Ladders is a very common game in Ghana. And so we want people to actually understand, this game in the environmental context. It's actually the first cultural environmental game that we designed for Ghana. And so when we're done with the board game, we realize when it's currently even being deployed in about 5 schools across 3 regions in Ghana. And so what happened was that when we took the games to school to pilot and also to deploy, many young people, especially students, were asking for the mobile game. And that's where we designed the mobile game for accessibility. It's an offline game, so you could access it even without you having data or you having Wi-Fi. Yeah.
Yes, and for this, the game have been deployed to a lot of places in Ghana, and you see school children play this game and getting involved in this game. Actually, you can go to this QR code if you're interested to just be able to download the game or start activating it and playing it. This is for the Google Play Store, and this one is for the Apple Store. You can go there and also look at that game. Now, we looked at how this game is being played currently, and we are imagining putting it into the VR game, which we've started working on it, and want to share and see if we can have some partners, ideas, and all of that from the audience also. That would be great. So we want to immerse people into the game, and people to be able to feel it and make very constructive behaviors and take really good actions that would help the environment. The reason why we focus more on children and younger adults in this game is that in Ghana, for instance, there have been issues of illegal mining, and a lot of the mining communities, you see young children who should be going to school actually engage in destroying the environment and looking for economic benefits. So we want them to kind of understand that the environment is important. They should look beyond the benefits that probably gives them currently and focus on the larger goal of preserving the environment and making sure that we limit deforestation and all of that. So this is a way of catching them young, inculcating into them what's destroying the environment, the implications that it comes to the whole community and to Ghana at large. So it's kind of immersing them into it, and that's how come we want to take it. So we started from the board level, we're taking it to the mobile level, and now we're taking it to VR, so that they can actually experience the virtual reality that and augmented reality aspect of this whole game. So we're looking at, so this is how we basically started looking at the study. And with this, if we're able to roll this out, then we're going to take data from it and kind of publish it so that we know that this is really evidence-based and it's going to have real impact in the lives of people. So we're using behavior change theories to kind of assess these games. So I think that is all for us. I don't know, Amanda, if you want to say something.
We actually have to cut you off there. That was so that was good timing.
Great.
All right, but we are available if someone has a question about this this game or slash of XR experience. Any questions from the crowd? Got one. All right, it's coming up. Hope you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you explained that a lot of the students were interested in a mobile version of the game. Can you explain a bit more about why you decided to take the next step into VR?
Okay, so we saw that they are interested in that game because they wanted to kind of connect with that game on a personal level, because they played it on the board level. So we used AI to kind of help get those game like so people can interact with it. But now we want to take it to the VR level because we feel that the experiences will be different. How people will be able to interact with it, how people will be able to actually walk on the place when they are immersed into the game will be really pretty much interesting. And also we did a brief survey and we found that much more people are interested in like kind of engaging on it on that higher level, especially the younger adults.
Thank you very much. All right, round of applause. And our next speaker is Jorge Peña.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Jorge from UC Davis, and I'm here to present a project that we developed in my laboratory with my PhD student, Sava Kolachen. I know that this is a serious academic audience. I'm going to ask you right now to try not to think a white bear. You probably heard this idea from the idea of ironic process model, which according to Daniel Wegner makes the assumption that when we're trying to control a thought or a particular emotion, that becomes harder to do when we experience cognitive load. So the more that we want to control a particular thought or emotion and we experience more cognitive load, the more likely that there could be a rebound effect in which we feel more of those thoughts or emotions when we try to suppress them. We were trying to test for this particular idea in the context of traumatic, strong experiences in virtual reality, and we're using the game Alien Isolation as a canvas to test for this particular hypothesis. The game itself, as you probably can guess from the name, is based on the Alien franchise. If you watch the movie, you would know that you're in a spaceship or in a space station, and an alien essentially is trying to kill you. So we put our participants with the approval of our IRB, of course, to this particular situation. And we randomly assign our participants to two conditions. One of them is the idea of asking our players to go through Alien Isolation, the VR version of the game. I need to give a shout out to Sava Kolachen again, because the game is only available as a 2D game. So she actually did all of the modding for the game to be able to run in 3 to begin with. Our participants were invited to the laboratory and they were randomly assigned to play Alien Isolation, and the participants were asked to express the fear emotion that they might have been experiencing, not to fake it or not to augment it, but to show fear if they were actually experiencing it. And the other half of our participants were randomly assigned to suppress fear if they were experiencing it. We were particularly interested in the idea of whether players would be able to suppress their thoughts, be able to control their metacognitive processes where they were thinking about the alien or not, and how much cognitive load they were experiencing. And here we have two main findings to discuss. One of them is the idea that this is a two-part project. Here we were trying to test first for the effects of people's capacity to express or suppress emotion in this traumatic, stressful environment. And we have good news on that particular regard, which is kind of what we expected to see, not very surprising, but we still needed to see this finding, which is when our participants were asked to suppress a particular thought and they were experiencing the game Alien Isolation in a low cognitive load condition, they were quite successful at being able to suppress their thoughts and also to experience less cognitive load, and also they were able to experience less fear when the participants were given the instruction to suppress their thoughts. Everything is fine at this particular moment. But the second part of the study was really interested in mapping the effect of cyber sickness. As VR scholars, we know that sometimes we can only spend so much time in a VR environment, and cyber sickness, we model it as having the possible effect of disrupting people's ability to suppress their emotions. And we found that to be indeed the case when we plotted cyber sickness into our previous model showing that people were able to suppress their emotions when they intended to. We find that cyber sickness was actually disruptive of that thought control process. And this is interesting and important to us. I think that this is one of the first studies that I've seen, correct me if I'm wrong, on the idea of how cyber sickness can disrupt people's ability to control their thoughts or emotions in VR. And thus, at this point in time, we're very happy to report these initial findings. The next part of the study is running alien isolation in the high cognitive load condition, in which we're able to modify the game for the alien to be closer to you, hunt you down. You will be able to hear the growling and the noises of the alien around you trying to hunt you down. So that would increase cognitive load. And in addition to that, we are recording the motions of our participants to be able to ascertain, using motion and meaning analysis, akin to what I presented earlier, to see how participant headsets and movements and choices within the game would be connected to their ability to suppress emotion in a stressful VR environment. If you have any questions, please seek me out. Thank you so much for your attention.
For those keeping track, we have 2 who have come in under time. 2 have come in under time. Very impressive. Yeah. Yeah. I did not say the minutes are now up for that. Do we have a question? Do we have a question for Jorge? Do we have a question for Jorge while we set up our next speaker? Oh, we got one in the back. Okay. I think Robbie's running towards you.
Thank you so much. That was a really interesting presentation. I was wondering, you took it off, so maybe I'll just ask you later, but what was the effects and the different pathways of the motion sickness in the bottom process model that you had?
In the bottom process model, we can talk a little bit more about it after, but in terms of the B path between the association between the mediators and cyber sickness, we are not reporting in this particular study. However, for when we look at the first part of the model, the path A in the process model, we see that the findings that were significant before plotting for cyber were significant before inputting cyber sickness as a moderator. But once you add cyber sickness as a moderator, the mediators become completely insignificant. So essentially, we take that to imply that cyber sickness is suppressing the effect of the cognitive control mediators that we tested in the first model. If that's answering the question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jorge, can I follow up on that? So normally when we say don't think of a white bear, you actually don't think of the white bear. You're not afraid. But if you're under the stress of cyber sickness, then you do think of the white bear. Is that the finding?
It's more, it's along those lines, but we are claiming more along the lines that you should be more able to suppress the thought of the white bear when you're not experiencing cyber sickness. One, cyber sickness is in, the participants seem to be less able to suppress those particular thoughts.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you so much, Jorge.
Thank you very much. All right, our next speaker, Corey McAgue.
Close. Okay.
You say it. I'm so sorry.
No
I'm just
worries.
gonna get I'm gonna get everyone's name wrong in a row. It's gonna be great.
Hi, everybody. My name is Corey McKeag, and I am an assistant professor in game design and interactive media at the University of Montana. Arguably one of the best jobs. And I also run the XR lab there. But I'm here to talk about one of my personal projects, which is Watsonville. It's a VR horror game I'm developing, and it was recently premiered at South by Southwest. And I'm going to be talking about the lessons I've learned in developing it as a solo developer. And the project started with a simple question. How can VR move a player beyond observing a story into a physically inhabiting it? And this is what really drives me in VR. I feel like it kind of has that potential that kind of goes above and beyond traditional media or games to really be, not to be too cheesy, but immersive. In this talk, I'm kind of looking at it through 3 lenses. The first one is like emotional priming. The second one I like to call activated discomfort. And the last one is balancing ambiguity. So Watsonville places the player in a childlike perspective. You literally play as a child. You start off hiding under the bed. And I think it's great about, being a child is like everything is bigger and you're smaller. And I think it's really easy to do that in XR or in VR. And I think something that's been talked about a lot already today is this, something children are much better at than we are as adults is childlike wonder. And I think that we're a lot more, as children, a lot more able to be receptive and play and engage and immerse ourselves in this playful experience than we are as adults. So I kind of really wanted to inspire, I guess, players kind of get back to that and kind of putting you back into that as a player. Because as we grow up, we kind of gain more baggage, we become skeptical, and kind of disconnect a little bit from our ability to be present. And another thing too, I think that I kind of touched upon, this is a horde game. And I think that, that aspect of fear, it also, I think, has a triggering transformative result of kind of bring you back to like that childlike state of wonder, right? Where you start feeling more vulnerable, more successful to like experience, and more, I guess, prone to play. Although a lot of games, and this game in particular does have comfort setting and accessibility settings, a lot of this game these are pretty dark, huh? Were to set up to embrace discomfort a little bit, kind of put you outside of it, kind of again in that state of like, I guess, disconnect. It had you like crouch down in a lot of places, hide. In this scene, you're like crawling through like a spooky, dark environment, and really physically interact with this in a way to kind of hopefully activate more of these interactive, immersive type feelings, and really, I think, kinesthetically engage with the piece a lot more than you can't really without in other media. One thing that I struggle with as a game designer, and something that kind of bugs me, is this balance of ambiguity and confusion. Trying to balance that with like super hand-holding gameplay mechanics. Like in a lot of games, especially modern games, just like a lot of waypoints. You have like cluttered HUD screens telling you where to go, what to do. You're focused on like earning points and all these other things, and it kind of disconnects you from engagement. And this one, like, it's almost the opposite, right? Where a lot of players, like kind of watching people play my game, they're confused. They're like, what do I do now? What am I supposed to do? And it's a challenge to kind of figure that out as a developer builder, but I still think those points of confusion, ambiguity are important to have as far as like wanting someone to really connect with your work beyond just, simply being like, I'm just playing a game, but actually like being part of it. And then I kind of went a little quick, I guess, but that's all I got. Thanks for letting me talk. If you have any questions, just let me know after. Hit me up on Discord, and the game will be launching on Steam in October. So.
All right. So first things first. Everyone needs to go out and get the game. I think we can assume that. But second things second. Are there any questions for Corey? Slightly under time. But that does not mean that we're banking time for other people.
Last one's gonna be so long. Hey, Corey, I loved what you were saying about like designing around like accessibility, but also some discomfort. And I'm curious how you approach like ideas of comfort versus safety when you're designing, if you have thoughts on that.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of theory already on like horror games and why we like playing horror games or like watching horror movies. And I think because it's a safe space to kind of like, I guess experience certain things like this one talks about a lot of like generational trauma, which is pretty intense stuff. But kind of like gamifying it or putting it in some sort of media, I think creates a somewhat safer space of kind of experiencing that. But I think what's interesting about, VR is it's kind of like a next level. I think it kind of skirts up to that, that point of discomfort. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we are about to. Oh, we do have one more? Go for it. You have a second?
Just really quick, I'm curious to hear a little bit more if you had a playtesting process for this, and if there's anything interesting out of that process for this experience that you found.
This one? Okay. Yeah, what's interesting is like, being a game developer, but also being a immersive designer, I feel like there's like these parallel fields that somewhat intersect and not always. So I've had playtests at like game festivals, right? In a much different audience than like at South by Southwest, which is more of like this film type crowd. So watching people engage with that and that, right, I think are different. And I think kind of something I was talking about earlier about like children too. I feel like, and I bet we've all seen this, right? Like kids playing games or kids doing VR stuff, they're way more like, you don't have to do any kind of priming or any kind of lessons. They can just jump in and just dive right in, even if they've never played a VR headset before. Just because they're more prone to that, you put someone that's a little bit older, and you really got to kind of like hand hold them, like, where am I? What do I do? Like, and I think that's always interesting too. And there's just, I forgot the quote, but as a game designer, like you're either designing, if you're designing for everybody, you're designing for nobody. And I think trying to figure out that audience is kind of clutch sometimes, or kind of difficult.
Thank you very much. And now on to our next speaker, whose name I will still not get right. Is it Yanni Liu?
Right. Thank you.
Closer. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm PhD student at Kent State. So today I will take 5 minutes to present like our working proposal. And our study is interested in like testing the role of context in affordance perception and user psychology in social VR environment. And as we know, we are all like VR scholar, as VR is a very sensory rich and high fidelity medium that can render 3D words, generate a variety of scene or scenarios, and support a wide range of activities. And from like a casual hangout to formal meeting, just like our meaningful XR in like the VR chat, the venues. And so together it is an like immersive space that can probably prime our like social script in real life, and also an interactive platform that afford the user the agency and the ability to act in that virtual space. So we are curious about does context interact with our prior script in real life and shape affordance perception, use, and the user psychology that follows. So a growing body of work has shown that interactive features can enhance like the user engagement presence, but the mechanism behind those effects still like under examined. So we use 3 series here to frame our work. And based on the CASA, the computer social actor, we carry script or schema to respond to social tech system. So by that logic, like imagine working when we're walking into a virtual boardrooms, we should like trigger a meeting script because the environment through the special design and simple design like carry some like social norm and prime our like social expectations. So what if social VR stage thing where our script doesn't fit or our unfamiliar ways, and do user really apply the like script and their schema and how they behave in virtual world? So we turn to like affordance theory to explain how do we use platform feature or interact with platform feature to navigate varied virtual social situations. So based on like study of Fox, they define affordance is not a features, it's not an outcome, but it's like perceived potential from user aspect. And they also suggest like same platform may offer differently like across user and the situations. So, and finally, we use like 10 models to because these models suggest the path from affordance to some like psychological correlates that predicts like more downstream outcome. So the next is our proposed model based on the the background we discussed before. And the first is the context, and we defined along 2 dimensions, like the environment and the task. And we expect context shape how user perceived and actually use the affordance. And affordance we focus here is like focus on like some social aspects of affordance, like anonymity, conversation control, and the bandwidth. And because time limit, I put the definition on the at the buttons. And then we expect these 3 affordance fit to psychological correlate, like anonymity through like representation or controlled visibility by like avatar embodiment, fit the user signs of agencies, and conversation control and the bandwidth fit like perceived control over the whole interactions. So, and these 2 together shape the downstream outcome, which like self-efficacy and social presence. So for testing this model, we plan like 2 by 2 between subjects experiment, and like the 2 factors we manipulate are environments, either boardroom or like very like like chill style beach, and the task either are evaluative task like interviews or are purely social ones without like social evaluate aspects, and crossing them gave coherent situation like a meeting in a boardroom, and the conflicting one like evaluative task in a beach on a beach. And we measure two ways and self-report for like some perceived affordance, sense of agency, and other psychological correlated concept. And we also like want to use the behavioral logs to record and analyze how people actually use affordance during the interaction. So three expected contributions. And first, we hope our study reframe affordance as like context dependent, which means the affordance is relational and emerging in the situated nature of use. And second, our study recast the agency as a dynamic regulatory process, because instead of treat the effect of objective platform features, we assume the user actively interpret and responds to the system and negotiating their needs through the platform affordance to achieve like the final meaningful outcome. And third, our study extends the theory of interactive media effects into immersive and context-rich media, and we curious like whether the affordance to psychological paths actually shift with the context. So this still like the very early research idea, and really love to hear some idea like for like a platform design for our for experiments and some like data, some wear motion data. Really love learn from you guys. Thank you.
Okay. In that timer. All right. While we set up for our next speaker who's online, do we have a question for Nima? Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I find this experiment design really interesting. I have a quick question regarding the characters you choose for the different situation, the conditions. So I see the characters are using different like uh, outfit. Are you guys like choosing that on purpose, or do you have like special purpose for doing that? Or do you allow the participant to choose their own avatars?
Thanks for asking. And actually, this for is just I use AI like renders the scenario we want to test. And actually, the avatar design is the one of our importance we want to like participants choose on their own. So like the only thing we manipulate is just context, and like the time spent like the time participants spend on like avatar design is all our variable like we will test.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause. All right, Kendall, we see you. If you could share your screen, we look forward to your talk.
Great. I hope everything is visible. Hello,
It
my name
is.
is great. Thanks. My name is Kendall Tyson. I'm a doctoral candidate at the University of Illinois, Chicago, and a researcher at the Media Democracy Lab. You may have heard from the founder of our lab earlier this morning, Dr. Adamerto. So today I'm going to be talking about some continuation of our research related to participatory design and human-centered research and environmental communication. So the images you are looking at were produced in this study, which was visualizing sustainability infrastructure on a college campus. And there were 6 visualizations that were collectively produced by students and launched for Earth Month. And essentially what we are interested in is using that design process as part of the overall research inquiry, and particularly as a perspective on socially informed desirability. So not only what the AR allows or represents and should produce from, sorry, I forgot to start a timer, should produce from a technical aspect. So we're asking participants about their perspectives on imagine affordances, technical affordances, the feasibility, defining tasks and task performance, excuse me, and usability, but also how their expressions of identity and collective cultural and social needs were emergent in those discussions. And how we went about this was a human-centered design approach, a participatory design approach across several stages. It was about a month-long process with this first group of students. It is an ongoing study, so this is very preliminary findings based on 6 students, and we've continued data collection since that time. So we're now at like 15 participants and ongoing. In this first stage, we were developing the initial prototypes that inspired the remainder of the project that was launched. And we went through a phase of empathizing, then defining and ideating, prototyping and testing with the students across a series of workshops, focus groups, and interviews, beginning with a workshop where they were defining their concerns and their solutions around sustainability infrastructure on campus. And then ideating and prototyping. We used a platform, WebAR-based platform called ZapWorks. So after they came up with their ideas, then they sketched it, and then they were trained in using ZapWorks to begin designing and prototyping. And in that first series of workshops and focus groups, they produced 2 prototypes related to solar power and waste, and that was inspired by them voting on waste management and energy emissions as their primary concerns. We then took these prototypes and further developed them. These are just some visual examples of what were some of the final products produced, but they were all inspired by the students' perspectives and feedbacks on what they'd like to visualize. So you can see this kind of evolution from this participant sketch to their ZapWorks little activities, making it to kind of this final product of a gamification. And what we were finding is that throughout these focus groups and interviews and workshop process, that they were taking consideration these ideas of an idealized campus life and normative community standards in their design and development process. And so that was around their kind of individual needs, but also collective needs. But there are nothing's ever easy for designers. There's always tensions of what the students find feasible when you ask them if you had a magic wand, what would you visualize in AR versus what is related to kind of organizational culture and standards. So they were considering their social needs. There's a lot of event-based and campus event-based ideas that they had, down to very specific, I'll show you in this previous slide, locations of where they'd want everything visualized you can see on that map. But also, while they appreciated kind of this experience of embodied learning and had an attention to a spatial presence and how they felt that that presence increased their learning or perceived knowledge, there were also emotional responses to using that in certain spaces. So some things about feeling embarrassed or how you take up space in a campus when you might be using the AR in a specific location. And one thing that's come up in subsequent interviews is also how they might use AR to support some kind of emotional and anxiety around climates. So using that as a emotional space to navigate that. They were also considerate of community resources and resource-based needs. So individually around access and accessibility and safety. But also financial incentives. A lot of it was how maybe we get them to have a prize of interacting. So overall, in going through this process, and we're still continuing to explore, we're finding that at the intersections of this defining task and task performance, they were looking at specifically where they were going back to what was informed by their idea of who's in their community, even in some cases, they're asking for the visualizations to establish community norms, particularly around pro-environmental behavior. I don't know my typing, so I am going to skip a little bit ahead of, I do have a handout that goes further into detail about the study. I think there's a Discord I can drop that into. If you are also interested in seeing what the end result of this process has been, and that we're continuing interviewing on this Sparky Cares, which is a sticker also designed by a student, launches to an AR sustainability website that goes through all the visualizations developed. But overall, I think that as we continue, we're looking a lot into what it means to feasibly produce something for specific audiences, what they articulate as their kind of socio-spatial context around desirability, and hopefully what values it'll have for environmental communication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I on time or over? I'm not sure.
You were close on time.
Okay, perfect.
Do we have a question for Kendall? Question for Kendall. Kendall question.
I will not send
Well, I'll use this moment then to. The once going twice. Just seeing if there's anyone. While we're setting up the next. Oh, we do have a question.
Thanks, Kendall. Great job. A question about the process. So we run multiple groups of students in the design workshops. So what was the most surprising to you in the process of doing the design process with the business school students particularly?
I think how willingly and quickly they learn the technology. So ZapWorks isn't a particularly complicated system, but within some of these workshops are very fast. Within the first 30 minutes, they're already placing objects and really exploring. And you also start seeing some sort of like whimsical expressions of it. So I gave in my slides two kind of very straightforward examples, but you'd have some prototypes that were like very abstract, like concepts around sustainability, which was really fun to see them start kind of this immediate process of play around that learning.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Kendall. And we're going to go to our, well, quick round of applause again. We're getting into a pattern here. It's working. All right. Our next speaker is going to be Jason. Jason, take it away.
Jason DePerry Turner. I'm just kidding. It's just Jason DePerry. I'm here today as a representative of the SNAP AR Scholars Program. And a little bit about that. It's a pretty interesting program we have. Each season or each year, we take on a different project. We partner with a nonprofit and we create a design, an AR experience. What's unique is we have a design team and then we have a research team. Now, I sit on both. Maybe that's why I'm up here, but I'm speaking today about the research team. But it's unique because research informs the design team. And then in turn, once the design team has made the creation, the experience, then we pass it back off to research to see if it's doing the things that we hoped. So this year, season 3, we partnered with the Coquille tribe of Southwestern Oregon. This tribe was terminated in 1953. That means it was not considered a tribe anymore by the federal government and was not reinstated until 1989. So we partnered with them and with the former chief, Dr. Yonker, who is also a professor at U of O. And one of the big pieces of their cultural dissemination of their culture is storytelling. So during the time of termination, they lost a lot of their stories, a lot of their culture. This experience picks up and shares one of those stories, one of those 7 stories, the story of Sasquatch. So rather than tell you all about it, I'm going to show you a quick video.
Termination. That was the most horrible act that the U.S. government could possibly do. I lived the first 22 years of my life terminated, so I couldn't call myself.
Quill. Is that new for you?
That's new. Your playback speed.
That's new.
That's normal. Okay, can I just restart it?
Of course. What's up?
I lived the first 22 years of my life terminated, so I couldn't call myself.
Okay, well, I'll just take you through it. This is Dr. Yonker, and he will walk us through. What's he gonna do? You got it. Danny Pimentel, our advisor. It's a good chance for him to make an
The
appearance.
U.S. government could possibly do. I lived the first 22 years of my life terminated, so I couldn't call myself Coquel. I couldn't call myself Coos. Who do you say you are? You can't say that you're Indian when you're terminated because the federal government just doesn't believe that you are. A long time ago, there were lots of humans and lots of birds and lots of animals, and they worked together and they lived peacefully. There was only one problem: Sasquatch.
We're taking one of a few powerful stories that survived termination, and using augmented reality, we're bringing that story to life in your living room. Audiences enter Coquel territory, search for Sasquatch, but gain ecological knowledge and form emotional bonds with Coquel history to increase investment into preserving their future.
Whenever you put your name in a game, it's harder to erase you. That we don't want to be terminated again. So every single piece matters. To you. That we.
All right. So that gives you a little bit of context, because now we go from that into our actual production. So I want to talk about the research team: Sang-Yi Yan, myself, Nashat Parvez, and Luke Walker. The design team is bigger. They created this beautiful experience you see. So our thought is AR is being used in museums, locations, heritage locations more and more frequently, as I'm sure we all know. And so we wanted to see if this experience, we know intuitively, but does this AR experience translate to more cultural connection and connection to the tribe? So, and I should specify, we partner with Snap AR, with Snapchat, and so this is a spectacles experience. So there's even less research out right now about wearable AR. This is specifically a wearable AR experience. So basically, we broke it down into, well, we were curious if the different modalities would have an effect. Like we read, we watch videos. Why AR for this experience? Does this wearable, I mean, we know intuitively this wearable experience with its higher levels of presence, the media richness theory, which we looked at, and some of the affordances like spatial alignment would affect and cause the AR condition to be, lead to higher levels of presence. But we wanted to see, furthermore, is that presence positively associated to place attachment? Does place attachment positively associate with actual heritage engagement? And can you get that same thing from one of these other traditional media? So we have here, you see the mediated pathway. So we start with the media format leads to presence, leads to place attachment, which leads to heritage engagement. So the methods was the participants were randomly assigned one of the three groups, whether they be video, text, or the AR condition. They ran the experience and then followed up with a litany of other scales, scales of presence, scales of awareness, connection, and cultural preservation. You can read this here. They're all 7-point Likert scales. They're all scales from previous research. They're all validated. And so what we're looking at is, does this experience lead to increased presence? Does that increased presence lead to more awareness, and most importantly, to engagement? And so the final piece, I mean, obviously, if we had time for a longitudinal study, we would love to come back later and see afterwards, in a year, 2 years, does it continue to increase? Do we continue to get that kind of engagement from the experience? But for right now, we are in the middle of data collection, so that's why there are no conclusions. These are just anticipated outcomes. But again, as we say, we feel very confident. Obviously, all of us in this room work in XR for a reason. We believe that it carries a lot of power and engagement, but we just want to test that and see if that is in fact the case with specifically wearable AR. I tried to speed along so that I could make up that other time and not finish overtime, even though I threatened.
Thank you. We have our final speaker. So while we're doing that, yeah, question.
Sweet, thank you. Great presentation. Couple of quick questions. First of all, that idea of flat video versus 360, or in this case, glasses, has been shown in previous studies. I'm thinking of University of Washington, clouds over Cedra. Like, what's different about this? It seems like you're asking the same question again, but I'm kind of curious about that. And then secondly, I don't quite get how the print would relate to this, or even the video, if this actually has interactions happening where it looked like you're picking up stuff. I mean, there's some big differences between them. And so I guess my question on that second point is, like, if the video is sort of a degraded version of what the interactive is, you're kind of setting yourself up for already, and same with print, for a foregone conclusion.
Exactly. And that's one of the things that we've had lots of discussions in the research group. Obviously, there was a extensive research, which I will put in, that actually digs into this comparative style that you mentioned that we have seen. As again, we haven't seen a lot in the way of wearables. So we think that is a different component. As far as the comparing the different pieces, it's the same script in the text, in the video, and in the interactive. And the video is actually video of the AR experience. So it's just, so we are teasing out that interactive piece.
Yeah, I think that's the problem I'm trying to get at, is that it's really designed to be interactive, and we just take a text version of that and then a video of that, they're not going to be as good as what the real experience is.
Right, exactly. And that's how we're looking at the scales are going to dig in. And if we find that comparison, I know that it seems that we're setting it up, but the story, the narrative is the piece that we're trying to tease out, right? We're trying to, if you hear that story, you see that story, if you have a video of that story, what's different for the affordances, spatial alignment being there.
We're going to have to leave it there and go to our final speaker. Thanks so much. And yeah, Gal, take it away.
Thank you. So the question underlying this talk is, how do XR technologies shape the witnessing of past horrors? And in order to answer this question, I want to present the case study of the USC Shoah Foundation's Dimensions in Testimony project, a project I was not involved with. And the motivation behind this project is the notion that conversations with Holocaust survivors are uniquely morally compelling, and yet, as we know, Holocaust survivors are passing away, and so we must somehow find a way to preserve the ability to talk to them. And the Dimensions in Testimony project invites Holocaust survivors to be recorded as they're answering questions about their lives, about their memories, about their attitudes. Later on, museum audiences can converse with their three-dimensional or seemingly three-dimensional audiovisual images, often referred to as holograms. And so using natural language processing, audiences can get answers about life before, during, and after the Holocaust. These installations can be seen in museums across the US. This picture was taken, again, not by me, at the Illinois Holocaust Museum and Education Center. Now, since their proof of concept in 2012, the holograms have evoked a lot of interest, but also a lot of critique from scholars, from journalists engaged in Holocaust memory. And these critics seem to think that, at best, what these holograms can do is offer kind of a poor alternative to more traditional, more meaningful ways of commemorating the Holocaust. And at best, they pose an actual danger to Holocaust memory. And what I want to argue now is that kind of this criticism, these misgivings, stem from the way the holograms challenge existing notions of witnessing. So when we talk about witnessing, we can think about two different facets. On one hand, witnessing is a communicative structure in which we have a witness who is a speaking subject that is producing a certain text or testimony, which is then received by an audience. At the same time, witnessing is a political ethical project aimed at alleviating suffering, reducing human pain, and kind of marking certain events as morally significant and deserving of attention. The dimensions in testimony holograms kind of problematize both of these facets. So Holocaust survivors have gained kind of social credibility over decades. But when we're talking to their holograms, it becomes unclear who exactly it is that we're talking with. Are we talking to survivors? Are we talking to algorithms? Are we somehow talking to ourselves? The testimonial text that is now mediated through kind of institutions that we might be suspicious of. Because it's an interaction, the text becomes fragmentary, it becomes non-linear. And audiences, instead of just being approached as these kind of prospective moral agents that can carry on the memory of the past, are also encouraged to have these personalized experiences where what's important is their wants and needs. And this also affects the political ethical project of witnessing, right? Because it becomes unclear what gives the holograms kind of the moral authority to speak, and whether or not audiences can interact with it in a meaningful, respectful way. We can say that when XR technologies enter this field of witnessing, it brings about a post-witness moment in Holocaust memory. And what we see is that yes, Holocaust survivors are passing away, but at the same time, they are not disappearing. Their figures are still being digitally immortalized. The text that is mediated by XR technologies offers encounters that are both at the same time unique, personalizable to each and every audience member, but also reproducible to mass audiences so that the same survivor can be everywhere and always. Audiences, their moral role becomes more important than ever and often takes the form of activating and engaging with commemorative technologies, while audiences are invited to get even closer or get as close as they ever could to the worlds and lives of survivors. They also run the risk of what we call improper distance, where their voices kind of take precedence over those of people who are actually wronged. And so when we think about XR witnessing and the ethics of that kind of witnessing, I propose kind of this corresponding framework of tensions between embodiment and disembodiment, singularity and replicability, and proximity and distance, which I hope resonates with what we heard earlier today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, are there any questions for Gal? Thank you. Sorry. Pass that down.
So, quick question. You said that they're using NLP and algorithms for the responses of the witnesses. Do you think there would have been a different reaction if it had just been more vignettes that you could interact with to ask questions that are more preset?
Sorry, can you repeat that? If they interacted with?
If they'd interacted with questions that were more preset, basically things that they actually said in real life, as opposed to an algorithm that's generating responses.
Okay, so maybe I should have made this more clear. There is no AI involved, right? This is an actual survivor that has been recorded giving their actual responses. And so it's only the questions that are being processed through NLP. And this is like a major ethical issue, right? Because we can only imagine what happens when kind of AI meets Holocaust testimony and what that means for authenticity and credibility. Yeah.
All right. We are over time. So first, round of applause. I'm going to suggest a 5-minute breather. We're going to return back in 5 minutes. We're just going to get our keynote set up, and please be back in 5 minutes for our keynote speaker. Is off of this computer. Uki is working on this computer. Oh, she does not have one of her. Yeah. Oh no. Well, I have to log in to get it. But yeah. That might. Well, how did you send it? Oh, it was a Google Drive link. Yeah. Let's see what we can do here.
I don't mind having not doing it.
Are you sure? Because I might be able to get that working, especially since I'm almost logged in.
Because I know like this is your thing where like
The server's empty. We might be able to get it in there.
And then let me change that.
But yeah. Here we go. If I can get this.
that's okay.
Are you sure? Okay. Another laptop, bring it up here so you can see it? Okay. And then how are we clicking through? Or I guess we got this one.
Yeah, all cards are
Okay.
and then change the mic is muted, but just click on the bottom again. Unless you want to look out.
Oh no, I'm good.
Okay.
Wait, so this is on right now. So the light has to be Oh yeah, that would be great.
You guys are in the spotlight right now. Okay. It is all
Okay, everybody. I know that it's been around 5 minutes. Let's pretend it's been a full 5 minutes. Just as a reminder for the rest of the day, because I think this is a good time while we're getting people to gather. I know that there is some food outside. However, we're going to have like 10 or 15 minutes to grab food before our poster session rather than doing it now. So we're going to go and we're going to have about a 50-minute keynote, 40 minutes of conversation, followed by 10 minutes of questions. Then we'll have about 10 or 15 minutes for final setups for our, okay, thank you. Then we'll have about 10 or 15 minutes for setup / getting food, and then we have our posters, demos, and lightning talks that are even faster than the previous talks. So we're going to have that. So I'm going to give us 1 or 2 more minutes, and then we're going to start right in with introductions of our keynote.
Oh, really? Good.
I know. I'm aware. All right. Well, we're going to give this 1 more minute, and then we're going to drag people in. All right, let's do our introduction. So to introduce our final keynote of the day, we're going to have Donna Davis. So I'm going to hand it over to Donna.
Thanks very much, Max. I'm going to use my professor voice so the people out there will say, oh, I need to get in there right away. It is my very distinct pleasure to introduce our final keynote of the day. Ugi Han is an assistant professor in the Department of Media Production Management and Technology in the College of Journalism and Communication at the University of Florida. Go Gators. Woohoo! There are a few Gator ducks in the room. There you go. She completed her PhD in communication and media psychology at Stanford University, and her bachelor's is in cognitive science from Brown. Her research focuses on understanding social interactions in immersive virtual environments, an issue near and dear to my heart, including virtual and mixed realities. Specifically, she investigates how contextual factors, physical, virtual, and social, shape these interactions. Her work has been published in journals across disciplines, including the Journal of Computer-Mediated Communication, the Journal of Environmental Psychology, and Thinking Skills and Creativity. Her work has also been featured in media from CNN to Stanford News to VentureBeat. And as you can read behind me, the topic of her talk, her title is You Are Where You Are, the Role of Context. We've been hearing that word a lot today, context in VR. Ugi.
Thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm glad to see a lot of Gator fans or / Gators in the room. I'm a recent Gator myself, so I'm a baby Gator. And yeah, so my name is Ugi Han, and I'm currently an assistant professor at the University of Florida. And I'll begin with a story. So a few years ago, back when I was an undergrad, I was working on my first lab experiment, which was also my honors thesis. And I was really terrified for the Q&A portion. I'm sure many of you can relate. The Q&A is always the scariest part because that's the one that that you can't control. You don't know what kind of questions you're going to get. So I was really dreading this part. And for some background, my thesis was on how pedestrian neighbors influence your walking patterns. So more specifically, it was about how the number of people around you turning and the degree that they were turning in can influence your own walking behaviors. And so my Q&A was going well. And then at the very end, this one social psychology professor that I was very terrified of and intimidated by, and I'm sure even to this day, I would be intimidated if I saw him again, raised this question. So I did the study in VR, so you can see the avatars. They're walking in this barren environment, and the participant is sort of supposed to follow this crowd as they're walking. And the question that this professor asked me was, okay, but what happens if these neighbors are not these strange avatars that you don't know? But what if these avatars or these people are your friends? Or what happens if these people are your family members or your coworkers? How does this change your results? And also, what if you're not walking in this barren, weird looking environment, but you're walking in a neighborhood that you know very well, or you're exploring an unfamiliar city, or you're going on a hike on this trail? I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember what my response was. I think my trauma like erased that part of my memory. But what I did take away from that is that the things that we're often trying to study exist in a larger context. And sometimes it's very hard to disentangle the two, so much so that they often becomes two separate research questions of the same exact picture. So as I moved on from undergrad to grad school, I sort of shifted my focus a little bit. So I went from using VR as a medium to study psychology to more of a media psychologist, so understanding VR as the medium. But this question on context still stayed with me as I transitioned. And I think as XR enthusiasts and researchers, we are very well familiar and appreciate the complexities that come with XR as a technology. After all, we deal with very abstract concepts like spatial presence, self-presence, embodiment, which if you ever try explaining that to like your mom, they would be like, yeah, I don't know what you're really talking about. But for each other, we understand the same language. And over time, we've come to understand that, XR can be very abstract, and sometimes finding patterns and consistent narratives can be very challenging. And as XR as a technology evolves as well, and we continue to work towards this foundational idea that we've actually been working on for centuries, which is this ancient desire to overcome the limit of our human sensory channels through technological means. And as XR sort of becomes more embedded in popular culture and popular media, be it these social media conglomerates also investing heavily into the field, or visions from science fiction like Ready Player One or Electric State, it sort of becomes hard to separate XR from this larger socio-technical context that it sits in. So my goal of today's talk is sort of bring what is often in the background sitting silently to the foreground. So what's going on in the physical world, what's going on in the headset, who's around you, and also what's going on in the virtual world. So my main takeaways for today is, what are we dismissing as confounds and limitations and sort of shoving into the final section of our papers and saying that we couldn't really control for it, but we could study in a future research paper? And how can these sort of things that we're dismissing inspire new questions? And what are some ways to tackle these questions? So I'll kind of show some examples of how these questions inspired my own studies and some of the techniques that I've used to sort of navigate this very abstract space. So taking a step back for a moment, if we think of a very similar technology when it first came out, so think about the mobile phone. So this scene might feel very familiar if you've ever sat in a bus, or if you have children and they are on their phone at the dinner table. when people use these technologies in spaces that are normally reserved for face-to-face interactions, it creates these new situations called techno-social situations. So a lot of this literature emerged in the early 2000s when people realized that media use, specifically mobile phone use, doesn't just exist in a lab setting, but people are actually using it in real life. You're going to see it in many different situations, and they give rise to new types of situations where the virtual and the physical cannot be separated very easily. So what researchers during this time were really grappling with was, what do we put as the foreground? What is the main central foreground that's going on here? Is it what is happening in the physical local context, or is it what is going on in the virtual network context? So what is your sort of thing that you're interested in? What is the thing that you're interested in? So now moving on to VR, the first component that I focused on was places. So these can be spatial configurations, literally how big is the room or people in, how much visible space is visible. So for example, if we had to have this conference in a tiny room, we would all feel very cramped. Whereas if we were having this conference in this lovely room, we feel a little bit more open, able to interact with one another a bit more freely. Another factor could be the social environmental surroundings. So are these public spaces that are loud like restaurants, or are these public spaces that are quiet like subways? Or are these private spaces like the inside of your bedroom or your living room? And there are other factors as well, such as the elements of the environment. So the furnishing, the lighting, or you're outdoors or indoors, or you're surrounded by green spaces, bodies of water, or are these man-made? And there's a lot of literature already from the physical world that shows that where you are matters. So this is one of my favorite studies. This study looked at the importance of ceiling height. And what they found was that the height of the ceiling, so how low or high a ceiling is, can impact the type of cognitive processing that you engage in. So lower ceilings are better for item level processing. So if you're a student and you want to study, that is typically where you would go to study. So you would go to a library, you would stay in your dorm rooms. Whereas if you want to engage in more abstract level processing, so you want to feel a bit more inspired and think at a higher level, you would go to a place with a higher ceiling. So a place like a cathedral or a gymnasium. And similarly, room size has also been shown to be very important, influencing factors like engagement. Larger rooms have been shown to lead to greater self-disclosure. And smaller rooms, vice versa, do the opposite. Similarly, there's a ton of research also in green spaces. So living in outdoor, or even spending or being exposed to elements of nature, whether that's physical or virtual. So virtual here, I mean 2D. And exposure to nature, so bodies of water, moss, rocks, have been shown to decrease mental stress, increase self-esteem, and increase the ability to focus as well. So during the pandemic, that's when I started my PhD. Unfortunately, I was not able to go into the lab to run lab experiments, but we did have this really great opportunity where, because a lot of our daily lives and our everyday activities moved online, including education and learning, what we did was, there's a class taught at Stanford called Virtual People, and around 200 students take it every time it's offered. So what we did is we sent out 200 Quest 2 headsets to each student. I funded all of the 200 headsets myself, so this was a very expensive endeavor. I'm just joking. The school funded it. I would never pay that much myself. I don't have the financial means to do that. But that's the question I get the most, which is, how is it funded? I don't actually know exactly how it was funded, but it was funded. And what we did was we sent them to all of the students. And as you can see here, these are the students that are in their rooms wearing the headsets. And what we did was we divided them into groups. So if you've ever taught a class, you might be familiar with the structure of discussion sections, where students are allotted to these, students are signed up to these groups, where they come together and they have weekly discussions reflecting on the course topic. So we placed them inside VR, specifically in a platform called Engage. So they went through a training session, so they were more familiar with the platform. And what we did, so across 8 weeks, is we placed these groups in one of 4 types of environments. So panoramic, meaning you can see wide and far, or outdoors, indoors environments, or also constrained environments. So one thing to keep in mind is panoramic means just seeing wide and far. It doesn't necessarily mean just infinite space. So something just to keep in mind. And a technique that we used was called stimulus sampling. And stimulus sampling comes from this idea that, let's say, for example, we want to study the effects of television. We wouldn't show one type of program to people and say, okay, what do you think about this program? Because at the end of the day, when people watch television, they could be exposed to thousands of different types of programs. So what stimulus sampling does, it just throws everything out there and says, okay, so we're gonna see the effects of all of these programs and try to find meaningful patterns that emerge. So that's what we did here as well. So instead of having just 1 or 2 representative environments of that type, we had 192 different environments. So each week, the groups were assigned to one of these 4 conditions, but one of these 192 different environments.
Logic sense. Hold on. Sorry,
Oh, I don't know what that was, but the results showed that a lot of the findings found from physical spaces, so the physical world, translated over to VR as well. So where you are in VR, the virtual environment matters as well. So what we found was that large open spaces led to increased synchrony, which we measured through the motion data of every one of the group members. It also led to greater perceived restorativeness, greater group cohesion, more enjoyment. And similarly, we found the beneficial effects of being in outdoors in VR as well, through increased perceived restorativeness and enjoyment. Another aspect of place that I studied, oh, maybe my mic is off.
Sounds like you're talking about.
Here are we. Another aspect of environments that I studied a bit more recently for my dissertation was this aspect of, okay, in our daily life, we don't exist in just one room, except maybe today we've been existing in this room for a very long time. But, you know, your day-to-day life, you're moving from your bedroom to the bathroom, you're tending to your garden, you're going outside, you're moving from your neighborhood to a city. So you sort of move around all these different types of environments. And similarly, if you've ever been in a social VR platform, people don't just stay in one environment, but they hop around. They select different environments and they go to that world. And this sort of reflects a broader pattern of human mobility and this desire to travel. So oftentimes people travel for many different reasons, but some of the core ones are this quest for enjoyment, novelty, to learn, and to engage with different cultures. And oftentimes travel can lead to these very transformative experiences. And it can also broaden your sense of connection to the planet. So similarly in VR, world hopping or traveling is a very social activity. And the uniqueness of the virtual experience is tied to the software, allowing people to move freely between worlds. So in the case of VR chat, for example, can be described as nomadic behavior. And people will meet in certain places and then jump together to different worlds. And this can happen several times during a session. And it's less so about the type of environment that they're selecting, but more so the meaning that arises from being able to select and travel to a world of your choice. We see applications of this in learning as well, where oftentimes one of the greatest reasons for using VR for education is to be able to allow students to go on field trips to different areas of the world that may be dangerous or impossible to go to. So for example, outer space or underwater. So field trips to virtual environments can not just stay in one place, but oftentimes require traveling to different areas. So what we did for this study was we had around 157 participants. We divided them up into groups again, and they played a scavenger hunt group, where a scavenger hunt game with the group. And they had to find these virtual objects that clearly did not belong there. So a snowflake or a block of cheese. And what they had to do was they had to find the connection between all of the items at the very end. And they either played this game in one single world for 15 to 20 minutes, or they played this game over 5 different worlds. So they had 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes in each world, and then they would go through a portal together and then move on to the next world to find 2 different objects. So there were 10 objects in total. And we chose 5 different types of virtual environments. So a construction site, grassy forest, ocean, a park, a street. And this is the participants going through the portal, and that's me standing to be the master guider, the master world hopper guider. And the great thing about using VR is that you get really, really rich data. So much data that I'm still working on a lot of these data sets, even though I want to be freed from this work. But you get so much motion data, along with obviously the other classic methods of self-reported data. And so you get people's head and hands movement from their controllers, but you also get virtual motion. So how you're moving along in the virtual environment. And what we found from this study was that when people hopped, so when people were able to traverse across many different environments, their sense of worldliness was greater. So worldliness was inspired by this philosophical idea of cosmopolitanism, which is when media first emerged, it allowed people to realize that the world was bigger than just what is immediately available to them. So through print media, through digital media, we were able to realize that there are other cultures out there, other people out there, and this world is bigger and interconnected in ways that we couldn't imagine. So this measure tried to capture that sense of cosmopolitanism or worldliness, so that the idea that the world is very vast and varied. We also collected awe, which Caitlin talked about. We use Keltner and Height's definition of awe, and also enjoyment. And what we found was essentially that world hopping led to greater worldliness, greater awe, and greater enjoyment as well. And from the motion data, what we were able to find is that people explored more. So they explored more of a range in their positional space, and they also moved their avatars faster, turned their avatars faster to look around. And they also spent less time just lingering and spent more time just moving around. So next up, after places, is people. So who are the people around you when you are in your VR experience? And this can be virtual people, so people that are directly in that virtual experience, but it can also be people outside of that. So these can be direct interactants. So in a lab setting, it would be the experimenter, for example, and it could also be indirect interactants. So people who are just sort of watching you. And I think this is a theme that has come up a lot, where if you have AR and you're sort of filming in public, you have these audience members that are sort of exerting some type of social influence on you. And they can't be ignored because they are shaping the way you perceive that experience and the way you behave as well. And then lastly is the social relationship that you share with the other. So is this person a friend, family, an experimenter, a partner, or a stranger? And returning to that example of the mobile phone, this is my attempt of being funny via text. But what mobile phones showed us that even if people are in the same physical space, they can just be communicating over virtual means. So your partner might be sitting right next to you, but texting you or calling you. I do that to my husband a lot. I'll be like, can you please get me a glass of water? I can't move. So even though he's physically right next to me, I'll text him that, or I'll call him instead. So in other words, these hybrid situations where people can be having virtual and physical interactions occur. And this translates over to VR as well. So imagine a person is having a virtual experience, but there is a physical person standing next to them. And obviously also in VR, people may be virtual in the form of avatars. So one study that I did was we tried to see, does it matter if you are surrounded by these social other indirect interactants? So these are people that are not directly communicating with you, but they're around you, It's kind of like when you're at a party, you see a bunch of people that are not interacting with you, but their presence still exerts some type of influence. So again, we placed them in these social VR conditions where they were either in this private room by themselves. So they were in like groups of 3 to 4, and they had these conversations, or they were placed in the public condition where they were with 3 other groups that they weren't familiar with. So this is sort of what it looked like. So we had these rings where people could form circles around, and we had people sort of talking inside VR. And here, the main interesting outcomes are related to bodily movements, so nonverbal behaviors. And what we found was that people moved more slowly when they were in these public spaces. So they moved their head and their hands more slowly when they knew that other people, other strangers were around them. And this is in line with a lot of the work done with public installations. So if you think about an art installation that's in public and you want people to interact with it, there might be some hesitancy because people don't want to be embarrassed in front of other people, right? They don't want to be seen as embarrassing or trying something that, you know, might make them look a little weird. And this is sort of what we posited might be happening in VR as well, where in a private space, you're sort of able to freely talk with your group mates and know that they are paying attention to you, they're giving you their full attention. Whereas in a public space, you have less control over what the other people are doing and how they're perceiving you. So you're less likely to have these erratic behaviors or behaviors that you might think might be embarrassing. So these emotions that you're engaging in might be a bit slower and a little bit more deliberate as to not get a lot of attention from these public others. In that study, the second study that we did in that paper, we also looked at physical context. So I know earlier we had some XR educators talk. One of the biggest things about XR classrooms, for example, is that sometimes people, all 20, 30 people have to be in the same room in a VR headset. And that's just the way that the classroom is configured. Not everyone can get their own private room where they have infinite space to walk. So we were interested in seeing what happens if people are all placed in the same room together physically and also virtually together as well. So what we did here was we had one group of in one condition, we had people all together in the same auditorium. And in the other condition, they were attending the virtual world remotely. So they were in the comfort of their own room or their own house. And what we found was that, so when it comes to physical motion, when people were in person together, so they were able to sense that there was another physical being next to them, they moved their body parts more slowly. And we speculate that this might be, you know, either psychological, similarly, in line with the social influence and social inhibition that I mentioned earlier, but it could also be physical constraints, right? You might accidentally punch the person sitting next to you, so you want to be mindful, or you might hit the chair that's usually not where you place your chair. But the conclusion is that people move their bodies more slowly when they were in person. But interestingly, in the virtual world, they were moving much faster. So our speculation here was that whatever they're not making up for in the physical world, they're doing so in the virtual world. So they were moving around much more faster and exploring the space, whereas in the physical world, they were a bit more constrained in their motion. The third factor that I want to focus on is the medium. And I think this is the thing that a lot of people, both in XR acknowledge and also people outside of XR acknowledge. So in the previous lab that I was in, Jeremy would always say, you know we're not the coolest looking people because we're wearing all these headsets. We might look a little embarrassing. And every time I wear a headset, my family like films me and sends it to me saying, you look really stupid, you look really ridiculous. And I think we can't ignore that, right? Because after all, the form factor of these devices are so wide and varied. They provide different affordances. Sometimes they cover our nonverbal facial expressions. Sometimes they allow us to allow other people to see those cues. Sometimes they're bulky and they're heavy. Sometimes they're very visible that we're wearing something that is distracting us from the physical world. So I think it's important to also consider the medium itself. So this can be the form factor, and it can be the level of mediation. So AR and MR and VR all provide different levels of mediation, and also design and its social acceptability. And moving back into this idea of mobile phones, one thing the mobile phone does a little differently is that it puts our attention away from, it pulls our attention away from the physical world and makes us focus on this device that is in front of us. Whereas MR or VR or XR devices in general allows us to stay present both in the physical world and the virtual world as well. But the problem that arises from that is then you don't really know what the other person is seeing. They might be scrolling on Instagram while they're nodding and pretending to be listening to you, and you might not be able to see that. Or if you're wearing a AR glass, you will be able to very visibly see that they're scrolling on their feed while they're talking to you. So this raises the question of, is the world that the other person is seeing the same as the one that I'm looking at? And it might create the sense of distrust. In the physical world, this type of situation would be very impossible or unnatural. So if someone comments and says, hey, nice blue shirt, and then this person is clearly wearing a red shirt, they might start getting a little afraid and say, okay, I'm going to avoid this girl because she thinks my shirt is blue. She's clearly wrong. But ultimately, what it does is it disrupts this thing called common ground, which is the shared understanding of the situation that is around us. So what we did in our most recent study was we brought in dyads. So we brought in two people into this physical world, and we intentionally chose MR, so a pass-through, which allows you to see both the physical world and the virtual world. And what this allowed us to do was the physical world provided the sense of truth, right? You and I are both still seeing the physical world, which we acknowledge is this unchangeable thing. And then the virtual elements are overlaid on top of that. And what we did in the study is we had people do a memory task. So people memorize the shape and the color of the virtual objects in front of them for 1 minute. And then what we did was we actually swapped the location of these objects for each person so that they were actually seeing two different realities. And then we had them collaborate and talk to one another about the final arrangements of the virtual objects. And based on how much they got things correct, they would get an additional financial compensation. So there was something at stake. And what we found was that while this discrepant reality or these perceptual conflict did not fundamentally influence trust in the partner or the technology, so this experience alone is not strong enough to fundamentally change how much I trust you or the technology, it did disrupt collaboration. So it changed how people were confident in their willingness to submit their final answer. It decreased their confidence in their collaborative memory. It also increased cognitive load when the discrepancy was greater. And it also led to behavioral changes. So people changed their responses more and were a little bit more hesitant in their own answers when this discrepancy was great. And we also found that it disrupted synchrony, and such that when the discrepancy was larger, people were in less synchrony with one another. So in other words, while this technology might not fundamentally change how I view you as a person and the technology, it can undermine the collective process by disrupting common ground. So as a summary, returning to the core points that I mentioned earlier, what are we dismissing as confounds or limitations that we can't control for? And can these confounds actually not serve as confounds, but just contextual factors that might inspire new research questions? And this can be physical place, the social interactions that I mentioned, but there are some other factors that I didn't mention as well. So for example, the time aspect, which I think some people brought up as well. So how do these relationships change over time as people grow more experiences? And there are many different techniques that I think others have brought up today as well. So the also triangulation. So you can collect self-report data, but also behavioral data of the actions that people are deciding to make, and also motion data, since VR or XR as a medium is super rich in the types of motion information or non-verbal information that it can provide, as some of the earlier speakers mentioned, interpersonal distance, mutual gaze, and in our case, exploration and speed of movement as well. And with that, I'm going to do this full circle back and use the same slide of the moment where I was terrified of the Q&A. But yeah, with that, I'll end it right here.
Well, we have we have time for definitely a couple questions.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting. Have you heard of Excuria, where they're doing like mass virtual reality releases with like 200 people in a physical space? And because like I'm curious, when you were doing the VR experience in a physical space, I assume they were all stationary when you were studying movement. And it's interesting to think that there are now like with like Beyond the Void that has sad
Unfortunately,
now, right?
yeah,
But
stop,
now
yeah.
they're starting to develop physical spaces where movement is happening in social. So is that somewhere where you'll go next?
That's a really interesting question. I remember Void, RIP. I think they're resurrecting soon. But for those of you who might not be familiar, it's a giant space and they have these trackers, grids on the ceiling. They have sensors. And so people are able to move around freely. It's this giant open space. Yeah, we were here for unfortunately limited by like the constraints of the room, and also we didn't want accidents to happen where people ran into the wall, which has happened before. So we didn't want that to happen again. But that is an interesting question because I think that gives rise to new and different types of questions as well. Because here we focus more on stationary like head and hand movements and virtual movement, but physical walking is very different. So yeah, that's an interesting question. If I have the facilities to run that type of study, I would love to. But I'm limited in access now that I've moved on. But yeah.
Thank you so much. This was inspiring. And your mention of common ground made me think about metaphors, which are built upon having a common ground, and humans can understand that. Often AI can't.
Yeah.
Has your research encountered anything like that, or senses of humor, or situations where maybe there's, I know a lot of this is trust-based relationship, but what can happen that you found surprising in your research? Anywhere you want to take that?
Yeah. So this idea of perceptual conflict was inspired by two different sources. One was the Asch experiment, where if enough people say that what they're seeing is different from what everyone else is seeing, that might make you question your own reality. The second was in computer science. So in CS, there's this framework called what you see is what I see. So it's this expectation that when we're, for example, sharing a screen, you're supposed to be seeing exactly what I'm seeing. And if that is violated, that's usually a challenge or something to fix. So it's called asymmetric media. So oftentimes they're framed in a very negative way. But in reality, if you even think about how your experience on TikTok is very different from your mom's experience on TikTok. We have the same platform, but very different experiences. And as things become more personalized, content will inevitably be more segregated for each individual person. So this is sort of what we were inspired by, which is inevitably we're going to have different realities. So if that does come to a collaborative setting, how is that going to change the way we interact with one another? Yeah.
Hi, OG. Quick question about the context study. I was really interested in the idea of teleporting as an affordance. And I was wondering, hypothetically, what you believe would happen should you run the same experiment, but the participants are not teleporting using a portal to one environment, but rather they actually move from one environment to the next with their avatars. I'm piggybacking a little bit on the previous question. Do you think that that would change the participants' perception to have to work a little bit more for it, relative to the easiness of teleporting that you in video games may unlock later? For example, in the beginning, you walk the virtual world, and then later on in a video game, you may unlock that affordance. Wondering about that.
That's a really great question. There's a study that the name that I'm forgetting, they talked about the different ways that social VR platforms have created ways for people to travel. So portals was one way, and I'm forgetting the other different ways. But sort of the implications of a lot of those studies is this is how we can design social VR platforms to facilitate travel. But that is something that we thought about a lot. Sort of what happens when people are also able to choose the environments that they decide to go to, or how long they want to spend in one world. Maybe some people want to be in larger rooms for 10 minutes and then 1 minute in another. So those were all factors that we did consider. And yeah, it would be interesting to see how that transition experience might affect that process. Yeah, that's a great question. A great follow-up study. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. I find it really interesting, especially the last one about the common ground. So my question is also about a common ground research.
Yeah.
I wonder, the design of the research, is that a cross-sectional design or a longitudinal design? I'm asking that because
Right.
based on my personal experiences, I
Yeah.
love to play puzzle solving games with my friends.
Uh-huh.
And there's a new trend of puzzle solving games that are asymmetric games that
Yeah, yeah,
player
yeah.
one
Oh, yeah,
and
I love
player
those
B,
too.
yes, are seeing
Yeah.
different pictures, and they need the information from both each other to solve the puzzles.
Yeah.
And my personal observation is that at first, me and my friend actually encounter a lot of conflicts in communication
Right.
because we are seeing
Right.
so many different things.
Right.
But then after several games, especially with the feedback of the accuracy in solving the puzzles,
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
actually, I feel like we build this higher top of trust, even though we are seeing different realities.
Yeah.
So that makes me interested in whether your research
Yeah.
is a cross-sectional or longitudinal, and how do
Yeah.
you feel like
Will
a
change.
long time
Right.
process would change it?
That's a great question, and I also share your love for asymmetrical games. I love split fiction, for example. My experience is a little different in that I always stay angry, and I always end up not trusting my person that I'm playing with. So that is an interesting question of how it evolves over time. There were some studies that were done specifically for video conferencing. So how other factors like latency, for example, so technological artifacts will inevitably lead to people having different realities and how that might change the type of conversations that you have. So we do have some data that we can make it so that the unit of analysis is a bit more time based. So for example, we have like data on like facial expressions, also how they talked. So like the verbal communication. I haven't analyzed that yet, but longitudinal in the sense of repeated interactions. Yeah, I haven't looked into that yet. But that would be very interesting as well. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, so let me give you a quick breakdown of what's going to happen over the next hour-ish. First, everyone should be getting up, taking a break, and getting some food. So if you haven't done that, you should be doing that. So about 15 minutes, we're going to do that. If you have a poster or a demo, last chances to set your stuff up will be happening during that time period. So you're either getting food, finishing setting up your demo, or both. So at roughly 6:10 or 5:10, not 6:10, we'll come back. We have our lightning talks, which are 3-minute talks. Those are going to be set up, and we're just going to do them rapid fire, one after another. Those are meant to incite conversation. So find the lightning speakers afterwards and talk to them. They have handouts and things that they want you to look at. Couple more things. I'm sorry. I know I'm just a bevy of announcements. During our demo and poster session, if you want to check out our virtual meeting space, Meet Space, we do have headsets that I can get you logged into, and roughly, well, I guess it's now going to be maybe a little bit later, like 6:15. We are going to have Alex Leith, who is managing that area, will take you through some things. Also at 6:20, those of you who have gotten the go ahead to sign up for the Mary Shelley experience, please let me, if you're online, obviously it's easy, but at 6:20, we're going to set up that space as well. That's going to be happening in 30 something. It's the last classroom before the hallway. So we're going to do that at 6:20. And then at 6:30, we're going to start winding down. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit shorter of a poster demo session, but if we stay later, no one's going to say anything about it. No one's going to be worried. So we can always stay later. But so just to reiterate, 15 minutes now, lightning talks at 6:10, 6:20 meet space, 6:15 meet space, 6:20 Mary Shelley. Hope that, what? 8 p.m. is, what's the name of the place? Hey Love, a place that I found and forgot the name of. I'm doing great, and I definitely haven't been up since 5 a.m. All right, so yeah, I think that's everything. Go get food. Don't worry about it. Come back in at 6:10 or 5:10. 5:10.
And if you're on the fence about going to Hey Love, let me push you over to the go side. Join us. It'll be fun. It'll be informal. We'll have drinks and food, but it's a no host kind of thing, if you know what that means.
That's okay. We're setting everything up on it. Okay, yeah, understood. No, I think I have everything. I'll confirm that, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do right now. So, okay, I got all those times wrong, but I'm gonna try to ignore the fact that I got them wrong. All right. Yes. Let me go. I don't know anything that doesn't. Wait, why is this not sent in anymore? Oh no, it is. Alright, so, because everything is on here. So, program first, what do we have? Okay, I screwed one thing up, but no one cares. Alright. Okay, lightning talks are, we've got Timothy DeMarco is remote. Oh, I thought I saw Timothy. Yeah, alright, so then that might be wrong. Oh, maybe. Then we got Justine. So let me see who I have here. And then the rest of these appear to be in person. Okay, so now, yeah. So let's see. How can we, well, let me see what I have first. So I have those, because I'll also have, no, that's not where pulling up your stuff now, and you have those 2 tabs. Here, grab that.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Justine Parks, and I am the founder of Ultimate Reality, which is an extended reality training company in keeping with the workforce theme. So companies everywhere are demanding that employees learn AI. And there's usually a lot of lack of clarity around what that actually means. And there's zero consideration as to how it might feel to be told, hey, real quick, I need you to learn how to use this magical robot that is definitely going to take over your job. So in addition, burnout is also skyrocketing right now. And chronic stress, work-related stress, impairs the very same mechanisms that are required for learning. So when we are burnt out, our amygdalas become more reactive. Our prefrontal cortex is less effective. Our cortisol levels are elevated and inflammation increases. And all of these things lead to lower ability for our brains to learn. It impairs neuroplasticity. And what is really ironic is that frequent AI users, people that are heavy AI users, are actually reporting higher incidences of burnout, about 45% higher than average, which is really interesting because it means that we are asking people essentially, hey, can you learn that thing that is keeping you from learning at all? So it's kind of ironic and kind of funny, but maybe fun is the answer. So games trigger the play instinct. And when our brains are in that play instinct, it's a biological mechanism that is embedded in all mammals. And what happens in our brains is that dopamine increases, which really promotes motivation and attention. And then there are the neural pathways for learning and emotional regulation that get strengthened when we're playing, as well as our cortisol levels decrease and our brains become more adaptable. So in these game-like situations, when we're playing games, we're actually able to experiment, fail, get rapid feedback, and adapt, which is exactly how the human brain evolved to learn and live. And interestingly, we have been using games since the beginning of time to train people how to navigate complex social situations. So for example, chess taught us military strategy. Go taught us restraint and positioning. Poker even taught us how to make social predictions under ambiguous situations. And then came video games, right? Which were widely dismissed as a waste of time. But then, plot twist, they're not. So according to Jane McGonigal's research on gameful design, she found that video gaming actually increases collaboration, motivation, resilience, and psychological recovery. I personally have a 15-year-old son who is a semi-pro Minecraft player. And every day after school, he comes home, pops on a headset, logs into a multiplayer world where he immediately starts talking about strategy, coding, monetization, and other forms of social strategy. And he's doing this with people from all around the world. And then one day I realized, you know what? He's not playing, he's working. And maybe those things are not different. So in extended reality environments, we can create simulations, multiplayer immersive simulations for work and learning. We can even embed AI characters that might promote a personalized learning path or maybe encourage collaboration and decision-making. So maybe the future of work looks less like a Zoom call and more like Minecraft. So get ready, friends. The future of work is multiplayer. Thank you.
All right. All right. I think our next speaker is, I have it here. Oh, sorry. Oh, now I'm delayed. Who is next? Is Louise Royer. Louise. Maybe not. All right, once for Louise, twice for Louise. All right, we'll check in on Louise, but for now, we'll move straight on to Tejas. All right, let's give Tejas a round of applause. And
Thank you. Appreciate that. Hey everyone, my name is Tejas, and I have been in the industry for quite some time as a programmer and designer. But for the past 2 years, I've been focused on the more serious consumer XR experiences. And here's some things that I built. The first is something I built in a team called Queta. And it's a mixed reality application that allows anyone to learn ceramics using mixed reality, using real clay. And the second is a solo project called Selly. And the concept is to circle anything in your house or anywhere and just sell it. So those are two projects that I've sort of been working on. But when starting the production process, I always have the same problem. It's how do you make it fun, but also functional? Because the more fun and gamification and leaderboards I add to an experience, the less meaningful it feels. And so I created this thing. I had that problem for myself, and I have an approach that says that, which is called the playful practical approach. And this is what it sort of looks like. Because in this approach, I'm reframing what fun and function actually is. Function is actually the intention that we want an app to intent. It can be raising awareness. It can be perception of utility, lowering the barrier of education. And fun is actually that slice of feedback that users perceive when they participate in intention. In Queta, as users are using real clay to build ceramic models, the application visually and audibly reacts to progressive steps. And if the user makes a mistake, no problem. The application nudges the users in the right direction. And it doesn't have to be so apps or broad in general. For Selly, a section of intent is where to post this item users want to sell. It could be Facebook Marketplace or Etsy or Craigslist. And what users see is a playful interface that allows them to poke buttons and that respond to colors and create audio cues. And there's these playful moments that create these outcomes that we're all looking for as creators. The biggest one being behavioral change. And so if you want to talk more about that with me, I would love to do that with you. All right, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Tyler.
This handoff thing, if I can get it right. We're going to do this handoff thing if I can get it right. All right, our next speaker, Andrew Solis, or Solis.
Solis, thank you. All right, hi everyone. My name is Andrew. I'm from the Texas Advanced Computing Center at the University of Texas at Austin. Today, I'm presenting some of our work that we've been doing inside of our space. So TAC is a high-performance computing organization. It's a high-performance computing arm of Austin, the University of Texas. And one of our main goals is education and outreach, so teaching people about HPC education. So I'm very interested in teaching people more about how supercomputers work, engaging with people across the different communities. We have an education and outreach team, which this is their focus. And so what we try to do is create an experience to help people understand like how a supercomputer works. And our base question was, could we teach someone about this? But we needed to find an analogy to work with. And so we settled on a city. So we developed an AR phone-based exhibit where you have 12 total components. Each of these are image targets that you can scan. There's 6 actual compute components. The other 6 are related to cities. So for example, down here, we see a motherboard. This is meant to represent like the roads and the circuit board where all the power travels. This is like a city's roads, and then the power grid that allow all of us to travel to the office, all the way home, and then when we have a power grid to give power to all the different buildings and roads and everything along the city. And so in total, we have 6 components that we look at. We look at a combination super chip, a motherboard, heatsink, M.2 storage, riser card, and an InfiniBand, which you can think of as like a very high-powered Ethernet, and then associated analogies. So there are 12 tool targets where users can learn about them. They see a 3D model. They have text boxes where they can read about them. This is also only the first phase of it. The next phase of this is an interactive quiz that they can participate in. So this was developed using 8th Wall. You can follow us on the GitHub here. This QR code will actually take you to the app. It's all hosted on there. You can find me. I also have handouts, which I've also posted in the publication Discord. So if you want to learn more about it, there's also a QR code on the handout for feedback. We'd love to know your input if you think there can be any room for improvement on this. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for your time.
All right. Our penultimate speaker is Tomi. So, Tomi.
Hi, everyone. So I wonder if you've ever been on LinkedIn, or maybe you've ever read an article and then you're wondering how and why was this designed this way? Or maybe you even ask a question, where are the pictures, or how does the experience even look? And this is one of the questions that even educators also have. How do we design, how do we implement, and how do we evaluate VR in the classroom? So I had this question also, and also because I've seen a lot of people ask these kind of questions on LinkedIn and say, how did you deploy this VR with 30, 50 students? So I began to look through a rapid review to look at journal articles that I was reading and engaging with for a class. And from looking at this rapid review and this journal articles, I found that a lot of these articles don't actually report their pedagogical design. That is, there is nothing about the deliberate theory-informed planning and the process of implementation. So I began to notice this spectrum of this reporting gap, that oftentimes you have those articles who don't say anything about the theoretical grounding at all, or the pedagogical design. And then you have these other ones who don't say it, but then you can honestly understand that, oh, this was constructivism or even experiential learning. And then you have this other stream right here that says superficial citations. And these ones just tell you, we use constructivism, we use cognitive theory of multimedia learning as the foundation of our framework of our VR experience. But that's the end, full stop, no explanation. And then you have just this very few, just a subset of articles who really talk about, this is the theory we used, and this is how we link the principles of that theory to the design that we have done. And one example that I really like is this paper with Kleinberg et al. And they use the segmenting principle of the cognitive theory of multimedia to kind of segment the lessons in VR. So also trying to reduce cognitive load. So I developed this guideline for reporting. I don't know how to use this. Okay, got it. So this is a guideline that I've been working on for reporting pedagogical design. You can simply incorporate this into any kind of journal reporting styles, APA and whatever. So I highlight theoretical context, design context, and replication, because theory and design kind of are together. And I also so in theory, we're simply asking, what is the learning theory you're using? How do you then link this learning theory, the principles of this learning theory, to the design decisions that you're making? Also specifically just describing the design process. And for replication, you also find that even articles that talk about theory and the design and the link between these two, they don't tell you, these are the materials we use and this is how you can replicate it. So replication is something that I would also like to see more in articles. Okay, if you want to read more about this, I have a QR code here and we can also connect and talk more. Thank you.
That was great. And last but certainly not least is Bree Sonner, who I am loading things up for now. There we go.
Woo!
Except it's the wrong version now. How do I switch this around? Oh, it's up here.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll just swap to presenter view. Aha. All right.
All right, last 3 minutes of people talking at you. I'm Bree Sonner, and I am here to talk about reconceptualizing play, immersive theater applications to XR. How do we play differently in live and digital formats? Both forms ask similar questions of designing for player interactivity. However, traditional concepts from game design have to be altered when applied to live forms like immersive theater. These alterations can then in turn expand digital design concepts. This talk engages my ongoing research on immersive theater to examine two ideas: collective agency and interruptions to immersion. These concepts can apply to XR technology by suggesting new directions for interactivity in immersive narratives. First, let's talk about agency. Theories from game studies on agency provide perspective on how participants work to take actions to affect the world and the story, looking at how it can be crafted around intention, available or desirable actions, a game's computational model, and commitment. Digital work primarily theorizes these around an individual user. Working in live space requires designers to think about similar concepts, but in ways that apply to groups of players, creating shared meaning. The ability to imagine taking actions in community and resolving them is a unique aspect of immersive theater. For instance, players can interact with different characters to culminate in a narrative ending that acknowledges or combines these contributions, or they can be encouraged to work together to achieve a common goal. These concepts uniquely engage groups of players and can apply to XR by thinking about how to create community through collective agency. Switching over to thinking about immersion, live formats of play challenge notions of uninterrupted flow. Theories from media psychology suggest interruptions should be avoided as they break immersion. In a live shared space, however, these interruptions are a necessary part of the experience. Bodies in space inevitably have needs, whether that's to find a moment to sit or use a restroom or make room for an actor to walk past. Designing around rather than against these supports immersion. Rather than viewing an interruption as a failure, a production working in live space can accommodate player needs by integrating them into the story, like offering someone a chair from a character to emphasize accessibility. These interruptions to immersion carry the stakes of who is allowed to play, both within traditional gaming and immersive theater. When thinking about XR technology, looking at how to facilitate interruptions can increase this inclusivity and engagement. So to conclude, digital and live forms of storytelling have always been in conversation with one another. Through examining these connections, we can uncover different ways to play in these interactive forms. Restructuring agency invites collective action. Interrupting immersion expands who can play. Findings from digital games stretch their limits within live immersive forms. When applied back to XR, we can see that this immersive form can similarly be expanded by rethinking these ideas of collectivity and immersion. Thank you all for listening, and if you want the less lightning version, I also have some handouts.
Yay! Thank you so much. On that note, we are now in full poster and demo session. Check out the posters along the walls. Check out the demos. Check out the lightning talkers stuff. Check out everything for an hour or so.
Specific things. Are you presenting by yourself?
Yes, unfortunately, I am presenting
For
myself.
10 or 20 minutes or 5?
For the, I'm not a keynote speaker, it's the panel session, so I guess like 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Let's just plug this in. Thank you. I'm learning how to use it today.
Oh, wow, that's impressive.
I know. Okay, so we're going to next word right now.
Okay.
So, do you have presenter?
Oh, okay. Do you want me to put you back in the Yes, I think if I can show my screen, then you just consider to my notes. Oh. Okay.
Okay, so what we'll do.
You're young, do you want to jump back?
Now that is what you see, and you'll have to open it. So when you, yeah, go ahead and open it. Hold on. There we go. So then you just need to move your mouse over here.
Yes, I was.
Do you have any video?
Yes, you should both be able to.
So then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that the sound is going to
So this is actually a okay, let me give it back to you. Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna try that now and see if you can
video?
Yes, I only have
So what we could do, oh,
yeah, so do you have any questions that I can answer? Or do you want to, actually,
on your desktop.
are there any questions I can answer?
I feel like it works when I.
You should be able to go to breakout room
That's so fun.
Are you serious? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to make sure that it might be like.
Oh, wow. Look, there's people from Syracuse University of the conference right now.
What I'm going to suggest is if you could have this video on like QuickTime Player.
Okay, well,
on the second screen, we can just pull up the video.
And I look forward to future conversations.
So is just have a screenshot here, so that way the PPT isn't working so hard. Yeah, so pull up, if you have the video, we can always touch it now, or you can do it tomorrow. What time is the presentation?
I think it's in the afternoon around 2.
You can always try to touch it over lunch period. But yeah, of course, as you can tell, your notes should be there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
That's all I need for you. Awesome.
Yeah, how do
one where I just posted a QR code and teach them to get and that one works better. I just put it like on Instagram. Yeah, I want to be in on it. Exactly. Make it fire yeah, I gotta see what Can you hear me? actually use, you guys heard me talk about the stuff that's right now, yeah, that's not. It's like, cause I just went to, that's fine. This is my parents do. That's fine. I've never been. That's fine. I also just we should do
That's momentous. Oh no, no concerns. Everything's Anyone who is doing Mary Shelley, we have about 10 minutes before you have to go down the hall. Anyone doing Mary Shelley, 10 minutes before you go down the hall for an interactive exhibit, interactive performance, interactive performance. 10 minutes down the hall. First, we're going to have to be the audience because we told this woman to do it. I will feel bad if we are not.
Thank you.